mountain, I look down and see a world I was once underneath. I stand on this mountain and I look down by mine. There's more than it once knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Now you're here. You're here. You're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be than found me see. Found me see. I climb down this mountain and I look around just to see that everyone used to be me. I climb down this mountain and I look around my mind, embracing more than the truth. Than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth. Now you're here, you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing. Found me see. I once was blind, but now I see the beauty of you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Now you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing. Found me sing. Found me sing. Found me sing.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for being here for the very important subject that we're going to have tonight. We're going to have some special guests come up on panel. We got Kimber in the house. We got Paula in the house. Leslie and Billy in the house. Butterfly Kisses. Crime Time with Mama Bear. Lisa Joe. Viktor's in the house. The link is pinned to the top. We have SW Collectibles. Thank you so much for being here. Arctic's in chat. I'm so sorry, Arctic. I know we usually go live later than this, but this was the time that we worked out today. I should have given you a heads up. I'm so sorry, love. Catch Lisk is in the house. Hi. Thank you so much for being here. I'm honored to have you here tonight. Thank you guys so much. And I'm sorry if I seem a little off. One of my senior dogs is having some kind of issue. I don't really honestly know what's going on with her. So,
hello.
But we're going to go ahead and bring. Hi. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hi,
All
Viktor.
Right. Hi.
How are you?
Hanging in. It's been a rough week.
Yeah, it's been a lot last couple weeks.
It really has. Hi, Roll.
I'm on mute. You're welcome to jump up here if you want to. Arctic, you're welcome to grab the link as well. I'd be honored to have both of y'all up here with us. So Viktor is here tonight as a special guest. I do have it scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Please remember to be respectful in chat. We do have a really good community over here, so I don't expect anybody to not act like adults or be respectful, but just so it's on there. I'm honored to have you up tonight.
That. Well, I really appreciate you having me on. Also glad that actually, I'm sorry, I'm just double checking, making sure that you can actually see, because I know it's kind of dark in my room here.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see you just fine. Perfect.
You're perfect, Viktor.
Oh, thank you.
And if you feel more comfortable with your camera off, or you need to turn your camera off, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
I mean, I'm kind of used to giving interviews and being in front of a camera a little bit, so I should be all right. But thank you for letting me know.
Perfect. I'm honored to have you up here. So, just tell us a little bit about yourself.
So my name is Viktor Velstra. I am a board member of the Transgender Task Force, and I am also the administrator of our LAMMP database, which is for missing, murdered, unidentified, and unclaimed LGBTQ plus people. I am a victims advocate and a missing persons advocate and a forensic genetic genealogist. And that's about it right now.
Oh wow! So you have a lot of badges you wear. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for all you do.
Well, I would not be doing anything else, I think. I came into this because my uncle was a missing person for 9.5 years. And so I was looking at does for him. That's when I started looking at them. And doing that gave me a lot of skills that I felt like I could use to help other people even after he was located.
Absolutely.
So, because when you do it for almost a decade to begin with, right? When you do it for almost a decade, you're like, wow, I learned a lot of things. And, you know, when people have a family member go missing, they don't know what to do, because you don't know what to do when you've never had to deal with it before. You know, so
I don't know where to start.
Well, exactly. So I felt like it would probably be a good thing to go and take the skills that I learned over, you know, that time period in helping other people try and get their footing, and try and help them out wherever I could. And then 2018, I started helping with the Transgender Task Force, who had started as part of the DNA Doe project, because I saw a post by them on Twitter, looking for different Doe cases, and I had been tracking, you know, trans and LGBTQ plus cases for a while already at that point. So I had a list. I had a list of does, and I had a list of missing people. So I was like, oh yeah, let's get to work then. Because my focus as far as cases goes is not usually the very popular, the ones that get a lot of attention, because I figured that those already have a lot of eyes on them. So they already have a lot of support, and there's a whole lot of people in our missing persons and our unidentified persons system that don't get any attention or any support. So I figured that my skills would be better in use for those instead of the ones where they, everybody's looking at these cases and trying to figure out who they are and everything else.
Absolutely. I totally understand that. The high profile cases, the cases that everybody is seeing, the cases that are trending, those they have thousands of eyes on them, where at the same time somebody else might have went missing. That, and we run across this often, that you're talking to another advocate or you're in a group and you're like, when did they go missing? How come I don't hear, how come I don't know this person's name? It's because they're so focused on what's being put out by mainstream media and not as focused on what is not being put out by mainstream media, because it is an epidemic in the world. It's not just here in our country.
Oh yeah.
And all missing matter.
I agree with you. And I mean, I know you brought it up the other night, but missing white woman syndrome is real, and it is a real problem. And that's not to take away from any of those cases that get a lot of attention. I think it's great, actually, that they have so many people that care about them. But what I consistently hear from Native American people, from Black people, from the family of migrants and family of homeless people, the family of people who are veterans or who may have a criminal record. The thing you consistently hear from them is, why isn't my family given the same level of support? My family member is also loved and is also missed, and we're also looking for them, and we also could use the help. So why aren't all of these resources also available to us? Why is it only when this specific type of person goes missing that anybody cares? It's not to take away from that, because it's great, but you have to acknowledge that not everybody gets the same level of support from the wider, community or society that, middle class, cishet, straight white women get. And I think that kind of goes along for a lot of points in the system as well. There's a lot of points where that same dynamic plays out. In unidentified persons cases, the cases that are getting chosen to go forward with forensic genetic genealogy, okay, is mostly white people. It is. Because those cases are usually, unless a couple of other factors are present, easier to solve. They're also more likely to be reported missing at all. That's why I don't know how long anybody here has been, involved in doing this stuff, but over the past, 5-10 years, I've definitely seen that the missing persons databases have way more people of color in them than they used to. They used to be predominantly white, very predominantly white, but those cases are getting solved. And the Black people and the Hispanic people and the Asian people, in the databases are just sitting there and not getting the same resources. I'm sorry, I'm rambling now.
No, the floor is yours. Please ramble. Please ramble. We're, everybody's loving you being here. We're here to learn. We're here to grow together. And I'm a big, all victims matter. It really makes me happy that we have like the Black and missing people in America and all these smaller groups that are nonprofits that are putting all missing people out there. You don't have to check the boxes and say, okay, well, this person's okay to go on my website. They don't do that type of discrimination. You see all missing on there. So you have the floor.
Well, yeah, that's so. I do the LGBTQ plus cases for mine. We also cover sex workers or anybody who has some sign that there may have been some kind of kink involved in their life. And we tend to rule in instead of ruling out. So if there's a suspicion either by the agency or by just looking at the details and stuff, that the person might be involved, might be a sexual minority, then we rule them in. And so, because we think that, like, the worst case scenario, if we solve a case and they don't actually belong to any of those groups, that person is still going home. So aside from that, I do work with Red Grave Research Forensic Services, and we do a bunch of unidentified people who are who are, you know, straight or whatever. We do non-LGBTQ plus cases through that, and then also I do on my own personal stuff. I do whichever cases I want. So if I see a case come across my screen somehow, I will probably keep an eye out for them. I memorize faces. So I keep an eye out when I go through the does and everything else. I try and share as much as I can. Because I really do think that all of the cases matter, and that it really is important to me that people don't fall through the cracks or get left behind. I think I'm up to 35 case solves now, and I've talked to a bunch of the family members of people who are missing. I've helped with thousands of missing persons cases at this point. And I've talked to the families of the missing, and I've talked to people who have been identified after, you know, forensic genetic genealogy or through other research that we've done. And sometimes we are the only people, like, as advocates, everybody here, you have to recognize sometimes you are the only person who is looking for this person. And when you recognize that, then I know it becomes heavy, but also you recognize how important your advocacy is.
Absolutely.
Yep.
You know, sometimes I've had cases where somebody saw my post and saw that person and got them back home safe, which is crazy when you think about it. And, you know, all you have to do is get the right information in front of the right person, and it's like, you know, you're helping get somebody home who wasn't going to get home. You're helping somebody get home safe, or you're helping a family, you know, be able to lay their loved ones to rest. So I think, like, even something as small as just sharing flyers is so important.
Absolutely. Social media is it's a strong tool. It is such a strong tool, and that's why we preach it, we scream it from the mountaintops. You know, if you see something, say something, share the flyer, if you see a flyer, share it. If you see one of us
Yep.
on this platform, bring up a flyer. Myself, Ardit, Doodle, we all leave the flyer up there long enough that screenshot it if you need to. Screenshot it and share it. Like Missing Poster Monday is an amazing tool, and there's a lot of us that are grouped on Twitter, and we constantly, every Monday, that's something that you stop during your day, you go on there, you retweet everybody's post using that hashtag, and
Yeah.
social media works. It takes that one person with that one tip, and you could think, oh, you know, my tip won't matter. It's just a little small thing, but that little small thing could be what brings somebody home, like you said, for that closure, or to be able to lay them to rest, or know that that person's safe.
Yeah, so I have a recon for an unidentified person that I've been sharing for a while. We have some posts about them on, you know, various platforms and everything. And yesterday we got an email from someone who thinks that it may be their sister. So,
Oh, wow.
and we've been sharing this flyer for 3 years, 4 years now. I think. So, you know, even if you don't think you're doing something, like, it really, all it's got to do is get in front of the right person, and you never know when someone's going to come across your old posts and use it to help them. We had a case a couple years ago with an unidentified black trans girl, because she was a girl. She was still in high school, and she was found deceased in an abandoned building. And I was posting about her on Twitter back and forth with the lady that does the Trans Day of Remembrance database, and we were discussing, the details and who she might be and getting some clarification and everything else. And one of her friends saw it, like, I want to say like 6-7 months later, and it did turn out to be her, but she saw that post with all the descriptions and everything else, and she knew that she could go to the medical examiner's office and identify her.
Oh, wow.
So it really does happen. I mean, it is not the best way to find out that your loved one is deceased. Which is why, like, I would never share postmortems or anything like that, or anything. I think that's distasteful, because somebody's going to come across that is related to them, and they don't need to see that.
Absolutely. And I know there are a couple Facebook groups that do the unidentified doe with the tattoo group. They show
Yeah,
just the tattoos. And then there's
yeah.
one other Facebook that does show postmortem, and
I
you
think
have to
that should
prepare
be.
yourself when you click on that link that's what you're going to see.
I think that I'm in both of those groups. I don't remember if the tattoo one is private, but I really think it should be. But I've also seen police departments share out pretty gruesome pictures of people's tattoos. Now, I don't know how many tattoos you've looked at on there, but if you have a black person that has tattoos and they've been in water, sometimes what can happen is you get skin slippage, and sometimes they'll just kind of let it slip a little bit more, because the underlayers of your skin retain the tattoos, and it's easier to see the tattoos on those. So sometimes you'll see pictures where they say it's a black person, but it's very, very light colored, and then there's tattoos on it, and usually that's because of post-mortem changes in the skin. But I really don't think that they should share those just like out. I really don't think that the family needs to see that. That's it.
I
Like, I
agree.
I think that's a little bit too gruesome, and the same thing with postmortems. I don't think that the family should see a picture of their relative dead unless they're going and searching for those in, like, the unidentified persons databases. Then I don't have a problem with it. I just don't think that if you open your Facebook, that your grandma should stand a chance of seeing your dead body.
No, I
Like,
totally agree.
yeah,
I
Totally agree.
agree. I agree with that too.
yeah. I mean, think
Privating
about
those
it. If it
groups.
was your loved one,
Absolutely.
if,
And
I mean, I could handle it, but I know nobody else in my family be able to handle it. They would freak out. So,
exactly.
all right. Sorry, I had to unplug this thing.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're absolutely
No,
fine.
I
I
know
think
that my camera is bouncing all over, but that's because I'm on my phone, because for some reason when I tried to do it on my laptop, it was like, you don't have a microphone or a camera.
Oh
which is
no.
not which is
It's
not
kind of
true.
weird with the laptop. You have to give it permission, and then if you don't click on it that first time when it's asked for the permission, it'll tell you devices are not connected, and it'll act. It's StreamYard, but it's the
It
most
might
like
be,
streamlined to use for interviews and things like that.
yeah, this is actually working a lot better than a lot of the other platforms I've done this on. I think this is even smoother than like Google Meetup.
Yeah, it gets glitchy. The Google Meetup gets kind of glitchy, and Zoom is like my nemesis.
Yes. Yes, and Discord streaming also rough.
Yes, takes a lot of
But
bandwidth, and it wants to get all choppy and weird
yeah,
from time to time.
yeah, then you wind up with your voice sounding pixelated, which is very weird. It sounds
Right.
almost like you're auto-tuned, but not quite.
Right, an underwater robot.
Yes. Just bleep bloop bloop.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And for those of you guys that don't know, Raul is in our chat. We're honored to have him here tonight under Catch Lisk. And Facebook, he says, Facebook, I agree, but I do have them on the map and also on the tattoo database.
Yeah.
I follow Raul on Twitter. Victor, are
Yeah.
you on Twitter as well?
Oh, yes, I am. I
Oh.
have. It's unfortunate, really. That place is a mess. I have 2 accounts. I stopped posting on my original account after it got banned, but I got it back. I got it back after I had been on the one I'm on now for, a couple years. Because I told someone who was being transphobic to me to go F a cactus.
That'll get you banned.
That's
I was in Twitter jail for 12 days over my opinion, so I get it.
well.
Well, I mean, no, go ahead.
I will definitely look you up on Twitter and follow you on Twitter as well.
We might already be mutuals. I went to go and follow a couple people the other day, and I was like, oh, I'm already following them. Okay. But yeah, I'm on
It
Twitter.
happens to me all the time,
Yeah. I'm on Twitter.
especially when
I'm
you're
on
in the missing
Facebook.
community. You're like, am I following that person? And you go find the profile and you're like, oh, yeah, I have been
Yeah.
following you.
Yeah, well, I share stuff from a lot of people, so sometimes it gets a little blurry as to which one is coming from where. But yeah, I'm on Blue Sky and Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and TikTok and Spreaking, and I don't know, I'm all over the place. Any place I can get a foothold and share information, I try to.
I completely understand. Information like this, I don't think can be shared enough.
Yeah, you gotta spread it out, really. Because also, the other part of it is, like for me at least, is education on different topics, or the different issues facing various groups when it comes to dealing with their missing or their unidentified persons cases, or even their unclaimed persons cases. Because if we can figure out what the problems are in the present system that people are facing, then we can come up with solutions. And while we're trying to push for those solutions, we can also try and do things that act as a stopgap measure, in the meantime. So like Native Americans, right? Their process is easier now. But for Native Americans in the US, they used to have to go through 4 different agencies in order to get their loved one reported as missing. And so it was very difficult. And if you failed at any level of that, then your missing loved one wouldn't be reported as missing, or it would only be reported locally. So at one point, I know out west, there was like a physical place where a bunch of the tribes met, and there was just a wall where people would go and they would tack up missing persons flyers. And then sometimes people would go in there and take pictures of them, and then they would go and they would post it on these swap meet kind of web pages and groups and Facebook groups. They would just go and take pictures off of this physical board that people were putting their loved ones on because they couldn't get them reported as missing. And it's only in the last couple of years, because of the efforts of the Native women, the Native men, who have been really, really pushing to try and get the word out about the massive problem with missing and murdered Indigenous people, that there's been any changes to that. And they're an absolute force of nature with that, and their efforts to change things and to find people has been amazing. But I think it also helps that they went and they educated and they spoke about it and they kept pushing. So I think also as advocates, it's important for us to follow that example and say, all right, well, here's a problem, and how do we fix it? And how do we support people in the meantime as well, so that nobody gets left behind or lost, or doesn't have people looking for them? How do we make sure everybody possible has got the most amount of support? So
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's like, I always say that we can all sit and we can, pardon my French, but bitch and complain about change. But if you're not a part of the change, you're part of the problem.
yes, yeah. I think a lot of people, when they come into this stuff, they look at it, and I think that it's really easy to get overwhelmed. I mean, people burn out in this field. People burn out all the time because it is so heavy and it is emotionally taxing, and you really care about these people that you're looking for, that are missing. You care about them, you care about their friends and their family, and it's very, very easy to get burnt out from that. In in 2017, I think, was it 17? It was either 2017 or 2016. I did a podcast with a lady who had done a bunch of really, really good podcasts on missing minorities, and we had a nice, I thought, 2-hour conversation. And she's like, all right, gonna have this up tomorrow, it's great, we did great job and everything else. And the next day I went looking, and she deleted all of her podcasts, and she had deleted her entire internet presence, and she didn't even tell me. She told somebody else, and she's like, I can't do this, actually.
Oh no. And that's
I
what I
was
always say, it's so important to take mental health breaks and to step away, because when you do start covering these cases, and especially if you're covering cases and you do what myself and Arctic and Doodle and some of the other advocates here, when you're dealing with families one-on-one and you get to meet these families, whether it be on a virtual platform like this or in person, it can get really heavy on you. And you almost get overwhelmed. It's almost like it all falls on you, and then that's all that you can process. That's all you can think about. So what can I do? I should be doing this. Well, how come I'm not doing this? Well, maybe I need to do this. And you got 5 notebooks and your head's ready to explode.
Yes. Yep. Well, every time I solve a case, I give myself about 3 days to really like cry about it. I will hold it together the entire time. Even with talking to the family and everything else, I will hold it together. But every time a case is solved, I'll give myself about 3 days to cry about it. And this I give myself time also to enjoy it when I see that somebody is found safe. And I think it's really important for people to do that as well, instead of just, oh, we'll move on to the next one. Enjoy and appreciate when someone is found safe. Because you know how many of the people that we talk to, aren't going to have that nice ending. So yeah, no, love it, love it. I love it when people are found safe. More people should be found safe.
I'm there with you. It's 2 of my favorite
Yeah.
words together in the missing community is found safe.
Yep.
You have
Yes.
to
Sounds safe.
celebrate that. And I say,
Yeah.
a win is a win. You
Yeah.
you may cover or share 5 missing people, but when you get that notification or that message or that phone call that one person was found safe, it's worth celebrating. It's worth, sharing and telling people, that they were found safe tonight. They were found safe this morning, or they were
Yeah.
recovered and we know where they were, and now the family knows. Like those are wins you definitely have to take and hold those in your heart just as well as the heavy part of this.
Yeah. There was a black trans lady down in Texas who was missing for almost 2 years. Almost 2 years. Um, I was contacted by her family right after she went missing. And when you're gone for a really long time, especially when you're in an already marginalized community, it can be very iffy about what exactly is going on there. And sometimes, you could be like, oh no, I think I need to be looking in the dose for this person, right? Or maybe even the unclaimed persons database, because sometimes they don't check missing people against the unclaimed persons database. And then, people wind up sitting there for a long time, even though they've been found and identified. But so somebody came on to my post about her being missing, like I said, like 18 months, 2 years after she went missing. And they were like, she just contacted me. I was like, what? I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, she had gone off for, some mental health help and some issues, and she was, safe, and she just, didn't tell people. So she wasn't missing, she was just getting the help that she needs. She's doing fine now, she's out and everything else. And I was like, oh my God, like my heart is going to beat out of my chest. I was so happy because I was like, I'm so glad. Like you have no idea. Like, how do you tell somebody, I'm so happy I thought you were dead?
Right.
Like,
Right. It's finding the words.
Yeah, but like you can't actually be like, I'm so happy that you know you did this and you got help. Like I'm actually really happy that you went and got the help that you needed and that you're out now and everything. But I thought you were dead, and I'm so glad that you're not. you know, because too often, when trans people go missing, they are not found alive. You know, it is difficult. So no, especially after that period of time, finding somebody alive, that's great. I love that. More of that, please.
No, I'm with you there. Absolutely. I love, and that's a great story, and I totally understand what you're saying. It's like how do you find those words to tell somebody? And that's great that she was getting the help that she needed. Like that's so important.
Yes. Yeah. Um so if we want to talk about the stuff that has been going on over the past week, I can explain what happened with NamUs removing the trans cases, and then the situation now because it changed within the past day.
Oh wow. Yes,
um,
definitely. Please. I think that there's a
Yes.
lot of confusion and a lot of heated tempers about what happened. So I think bringing some clarity to that
well,
Yes.
I mean,
is definitely a good thing.
I'm one of those heated tempers. It's just infuriated me that they did that. So
same, same. I think it's super gross. But I also was expecting exactly this to happen. So knowing that allows you to take some steps ahead of time, you know? Um, so last Friday, um, we noticed that Julie Doe from Florida, who is an unidentified trans woman, we noticed that her case had been taken down. And there are bunch of people messaging and everything else in a big Reddit thread and everything. People like, oh, she must have been solved and all this other stuff. But we had not heard that. So we sent a message over to the DNA Doe Project, who were very nice and told us we don't know anything about that, and you're going to have to contact the agency, which we wound up doing. So when we went and we started looking at the trans people that we know of that are in NamUs, a bunch of them had been removed. They were just they were not published anymore. I have a bunch of them that are in my dashboard for NamUs because I entered them in myself. So that entire category of people was either removed or back in a restricted or pending status in my dashboard on NamUs. And so I'm gonna, for anybody that hasn't entered a case in NamUs before, I can go ahead and explain what exactly is going on there. Trans people show up in the missing and the unidentified persons databases in every way that you can think of. They can be listed as any sex. They can be listed with dead names or not. And there's not really any consistency there across any agencies. And then the same goes with the unidentified persons section. Trans people can show up under their sex that they were assigned at birth. They can show up as someone who is the opposite, the gender that they've transitioned into, or as an ambiguous gendered person. Because actually 40% of skeletal remains are sexually ambiguous, because of the scale that forensic anthropologists use to determine the sex of a skeleton. 40% of people have ambiguous sexual characteristics in their skeleton, and you wouldn't know that because you have your skin and everything on top of it, so you wouldn't even know ahead of time that you would have these features in your skeleton that are gonna make it so that someone goes, well, I don't know, this could be a male, this could be a female, this but so in the unidentified section, also remains that they didn't know the sex of before, for a while back there, they would automatically be labeled as male, which is something that the Doe Network still does. If they're a sexually ambiguous skeleton, then they were listed as male, regardless of anything else. So if you go back, before the year 2000, and it's listed as a male skeleton, that does not mean it's a male skeleton. If you're doing Doe comparisons and you see a missing woman in an area and there's only a male skeleton there, don't rule that out, because you don't know that. When they go to move these cases digitally, or when they go to put them in the database, a lot of medical examiners, a lot of detectives will just go, I need to tick a box one way or the other. So a lot of those older cases, if you have a skeleton in the same area that your missing person is in, double check and make them check it, because also the other thing is that departments will rule it out automatically if it's listed as the wrong sex. So if you send in a missing person but the skeleton is the opposite sex, a lot of departments will just outright, well, that can't be right because this is listed as this sex. Really push for it if everything else lines up, because it could be wrong easily. But anyway, so a lot of the trans people on the missing person side were put into the other category so that they could be checked against the remains, the unidentified remains, in all of the sex categories, because in NamUs, they do not check the skeletal remains, the unidentified remains, they do not check them against missing people of the opposite gender or of a different gender. The other category existed so that they would be able to be checked all across all of the categories. Because again, they can show up in any way in the database. So, but having them listed as that other gender in NamUs made it so it was easy to remove a bunch of them at once. So we identified 19 cases of missing people that had been removed from NamUs, and Julie's was the only Doe that we know of right now, but I am still analyzing the data. I have to go through all of the entries in NamUs and see which ones were removed in between February 8th, when I downloaded the database, and yesterday, to really determine which cases were removed at that time, to get a real clear picture.
So it's very fluid at the moment.
Yeah, so we spent the week contacting agencies and reps and other people who have some kind of influence over things, and contacted NamUs as well. And I got more information when I contacted NamUs than was sent to the medical examiner's offices, which is kind of crazy. But I appreciate it. But the medical examiners did not know. And they must have been getting a lot of complaints, because in a pretty short order, the Friday, most of them were back up.
Oh, that's amazing.
Most of them, I say, because there is one where I am sure that the person is still missing, and their case is not up, and I don't know why. And there's another one of them where they are calling this trans lady her dead name, and I know that she's had it legally changed. So, I mean, the people had their gender markers and everything changed too, and they decide to put those back as well. But I think rolling back so that you're not even calling a person what their legal name is kind of not great. Yes, infuriating. That's right. Yeah, I was trying to be tactful.
You speak your mind. This is your safe place tonight. You don't have to hold any filters up whatsoever. Welcome to the front porch. We are open and unfiltered here. You speak your mind. Get it out there. That's why I said you have the floor.
I have been.
Arctic would be up here with us, but he's scared of speaking his mind for what he might say.
I have been cursing about this for the past week in my house, like ranting and everything else about it. Because, I mean, regardless of anything else, first of all, we don't know that it was only trans cases that were affected. The not reported and unknown sex categories also had all the cases that were in them, pulled out of them in the missing persons section. So I don't track those cases because they're not actually trans people. And they're not usually queer people. I check it every once in a while just to see if there's cases in there at all. But so I don't know if those came back because I was not watching them. But there wasn't a list. That NamUs said they were not able to give me a list of the cases that were affected. So my next step is going to be contacting my reps to try and see if I can get them to get a list. Somebody's got to have a list. Somebody has got to have a list of what was done here.
So basically, NamUs doesn't know who they removed.
They might not.
That's a good answer. We might not. I understand where you're coming from, Victor. I totally do.
I cannot tell you until I'm done going through the almost 90,000 case files that I downloaded. How many actors.
Wow.
I have to go through. I download the entire database. And so what I have to do is I have to compare it next to another copy of the database, 1-to-1 each, to see
line
what
by
got
line and match them up.
Yes.
Wow. So your plate runneth over.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like I've been cursing for a week. because the thing is, it's possible that they had removed some people who were only noted as being trans on the back end where it's not public. Because they, when you enter in a case, you can, there's a checkbox you can click in some of the circumstance notes and everything where it's not for public, it's just for the police. So if you have like a link to a news story or a link to their Facebook or whatever else, you can put all of that information in there and list it as private so that their private information is not, public in NamUs, but so you make sure that the police has all the information there. So it's very possible that some cases were listed in a private portion of NamUs, that were listed as trans that we were not aware of. And so those cases would also, be affected by this, and we also would not know until we go through all the cases and find out which ones were taken out.
Oh, wow. That's an arduous task. Completely.
On a happy note, it's one that I'm used to doing. Most of the cases, if they're not brought to me by somebody else, most of the cases in our databases are ones that I go out and find. I do most of the scraping of social media sites, the databases and everything else, to find our cases. And I think we've got cases in like 31 different countries right now, and I think 15, 16 different languages. So, it is a lot of very tedious work. But I'll get through it and I'll be able to give you an updated, idea at some point in the future about what actually happened, and how many cases were affected directly.
And is that the same with both? Is that the same with both databases, or is it just with NamUs? Is it NCMEC and NamUs? Is it the same with both databases?
NCMEC is NCMEC is a different story. The NCMEC removed a bunch of reports about other things that included trans or LGBTQ plus kids. So they had a report on sex trafficking in boys, that had an entire section with trans girls in it, and they say in the report that they know that that's not the appropriate way to put it, and they know that it's not really the important thing to put it, but they need to include this section in this report. Interestingly, they never put out a similar report on sex trafficking in girls, but they did have one for boys. And because it has a section on the high rate at which trans girls are sex trafficked, and also exposing a couple of the problems with the way their reporting system works. Because of that section, that got removed. A report on best practices for police departments when dealing with LGBTQ plus children was also removed, and there was one other report that was removed as well. NamUs also, I believe, had to remove a report on gendered violence, probably because it had the word transgender in it. But I love that for them, because the only thing it said in that report was that they had attempted to remove all of the people in the database that they knew were transgender when they were trying to figure out about gendered violence. Now, I'm going to tell you, they don't know who all the transgender people are. in NamUs because I'm not telling them, and they definitely would not know. So their data was contaminated anyway. But I believe that report also was removed. I have copies of these, by the way. Anytime somebody puts out a report like that, I download it.
This is
so I have copies. If anybody wants them, I can send them to you. But so those have been removed from the NCMEC database. The trans kids that are in the NCMEC database, their profiles are still up. But I'm not going to tell people how to find them because it puts them in danger. I don't share. Yeah, that's no problem. I will. Raul, I'll send it to you. But on average, I usually am tracking between 25 and 30 trans kids in the NCMEC database.
Wow. And I don't blame you for not telling anyone who they are. It does put them in danger.
I won't,
there's such a there's a target already, and this just makes the hate makes the hate grow. I've said it a million times. I've ran around I'm like you, I've ran around the house screaming to my husband, screaming to anybody that'll listen, because I'm infuriated by this, because I have someone in my family who is transgender, and I know the struggle is real, and it infuriates me. I am so mad. So mad.
We used to share them. We were careful about what information we released, and if I see that a family is sharing it now, I may or may not. I'm still going to try and help them. What I do now is I send it to local groups or groups in an area where they think the kid might have gone privately. And I also share it in a group that's just, LGBTQ plus people who are trying to help look, like, specifically. But I used to share them. And then I shared this one kid that went missing, who was like 14 years old. And a little while later, I got a message from another nonprofit who was just updating me on it because we had been talking in the background, because they also shared the information. And the kid had been sex trafficked. They'd been targeted because people saw their missing persons flyer. And when they were found, finally, and rescued from that situation, the state took them away from their family, who was accepting of them, because it was a trans hostile state. And after that, I said, I am absolutely not. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't put a kid at risk like that. So I talked to the other board members, and we agreed that we do not share trans kids' cases unless the family thinks that they're deceased.
So does sharing their missing flight, if we can share their, or if we see a missing flyer for a transgender person and we share it, Victor, let me ask you this: does that put them? Is it possible that we could be putting them in harm's way? Sharing it out. I'm just, I don't want to put anybody. I don't want to, because I know that there is such a stigma and there is such a target. So, and I know that it's already a very dangerous. I know it's already very dangerous. So I don't want to, put something. I don't want to share something and possibly, because I know.
Yeah, People are awful.
Yes, they are.
So I will not share trans kids specifically, unless, like I said, the family thinks that they're deceased. I do have one case that had been removed from NamUs, that is a trans kid, and their family thinks that they are deceased. They think that they've been murdered, and so I will share that case, and I will indicate that I think, that they're trans, because it's kind of hard to do any more damage to somebody who is very likely already deceased. It's not going to hurt them. But I've been struggling with trying to come up with new mitigation techniques. My spouse said in computer programming you call it noise. There's noise in the data. So I have been trying to come up with ways to increase the level of noise when it comes to any kind of case like that where I feel like sharing their information could be putting a target on their back. And I think that if you are sharing a bunch of cases and a bunch of different kinds of cases, you already have more noise in your data. But if somebody follows me on one of my LGBTQ plus only profiles where all I share is queer people, right? Theoretically, they could use that to target people from my community, which is a problem.
It shouldn't be that way, but people
No,
suck,
it should
to put
not.
it nicely.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be. I know I'm not the only group that has to consider that. There are other groups that have to consider when they put out a missing persons thing if their family member is going to be targeted because of that. Undocumented immigrants largely do not even get reported as missing. I have people in my database that are not reported anywhere because of various reasons, but being targeted is a big one, and a lot of them are not going to report to law enforcement for that. So what I try to do with any case where I feel like they could be targeted and it's an adult, I try and make sure that I don't include things in either the flyer I make or the post that I make that indicate in any way that they should be targeted. For instance, I feel like the British way of doing it, I don't know how many of you look outside of the US, but the way the British people do missing persons flyers is based on a bunch of research that they did over there. And what they said is the people that are actually going to look, okay, what they need to know is the person's first name, a picture of them, and the area that they went missing in, and the date that they went missing. That is actually all that somebody who is actually going to call in, if they see them walking out and about, that's actually all the information that they need. Just let the public know that this person who looks like this, they don't need height, they don't need weight, they don't need distinguishing marks, they don't need any of that. First name, a picture, when they went missing, and where they went missing from. And that also seems to protect a bunch of their data, like their personal data, because if you put a missing persons flyer out there, it's out there forever. Because someone like me will go and save it. Or somebody like any of the advocates in here, like you said, you just go and screenshot it, right?
Yep, screenshot
So,
them. I make flyers as well, so I have files of
yes,
flyers, and you get in the habit of taking the flyer, or I personally have. I go in, and once the person's found, they don't necessarily get deleted. What happens is I put it in a found folder on my computer, so you end up with this huge, massive amount of flyers because people do go missing again, and sometimes you can refer back to that flyer. But I like that, the limited information.
yes,
And we had a case recently that was brought to us, actually Duchess, which is another advocate we work with, and it was a case out of Canada. And I was doing I'm a research person, so I'm researching, I'm looking into it, looking in the differences and stuff. And the way they do their missing people is completely different than we do here. It's much like what you're saying in the UK. It's very limited information that's put out there. No,
yes,
nothing that could be considered personal information is put on the flyer. You have a first name, you have where possibly they could be seen, and then that's it, and a phone number.
yeah, yep. And that seems to protect the information enough, because most people who are looking to do nefarious things will, take the lowest hanging fruit they can. They're not gonna go out of their way most of the time. They're not going to go either way, but if a bunch of information is available, then they'll take it. They're not going to go into the data. A bunch of that information you can still go and find in the databases, depending on where you're going from. But it's just not on a flyer, you know. And I think that's fine. I think having that information in the databases that people are using to research things, because I'm a researcher too, I think having it in the databases is good. I just don't think that it necessarily needs to be in a flyer that people are putting out there, that it can make it so that people are targeted. Like, if you have somebody whose flyer says, not a US citizen, this is a migrant from Honduras, this is somebody from Guatemala or whatever else, you're increasing the chances that that person can be sex trafficked. Even if they're an adult, like, not even if they're a kid, but you can increase the chances that they're gonna get caught up by somebody who is a neo-Nazi, who's gonna go, oh, this is an illegal, and mess with them. So I always try and do as much harm reduction as possible, because I think it's very important that I do as little harm as possible to the people that I'm trying to help. Because I mean, and I know you guys are, we're sincerely trying to help. But that one case of that kid really, really got to me, for good reasons. And I don't want to share kids publicly. Adults are adults and can do adult things and everything else, but kids don't. They have no power. They have no resources. They have no ability to protect themselves, and they also can't necessarily tell when they're in danger. Um, one thing that is very interesting from that NECMEC report that I mentioned before, and I'll send it to you and let you guys read it later. But one of the things that they say in there is that 90% of the trans girls that get reported as missing people to them are reported as being missing from state care. Because if they're missing from, their family of origin, a lot of times they don't even get reported. So that's bad.
Yeah, that's not good at all. Yeah, state care would be like group homes or under
Group homes, foster
state.
care.
Right.
Yeah.
Under state custody
So,
kind of situations.
yeah, where they're required to report them as missing.
Mandatory reporting kind of thing.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, it's real important. Also, if you know how to look for the trans kids in Namus and you're sharing their posters, because just because I don't do something doesn't mean that you guys can't. In fact, I like I said, I think it's easier to target mine, uh, because all of the ones that I share are queer people. So, I think it's actually easier for you guys to share them, without getting the same kind of possible issues if you just don't even mention that they're trans or whatever. But
Oops, I'm sorry, Victor. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead, please.
That's what I was wondering if the trans, if we share the flyers, but if we don't so much focus, and I hate to say that because I hate that this is being done, but if we don't focus so much on the fact, because people are just looking for something to hate, and
Yes.
this is what it is right now. And even with here's even with a transgender adult missing, I wonder if the wrong person finds them, if the wrong person sees them, if it's the wrong person, they could do them harm. And I do worry about that because I know how a lot of people feel, and it's wrong. It's wrong. It's terribly wrong.
Yes. Well,
But you
if you
can.
go, so I know a bunch of you guys are probably in the missing persons groups on Facebook. I'm not even going to talk about Twitter because that's just all Nazis. Like it's just all Nazis. But if you're in the Facebook groups, that share, missing persons things, there are some where they will lock that shit down and they will kick out anybody who's causing problems. No, I mean, I think it's fine. Again, Raul, I think that it's fine if you do it. I think that if I did it, it would be more of an issue just because I am easier. It's easier to track my posts, like on Facebook, maybe not on Twitter because I share all kinds of stuff on there. But it's easier if there's noise so that people are not able to just dial into, oh, if I just follow this one person's post, I'll find all the queers, you know? um, um, but oh God, I lost my train. Oh, the Facebook group. Some of them are very good. Some of them will, throw out anybody doing weird stuff. Some police departments, especially in places you would not expect, like Alabama and Oklahoma, there's some police departments that have been really, really good about policing their comment sections and throwing out or blocking anybody that's causing problems. They're like, how does this help? How does this help this case? It doesn't help this case. Get out of here. There are some that are not as good, and they will just let people say whatever. And like one thing you notice, like the NECMEC does not police their comment sections either. What you notice is a lot of the trans cases wind up getting their comments shut off, which reduces their visibility in the algorithm. People are also way less likely to want to share those posts because they look at the mess that's in the comments and they go, I don't want that on my timeline. Which is why some of the Facebook groups will throw out anybody who's starting crap with the cases, because they're like, you're actually hurting these cases. And the other thing is, a bunch of the parents and the friends and the family members of these missing kids go into these groups looking for help, and then they have to read through your crappy ass comments where you're talking about their kids' genitals or making up stories about how they're being sex trafficked, like lurid fantasies that you've decided to come up with about their 14-year-old who's missing because they're a trans kid, or about what their bones look like, where you're fantasizing that they're dead, and the only way that anybody's going to be able to identify them is if we look at their genitals. Like, I have seen and saved the most unhinged comments you've ever seen in your life talking about literal children. And people think that that's just fine somehow. um and I got to tell you, been doing this a long time, never once have I seen a case where a person was identified by their genitals. Not even once. Not at all. Not ever. They do not use your genitals actually to identify you. That is not an identifier. That's why it's not listed in NamUs. Like under the DNA and fingerprints and dental records, and genitalia is not a field there for a reason. But I would suggest, if you have any of those cases and you share them, that you police your comments as much as possible. Mute them, block them, hide them, whatever you got to do. If you have a Facebook page, report them, or talk to the admins of the group and be like, can we stop this? Because it does hurt the visibility of the case when people won't share it, when the comments get turned off, when the family is in there like, I will never ask for help again. I got told by one of the dads of a kid who was missing. He was like, I will never ask for help again from any of these groups, because the things I've had to read about my trans son today, like, he goes, I am so horrified and heartbroken and terrified for the safety of my child, and no one, these comments make it clear that no one is going to help me. And
Yep.
when you get messages, when you see what's going on there, most people who actually care are not going to be in the comments making rude comments about kids or anybody. The people who are actually going to look are not going to be spending time going, but no, I really need to know what's in their pants. No, but I need to know it for reasons. No, I have reasons. No, you're not going to look for them anyway. You're not the kind of person that's going to look. I've talked to advocates for years. No one who is looking for actual missing people is actually concerned about any of that. All they are concerned about is, am I looking for a body? Or am I looking for a person who is alive and missing? Right? If you think a person is alive, you actually don't need even any of those identifying marks. You don't need to know this extra information unless you're going through the unidentified persons databases and doing comparisons.
Right, you're not going to walk up to somebody that's missing and say, "Hey, I saw your face on a flyer. Can you drop your pants?"
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, exactly. Exactly.
That's disgusting. It's disturbing. It's
I have. So I save these because I look at that and I'm like, you need to be on a watch list. And
I agree.
just in case I ever see your name come up, I have a girl on Twitter who shares pedophiles that get caught up and get arrested, and I have another friend who hunts them online for sport.
I love it.
But
I
listen,
approve this profile.
I come across a lot of information in what I'm doing, and sometimes I'm like, I have a bad feeling about this, so I send it over to the other people that do that other work, because that is not work that I can do. And then they can go and send it to the people that it needs to be sent to if they find anything. So no, I screenshot these things with their names and their pictures and their profiles, and then if I'm sketched out enough, I send it over to the people that can look and see if maybe they really do need to be on a watch list.
Hey, teamwork. Teamwork is important.
Yes. Also, I hate pedophiles. So, and some of these people, the comments they're making, they need to be in a watch list. There is something wrong with them.
Yeah. No, I totally
100%. There's something wrong with them, because there's no way you're thinking about those kinds of things when somebody's talking about a missing like teenager without there being something wrong with you.
I call them basement dwelling trolls. To
Yeah.
my politically correct comment.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the time I will go in and I will counter them, if possible, because also just leaving it sitting there and nobody saying anything does not help. It just makes them think that more of them can come in and ruin your group, actually. But also, if you go into a bunch of these people's profiles, clearly they're fake, or they're trolling, or they don't ever post anything about missing people. It's like, oh, you just saw that this was a trans person and decided, hey, let's harass a person who's missing and whose family is afraid. Like, come on now.
Victor, do you get a lot of people posting anonymously or trying to post anonymously? When they can't act right?
So I lock down my stuff as much as possible while still being accessible. So I don't get a lot of anonymous comments or messages or anything else. I have a stalker. I do have a stalker that stalked me across 3 or 4 different platforms now. But that's okay, because I know his name and I know where he works, and I will absolutely go to his boss if he tries anything, because he tried to get me fired from the group that I'm in, and he's like, first of all, I'm not an employee. I just need to stress that your employee said this. I'm not an employee. I'm a board member. I have a co-equal amount of power here. And I do what I want. So you can go ahead and you can tell the other board members that I've upset your feelings, and they'll be like, okay, I'm sorry that your feelings are hurt. But I don't know, somebody who's been stalking me for 5 years now because I told him no in a comment section on Twitter across multiple different platforms. I'm sure that they're going to definitely fire me. I don't get paid for any of this work. Like, I don't know what you think you're threatening me with. Even if I did leave this group, I would still be doing this stuff, and you won't stop me doing it. But yeah, so I have a stalker. So those comments get shut down and hidden and reported and everything else. But any of the other ones, I also will hide on any profiles that I can. It's more often that I disagree with someone and they go into my Facebook account and they start reporting pictures of my children to get them removed. Is what they do. They target my children's pictures on my Facebook account to try and harass me when I disagree with them.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Because,
Wow.
I had to go through and like private most of my kids' photos. But if they find one that I missed or whatever of my kid as a baby, they go in and they try and report me for it, and I'm like, really?
That's insane. The lengths that some people will go to. It is insane. It is totally and completely insane.
Transphobic people are ridiculous. I cannot, for the life of me, like, I don't do that to them. Unless they're clearly, like, a fake harassment account. I'll just block you and move on with my life. Because you're not that important. And actually, I've got other things to do than to worry about people who are just jerks.
Right.
You know? Don't you have it? You need to get better hobbies. But for some people that
take up knitting. That's my go-to. Take up knitting. That community will eat you alive.
Go to the knitting community on YouTube. You're in trouble there.
I've heard about the knitting and the crocheting drama.
Ooh.
They are savages over there. Just send them to the knitting community.
They are savages with needles over there.
Yes. Yes, I mean, I've seen it leak out somehow over Twitter. And I'm just like, wow, I am never gonna make those ladies angry.
Those ladies are, I'm telling you, that is I stumbled across that community, and you wouldn't believe, like, immediately she was like, how did you get here? How did you find my channel? Why are you here? Did so-and-so send you? I'm like, no, you came up in my algorithm. I just wanted to learn how to make an octopus, but I'll leave.
Yes, no, but it's really like that, though. Some of them are going to find this, by the way, and they're going to be like,
Yeah.
I've got a couple of them that are subs.
they'll either be like, nuh-uh, or they'll be like, no, that's real.
They fight over the knit one. They're like, no, it's not knit one, purl two. It's okay, or the kind of yarn, or
Yeah, so well, you don't mess with someone that can crochet your casket. So
true.
I mean, I can crochet. I can't knit. But also some people get really, really, really intense about it. And like, dude, I just wanna crochet a blanket.
Right,
I've heard they get crazy over there.
I promise. I'm not like been sent by anybody. I just want to be here. And actually the channel that I was in, I like warmed up to me because I don't scare off too easily. I was like, oh, I like you. You're a little fiery. I might stay around here. And a bunch of them ended up subbing to the channel. So yeah, definitely. You don't want to wake the yarn and plush community. You don't want that kind of heat, fuzzy.
And I'm not gonna mess with the lady that's got a needle that she could shove through my eye and it would come out the back of my brain. I mean,
is it really
needles
that
are
serious?
long. Yes, they are that serious.
They're gonna knit an Afghan out of your intestines.
Mm-hmm.
They're savage.
They're savage. Mom, the first night, Mom, because it hadn't. Mom told me she called me one day and she goes, "I went in the knitting community last night." She goes, "Oh my gosh!" She goes, "They are savages." She goes, "It took them about 30 minutes to warm up to me." She goes, "But I didn't back down." I'm like, "Oh Lord."
I'll just stay out of there. My luck, I'd
Yeah.
have a knock at the door the next day with a woman standing there with 2 needles in her hand. I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm good. Have a good day." I don't have good luck, though.
Oh, but the thing is, you get on the wrong side, man. They'll search up everything about you, and before you know it, it's like picking a fight with the menswear guy on Twitter, and all of a sudden he's calling your tailor.
I was doxxed by the knitting community.
They will, though. They will ruin your life.
The knitting community ruined my life.
I've heard that about the baking community, but never the knitting. That's new.
The knitting community will eat the baking community. I'm telling you, those women, there's something else over there.
Good Lord.
Yeah, listen, they got hordes of yarn. They've got hordes of yarn. Like, we're talking about people that have like entire rooms that are dedicated to their yarn hoard. They're serious.
That's a lot of damn yarn.
Yeah, it really is, though.
Mom said the night she went in there, they were arguing over the kind. 2 of them were arguing over the kind of yarn they had.
Yes. Yep. They're very intense. The one thing I've seen from them
Don't
that's
go to
been
Michael's
good.
on sale days.
Oh God.
Lisa said there's bodies in there.
They'll get you. You take the last bit of that yarn that they need to finish what they're doing, they'll get you.
Oh, Mama Bear said I can crochet, but I'm not. That's the other side of Mama Bear that we don't know. You hide that, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I can make things. I crochet straight lines. That's it. I crochet straight lines. Straight lines, I'm good. I can make a blanket out of it. I can make a scarf. We're all good. Very utilitarian as far as that goes. But like, some of the stuff they're making is real complex and difficult, and like clothing. So, you know, they're on a completely different level.
That explains a lot. We had one of those in our community for a while. Maybe that's what the problem is. Now I get it. Now I get it. Damn.
I tried to warn you.
The one thing I've seen is going against the AI slop, because they're like, that is not even close. That's not even possible. Come on now.
That makes all the sense in the world now, Victor. This one used to knit her own undergarments, so that explains everything to me right then and there. That's all I had to hear. So yes.
What?
Oh yeah. You don't remember, Kimber?
No, I don't remember somebody knitting their own undergarments. That's got to be itchy.
She would talk about how she knitted bras and other things, and she was wearing them, showed them once, and I'm like, oh, good Lord. Mama Bear, you remember. She's been gone for a little while now, thank the Lord, but that explains a whole lot after what I just heard.
Well, all right. So if we ever find any does with knitted underwear,
we know where to go look. What genre to start in.
100%.
Just go and ask the yarn ladies, and they'll be like, yeah, sure, I know who that is. Look at those stitches. I know exactly who that is."
Right.
Unreal.
I recognize that signature corner.
Yeah,
I recognize those stitches. She does that whatever stitch.
Yeah, seriously. I bet you anything you find something that's like where it's listed as hand knitted or anything, you bring it over to the knitting people and they'll be like, I know who that is.
They can tell you how many thread count the yarn is, how many stitches it took, and how long it took to knit it. That's crazy. I never would have ever thought that in my life.
There are some groups that are very intense, and it can come as a big big surprise. Like I said, it's like taking on the menswear guy on Twitter, and I don't know if you guys have ever seen him just destroy people. But
The menswear guy?
Oh my god. He is
I'd never even heard of him.
Oh, he's lethal. Some guy came, he was talking about watches. He was talking about a watch that was in like a picture. And he was talking about men's watches, right? And this guy came in and started arguing with him. And I swear to God, the menswear guy pulled up his arrest record and was like, I don't take fashion advice from a pedophile.
Wow.
Oh my lord.
Good God.
And
Okay,
he pulled up the criminal history, and he pulled up the articles on it and everything else. And he's like, you know, I make what did he say? He said, I make lists about watches. You're on a watch list.
Oh, wow.
So stay away from the knitting community and the menswear guy on Twitter.
And the baking
Okay.
community too,
Note to
Kimber. They're
self.
rough too.
Yes.
And the baking community.
It's starting to sound like the true crime community is the most normal one based on everything we're talking about tonight. And we're bad as it
I'll
is.
stay where I am. Missing and crime is that's my genre. It's much safer over here.
It sounds like they're much
Their crazy
safer.
matches my crazy.
I'll tell you this much. I've even learned recently the toy community is kind of wild too. Believe that or not. I found that out recently. So, yeah. Everybody's a little crazy, I guess.
Yeah.
So Victor, on a serious note, what is the best way for us to help you? What is the best way that we can help you in the LGBTQ community with getting missing information out?
So one thing is definitely if you see a case of somebody who is LGBTQ or who you think is, send them to me. I get messages all the time from people, and I very much appreciate it. I put them in the database that I have. I also will put them into NamUs if I have any entries left for the month. And then I'll also reach out to local groups. Sometimes I'm able to find them alive and posting on a different platform, and I can contact the missing person directly and find out, you know, what's going on and give them advice, you know, on how to proceed. Because sometimes people will report, you know, trans people or queer people as missing maliciously, so that they get harassed by police. So,
That's a damn
if you
shame.
send it to me, that's I mean, it's crazy. There's one person that I know for a fact is not a missing person. They're an adult now. They left of their own accord, and they're in the NCMEC database. And I know that they're not missing because I see their Instagram and they're out there living their best life. They're doing great. They're just have no inclination to speak to the police to get their information removed. You know, I've also had people who were missing before, you know, find their flyer and be like, I'm safe. You know, thank you so much for looking for me, and I'm safe, and you know, you can take this down. Great, awesome, love that. If you guys, you know, share the cases, that helps a lot. It really does. The reason why I'm careful about what I'm sharing currently is just because I feel like my visibility is high enough and it's easier to target me, but that doesn't mean that you guys can't, because, you know, you guys share, you know, a broad group of people that are missing. And on my personal accounts, I'll also share pretty freely, you know, regardless. but on my accounts, which are specifically for people from my community, I am intentionally obfuscating what kind of queer person they are. So I won't necessarily say that they're trans or bi or gay or a sex worker or whatever else. And I, except for the trans people, I generally did leave that out as well. But when a trans person is missing, I really need people to be looking out for them, because I also know the other part of that, aside from them being targeted, is that people who are well-meaning can keep an eye out for them, and if they see them, they can be like, just want to make sure that you're safe. That's it.
Correct. Right.
It's a really changing situation right now, and been trying to come up with ways to still get the word out and keep people safe. And like I said, things could change, but I think that if it doesn't say specifically that someone is trans, that it is a safer situation for everybody. I also have been considering on whether or not I should post the gender on it on anybody's case. If I just take the gender out entirely and just have their name, and everything else, for the time being, or until things are a little bit less intense and scary. If it's across the board and just nobody gets that information put out, I think that might be okay as well, because it can be conspicuous if you leave the gender in for all the cisgender people but take it out for all the trans people, then that becomes a tell that that person is trans. And
Right.
I can clock people and tell people. I know there are people out there, they're like, I can always tell. Those people cannot tell. I promise you, they have an almost 100% failure rate. But I have a pretty good record of clocking people. Whether I post it or not, because it's part of my job. And whether people are mentioned, there are small tells that can say, that can lead me to believe that somebody might be a queer person. But I don't give those out, because those can be used as a way to target people. If you know what you're looking for, though, you'll know. Like, gaydar is a real thing. Gaydar is a real thing. And if you don't know how to target people to look for them, you also won't know how to target them for causing them problems, really. Like, I would be fine saying privately to you, but I wouldn't say it on a broadcast. I wouldn't necessarily put it in writing. I won't even give it to agencies that I'm training, or to anthropologists or anything like that. I'll give them a very vague, broad explanation, but I will not tell them specific things, because that information it's too easy for somebody with nefarious intentions to go out there and use that information for harming people.
Right. Absolutely.
See that?
And
But
do no harm is very important.
Yeah,
it,
and see that's the part that scares me, is the missing and the nefarious intentions that some people have.
yeah, well, that's the same. Like I said, it's the same consideration that I have when I'm dealing with someone whose case is an undocumented person, for instance. You know, um, I have to look at the source of the information is coming from, and then I have to weigh whether or not putting that information out there is going to cause, more of a problem for them. And usually, if I don't mention that the person is undocumented, then I think it should be okay. But a lot of Facebook groups and people and everything else also won't share those cases because they're not officially reported as a missing person, and they need a police report to share them. But undocumented people or families who have mixed statuses involved, a lot of the time are not going to get the police involved, because that could, wind up with one or more family members getting deported or being arrested or whatever. And again, sometimes I'm getting tips from people who are concerned, and they're the only one in their lives looking for this person. I had a trans person a couple years ago who was reported to me by her friend, and she was undocumented. That's why the friend contacted me, not the police, because the family could not do it, for whatever reason. And that friend was the only one down in their area looking for her. And then that friend passed away like 2 months later. So now me and anybody who sees my flyer are going to be the only people really looking for her. The police don't know that she's missing. She didn't have a lot of friends in the area, and her family is too afraid to report her. There are. I'm just saying, there are definitely other communities where they aren't necessarily going to be completely safe by sharing their flyers or their information. So I kind of try and look at the other groups that deal with those cases, for guidance as well. Like I said, you can keep it in between private, or you can put it out there and strip out any information that you think might make them be targeted. That seems to be the best way I found to still get the information out there, and mitigate the possible damage as much as possible. But yeah,
we
also
definitely don't want to do harm. We want to help.
Yeah, but it's also good for everybody to be aware, when you're going through your work, that there are people that don't get reported. There are people that fall through the cracks. There are people who the police won't let you report them as missing for whatever reason. That's not just queer people. I've seen cishet people, and it's their biological family, it's their mother and everything else, and the police will not take a report. I've seen reports get closed erroneously. I've seen them send all of the information for a case to the landfill, and then the body, or the skeleton at that point, to a landfill with all the evidence of the case, while there's this known serial killer in the area.
Wow.
Kings County, Washington, for anybody who's thinking like, oh, what are they talking about? Yeah, no, they sent a skeleton, an unidentified person's skeleton, and all of the files from the case to the Tacoma, Washington landfill 2 years after this girl was found, without identifying her. And there was a missing person.
I'm mind blown right now.
There was a
literally
missing person that matched the description, and Ted Bundy was active. Like, that there were serial killers that they knew about that were active in the area at the time. And yeah, sorry. But that people mess up cases. Police don't recognize obvious things. Sometimes people get misclassified. If you have an inkling that somebody is a match to a doe, you should send it in. Really, even if it seems frivolous, send it in. Let them go through the process of figuring out whether or not you're right. If you're sure it's the right person, really push them, or if you're that confident, get the family to contact them, because the family can be like, hi, why hasn't this been checked out yet? Because I've also seen that tactic work. Also, if you have a missing person and they don't want to take a missing person's case on it, find a doe that you think could match that kind of a description and contact the medical examiner there or the police department that is dealing with the doe and say, hi, I think that this person who is missing and is not listed anywhere could be a match. Can we get this missing person entered in, and maybe talk to their family and get a DNA sample, do some work, maybe do your job, and contact them. They're more likely to put in a missing persons case for someone that they didn't take a report from before if they think there's a match to a doe.
Oh, wow.
That's definitely good information to know.
Yeah, that's very good information.
Yeah. It is not something that they tell
Interesting.
people because they don't want people just making stuff up. But if you really think that it's possible, or if there's a very ambiguous show. What was that? Yeah, if you find a missing person and they're like, I'm not going to take this report because of reasons, really, you can escalate. You can escalate to if it's with the town, you can escalate to the county or the sheriff. If it doesn't go with the sheriff, you can go to the state police. If it doesn't work with them, you can try a bunch of other groups to annoy the living crap out of people until someone does something.
How often does
Sometimes
that happen?
What?
How often does? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. If I did, my apologies. But how often does that happen?
I mean, it not infrequently for my cases. Also, if you live in like New York City, right? They want you to give a police report in person. If you cannot give a police report in person, they will not take it. So if you live in California and you're reporting your brother who's missing in New York City, they want you to hop on a plane and fly to New York City to put in that report. So it happens not infrequently. It really depends on the department, and then knowing how to kind of get around that is good, but also it's not always going to work. I have a case right now that we've been trying to get listed as a missing person for over a year now, but we can't confirm the last place where they were. And because we can't confirm the last place that they were, nobody will take a missing persons report on them.
Wow.
So, and the rest of their family is in like Honduras. They're a green card holder, but the rest of their family is in a different country.
And they have no idea how our customs or any of us stuff works, so therefore they're not getting anywhere with it.
Well, yeah. So, and then internationally, when you're dealing with anything internationally, you have to, talk to consulates and embassies and everything else and get their, citizen services involved, and that can be a real pain in the ass. Like there was a There was a Canadian guy that went missing in Seven Palms out in California. He went for a walk and just never came back. And so his wife was still in Canada and was trying to report him as missing. He had news reports. The cops knew he was missing and everything else, but they wouldn't take an official report. It took us a year and a half to get him listed in NamUs and the other database, and she had to keep calling the American authorities and the Canadian authorities, and it was a mess. And that was with a friendly government and friendly, we work back and forth with Canada all the time on missing persons cases and unidentified cases. And they finally found him and he was finally identified, but it took longer, I think, because of all of the bureaucratic crap that goes into that. But yeah, I mean, it's important to remember that there's a lot of people that don't get reported, or that their families can't get reported, can't report them, or the friends can't report them for whatever reason. Sometimes police departments say they take a report and they don't. They just lie and say that they did, but they didn't. That happens a lot less now than it used to. It also used to be a policy with a bunch of departments that a child who went missing, if the child would have turned 18 as soon as, on their birthday, when they would turn 18, they would get purged from the database, regardless of whether or not they were found. That, again, that's not the way it goes now, but it used to be for a bunch of departments. It's important to keep it in mind, especially if you're looking at does, that there are a lot of people who are still missing that are not listed. And if you guys, I don't know, if you guys ever do newspapers.com research, I found so many people in there who were missing that I've gotten listed eventually who were not listed. Just by going through newspapers. Also, if you're looking at does, remember that there's a military missing persons list. I think you can find it on the Wayback Machine or something. There's people went missing from the military in about 2013, 2014, right around the time that Terry Rasmussen was identified. Right around then, NamUs started adding in a bunch of people who had gone AWOL from the military, and there was just all of a sudden they put in a couple hundred people who had been missing from the military for decades. There is a list of people who are missing from the military that the military used to put out. There's an archive of it, I think, on the Wayback Machine. Double check with that, and especially with the ones in your area, because it might give you an additional place to look for potential matches. Also look for people that went missing from prison breaks in newspapers, because fugitives and stuff like that, people who have warrants out for them, do not get added to the missing persons databases. If they're on parole and they miss their parole date, or they miss a meeting with the parole officer, they will not be, most of the time, included in the missing persons databases, because they think that they are on the run from the law and not actually a missing person.
I have a question real quick, being that you brought that up. So if somebody goes missing and they were involved in a crime per se, they get arrested, they go to prison, they were on the list. Once they go to prison, did they take them off?
Yeah.
Okay.
If they're in prison, like if I've had people that had missing persons reports, they didn't have a warrant, but they got arrested while they were a missing person, and then found them because they were in jail and contacted the contacted the police for the department and been like, "Hi, I found them. They're alive and they're in this jail." And once they confirm that they're physically in that jail, with the authorities there, then they'll remove them from the list.
Gotcha. I asked because I wondered how many of the missing people we've looked at may have ended up going to jail, and where people are still looking for them. I wondered if they were taken off. So that's a good thing to know. Thank you.
I always check jails in the area, but also like I said, recognize that sometimes the family's trying to get them listed as missing. The police won't do a report because they have a warrant. And they won't, even in the law that got passed a couple years ago that says that all the cases in the NCIC, all the missing persons cases have to be uploaded to NamUs. Even that law has a cutout so that fugitives or people with warrants don't have to be included in that. So it's always a good idea to check arrest records, police blotters and things like that in an area.
Good to know. Thank you.
You're
They
welcome.
haven't been following that law about everyone being entered into NamUs since it's been passed anyway. I run into that issue all the time.
Yeah, well, the NCIC is supposed to be coming up with something with NamUs to like port the entries over, but God only knows what's going to happen with that now. I was really looking forward to that. I was hoping for that because that seems like that would be really good. But some databases are walled off from other databases for probably good reasons, but in ways that will make it more difficult to match up the information. Like, for instance, Ohio doesn't share dental records with NamUs because they have a law that says that you can't share dental records. They'll share DNA though. And California's DNA database is not shared automatically with CODIS. Like their missing persons stuff is not automatically shared with CODIS.
I know we have some weird laws. I live in Ohio, some weird laws here with that kind of stuff. I've heard that stuff before. So yeah.
Yeah. Ohio is why you don't have public dental charts anymore. They used to have public dental charts on NamUs. And they don't do that anymore, and that's because of Ohio. If you go and you look back at the old Web Sleuths threads, especially ones that Carl Koppelman was involved in, back right after NamUs got put up, you can actually see Carl is in there like looking at the different dental charts and comparing them to see until they took that away.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's also why some of the older Doe Network cases say whether or not dentals are available, because you can't even see if dentals or any indication are available anymore. But NamUs used to say that. NamUs also used to tell you what kind of DNA they had. And they don't tell you what kind it is anymore. So if it was a nuclear or a mitochondrial, they would tell you, if they had different kinds of DNA available for a doe, and they don't do that anymore either. And it's probably because of a different state's laws.
This is all very interesting. I am very appreciative that you're spreading this to us and helping us learn all this stuff. It's very interesting.
Listen, I am so happy to help anybody else that is doing this work because, you know, one of the first things that gets defunded whenever there's a cut in budgets for police is the missing persons departments and their cases, and cold cases and unidentified people. There are a bunch of these departments have got retired officers and detectives working on this in their free time for free. You know, or one of the detectives that you know, that I work with on a case that we're trying to do, you know, forensic genetic genealogy right now. You know, she does it in her evenings. She does genealogy in her evenings trying to identify people, which is like crazy. You know, so anything that we can do to try and help bring people home and give support to the families and try and get some justice for the people that need it, you know, I am entirely on board with doing. And I think that with more information, you know, more knowledge and more just understanding of how the different systems interact, I think gives everybody a better chance of being able to help, you know, in whatever way they can. And I know, like I said, burnout is a big problem, and I know that I've managed to stay around a bit longer than a lot of other people. But that might be because I don't have videos. I don't do my own videos at this time. You know, I do a bunch of the background work that doesn't necessarily have me like interacting as much in a way that's going to burn me out. Like I have other ways that are going to burn me out, but you know, a lot of it is, you know, like kind of delayed grief from because you get secondary trauma from having to look at the stuff that we look at, and
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah.
read the things that we read, like just like, you know, and we're not, most of the people doing this are not getting paid. Most of them are doing it just because they really want to help, and because they're trying to do a good thing. You can and will get secondary trauma from looking at the stuff that you do if you don't do self-care and everything else. But also, you know, knowing how to work efficiently, knowing that you can't contact, you know, for a comparison in a certain way with a certain agency is helpful. It's helpful knowledge to have. You'd like, oh, I have to go about this a different way, because then you're not getting frustrated and spinning your wheels trying to do something that you can't do, or that you need to like schmooze a little bit. No, okay, so most detectives that are doing this, most medical examiners and most detectives that are doing this work really also want to help, and they want to help the cases. A lot of them are also very overloaded. They have very high caseloads, you know, and most of them are not being malicious. They want to see the cases be solved. So as long as you keep that in mind, you know, anything that you're doing to help is going to be help. And a lot of the time, as long as they're not being flooded with the craziest shit you've ever heard, um then they're fine with getting the help, right? And I say that
But
because
be help.
there are some cases where people are crazy. where they are actually crazy about, and they say the craziest crap you've ever heard in your entire life, and they bother the agency with this insane crap, and then the agency has to write a report or go and check it out because they have to go and investigate this, and you're literally taking time and money and everything else because you think that, you know, somebody down the street is suspicious. If you don't have proof of them actually being involved, you shouldn't call for that, actually. Like, if you have a sneaking suspicion, you have a really, really good suspicion, okay, go ahead and call them. But if you're going to call and, like, I had to check out the Delphi case at some point because people got very crazy and were just accusing random people. And there was a trans lady that they accused of being the killer at some point. And the explanation that they gave was that she transitioned so that her DNA wouldn't match up with any DNA found on the body. And I have to tell you, that is not how that works.
What?
No, really.
What?
They said
Wow.
she transitioned so that if they ran her DNA, it wouldn't match.
Okay, did they not realize that the DNA makeup does not change? The DNA is still the same.
No, they thought that they thought that her transitioning would change her DNA enough so that they wouldn't be able to catch her if she committed the crime. And I'm like,
Some people wear their stupid right on their forehead. I'm telling you.
I'm just
But-
gonna I'm just gonna sit here and let my brain relax for a minute because wow, that would hurt.
Yeah,
And here
I was
I
going to
thought
say that hurt.
by aliens.
I've seen
I thought,
people-
calling in a tip about being abducted by aliens took the cake. But Victor, I have to say, you just topped that.
Yeah, that's
beyond.
That's a brand new one.
It really was. I was like, wow, that is not at all how that works. I mean, I guess that's like weirdly I don't. It's weirdly like affirming, but also no, that's not at all how that works. You keep the same DNA.
Yeah, they don't change your DNA. I can't even wrap my head around the stupidity of that one.
I have had people tell me that they do not want to do a DNA test because they are afraid that the government is going to clone them.
What?
Or no, clone them. No, I won't give it. The government is going to clone me. They're going to make a clone. And that's why I can't do that.
Wow.
Okay. Oh.
Some of these people shouldn't be allowed to tie their shoes by themselves. Sorry.
No, that's it. Some people get very, very intense about some of these cases, and then they group together and they get even more crazy. And they just kind of
they go down these really deep, crazy ass rabbit holes that aren't even vaguely possible.
Yeah. Well, that's why there are some cases that I will not even go near, even if I was like looking at them in the beginning and trying to help out before they got insane. At some point, like Delphi was not that big when it started out, and then people got crazy. right? That was the people were trying to compare it to what happened with Lyric. There were the other two little girls that went out for a bike ride and never came back, and they didn't find their bodies for like 8 months. It was a Lyric Cook and oh no, what's the other one's name?
I
I
can't
forget
think
the
of her
other
name,
little
but
girl's
her
name. I think
father, her
is it
father
like
goes on.
Melissa Smith, maybe.
Mm.
Yeah, I feel terrible for them. I feel terrible for them. You know, and people really thought that Delphi and that other case might be related. And I don't know that I would necessarily rule that out, but I haven't seen any evidence to it. But some people get really, really intense about it. And I don't necessarily think that it's real helpful because again, like you said, the dad is over there, you know, still pushing, still trying to get help and everything to solve what happened to his little girl. And that's not helpful. You're not helping. Or like there was that little black kid, the little autistic Elizabeth Collins. Thank you so much. Oh my god, yes. There was a little boy who was found who was nonverbal, a little black boy who was found in Texas. He was like abandoned on the street with like a helmet on, and a bunch of people just saw autistic black kid and were like, "Oh, that's Aji." And Aji Nasir, I think. And Aji went missing from Florida at age like 4. And I don't think it would have been so bad, except that a bunch of people contacted his family, the missing kid's family. And this kid, the kid that was found, was like probably, you know, I think that it actually turned out that he was around 20. Right? But autistic, nonverbal, you know. But they contacted Aji's family and we're getting Aji's family all riled up. I was like, why would you do this? First of all, this kid doesn't look anything like Aji. First of all. Second of all, why wouldn't, if you thought that was him, why wouldn't you contact the police?
Exactly. That's not your job to do that. The law enforcement's supposed to do that.
But they contacted the missing person's family, and I'm like, this is really fucked up because, you know, it's not him. First of all, I'm going to tell you, it's not him. 100% certain it's not him. And once it's not him, you guys are going to forget that Aji even exists. But the family is going to be over here getting their hopes up, right? If this is correct, Aji had been missing at that point for like 15 years. You imagine getting a phone call from some random fucking weirdo on the internet telling you that your kid that went missing when he was 4 found 15 years later and it turns out to not be him, right? And then all of these people that were laser focused on contacting you, the family, and talking to you, all of a sudden they lose interest because it's not this kid that was found alive. And now your kid is still missing, you're heartbroken again, and all of these people have forgotten that you or your kid even exist.
And right, and it dredges up all those feelings again with the family members and gets them all worked up and all brought back to the surface. And then
hope,
you're let down. Yep.
And hope like that is a killer.
That's horrible. And that's why people need to mind their own damn business when it comes to stuff like that and let authorities do their jobs.
Yeah.
That's ignorant.
If you think it's them, call the police. Don't call the family. God, don't do that. Call the police and be like, "Hi, did you check it against this missing person?" Don't contact the family and be like, "Hi, your 4-year-old. You remember your 4-year-old that's been missing for 15 years while we think that they were found. Don't do that. People get real nuts. And they do really, really ridiculous things. And it really hurts the families. Like I said, nobody is continuing to look for Aji now. Because that other kid got identified. He's, wasn't Aji and is in state's custody now. His mom abandoned him on the street 100 miles away from where she lived. She didn't want to take care of him anymore.
And because that was brought up like that and people said that they believed that was him, everybody forgot and it's no longer an important thing and they're not looking for him. See, that's horrible to me. That is absolutely horrible.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh no, it was solved and it was this kid. But no, Aji is still missing. Yeah. Anyway, be careful about what you share and how you contact people. And, I don't know. I try and stay away from the cases where it gets, real crazy. And you never know. There's cases that, I started looking into because there wasn't a lot of attention on it, at least nationally or whatever. And then all of a sudden it turns into this way insane, crazy thing, and I just got back up a little bit. Like that one in Idaho, the Valo case.
Oh God, yeah.
When they first went missing, nobody was looking for them. There was 2 people on Twitter who were sharing information on their case, and they were like, something real messed up is going on here. There was 2 people who were sharing the flyers, and it really was not getting a lot of attention. And then it came out with all the stuff that came out, and all of a sudden everybody was like, okay, there's some weird shit happening here.
Well, the bad thing about that case, that case was bad all around. But another bad thing about that was because I watched the Doomsday Mom, and they had body cam of the father, the real father, telling them, "Hey, this and that," and they just ignored him.
Yes,
they basically ignored him. So you have to, there comes a point where you have to ask if officers listened to the family sometimes, like in that case, could that have been prevented? Could that have been prevented?
Oh, I 100% think that could have been prevented. There's so much weirdness with that case. Like I said, when it was just the kids that were missing initially, hardly anybody was paying attention to it. There was 2 people on Twitter talking about it. There was Denise Ramey, who passed away from COVID in the middle of it, and one other person. And then after Brian Enton went down to Hawaii and confronted her, that right about then is when everything blew up. And yeah, everything was more insane the more you looked at it. And people were calling in and being like, oh, I saw Tylee in this place and that place, a month after she went missing. And they're like, I'm sure it was her. It was not. It definitely was not. And now we know it was not. But, there's a lot of muddying the waters and people being really intensely wrong about stuff in ways that aren't really helpful. I mean, the case is already messed up enough. You don't need to make it worse.
Oh, we see that a lot in this community. You've got these, we call them tragedy pimps. They'll take a case, they'll start attacking the parents and everything else. Just anything they can do for drama because they know it brings the views and shit. And the most recent one that they seem to have attached themselves to is Sebastian Rogers' case. So.
Yes, I've seen that. Seen that rather intensely. I call them tragedy tourists. Because yeah, they treat it like it's a fun pastime, this fun game. We're gonna go and treat people's real life tragedies in their real life like it's a whodunit fun mystery game. We're gonna play Clue. In the meantime,
Exactly.
we're ruining people's lives.
And sadly, in this community, we also have they call them crime scene tourists, and that's a real term, and that's what they do.
Yes. Yeah. The only time I've ever gone to a crime scene, because I have done it once. It is a doe that nobody has ever heard of. It's in my area, and because we were trying to get more information on that doe at the time, I went and took pictures of the area that they were found in. But also, that is a 40-something-year-old case at this point. So, and again, it's got no attention on it, and it's local to me. So I was like, oh, I'll go and take pictures for while I'm trying to look at this case that's in the area. But it wasn't for any morbid thing. I was literally trying to find out who this person was.
Right, and that's doing the right thing. That's doing the research where we have these people that, and I'm not going to use any names. Everybody that's here in the chat knows that something will happen, and it's like they have a teleport machine, and they all of a sudden appear in front of these people's house on stream live, and it's just it's disgusting.
Every time.
There was one creator that well, there were several, but they gathered outside the home of baby Quentin. And there was a guy in that neighborhood that was dying, that was on hospice, and he literally had to flee the neighborhood because of all the harassment and stuff that was going on. He couldn't even die peacefully because of all the noise and the racket.
Yeah. I remember when they identified Susan Savekis.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was attacking her mother.
Wow.
And I mean, if you know about her case at all, she tried to get help, and the police said, "Well, the stepfather is allowed to take the kids," and they wouldn't go and look for him. By the way, found out last year sometime, it wasn't really well publicized, but the baby that they were also never able to find, they did actually find him. He had been dropped off about 150 miles away to an orphanage and was given up for adoption. He's alive and well.
Wow.
So
Wow.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Well, I have one case that I covered, and the boy was recovered, but I can't say anything or put anything out because the FBI is still building a case against the abductor. But the father was at least kind enough to let me know that the boy is in FBI custody right now.
Well, that's good to know. I love that. I hate it when they can't put out information. It's really frustrating. Really frustrating because you're like you want to be like, oh my god, yes, they're found. Like but don't want to tip people off, if
Oh,
somebody
absolutely. I mean,
Right.
just
Exactly.
because you have a piece of knowledge, and I've said this 1,000 times, and I wish more creators would live by this motto, just because you have the piece of information doesn't mean that it's for public consumption. Sometimes
Yes.
you've just got to use good judgment and not put something out there that's going to hurt the integrity of a case.
Right.
Yes.
Law enforcement holds things back on purpose. There's reasons why they do it in so many cases. And a lot of people don't seem to get that. As soon as they get some kind of a leak or something, they run crazy with it. And sometimes you got to just stop and think and go, there's a reason why this wasn't put out,
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
I mean, I hold stuff back all the time. Sometimes it's not even relevant, But other people would, if they knew it, they would probably publish it because it's salacious.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, we just there was just something that was put out about a cult. The person that was reporting on it absolutely was doing it because they do not have good intentions. But I fell down a rabbit hole trying to find out who a person was they'd been shot to death. And I helped compile the list of trans people that gets read out every year for the Trans Day of Remembrance. So we had, in newspaper reports, we had a person who was trans who was listed as having been shot to death in the commission of a crime, right? And we don't take a stance anyway on that. If they've passed away, we compile the information and we figure that people can do with that information as they want, but at least like you can make that decision for yourself if you have the information. So I spent 8 months trying to figure out what this girl's name was. And I found a lot of crazy. Really a lot of stuff. And I didn't publish any of that stuff because it wasn't relevant to what I was looking at. But I did, I eventually did find her name, which is great. Put it in there. That's fine. Just a week ago, I think, a big report came out about the cult that's involved there. And it is a cult. And it's a lot of real not great information. And like, I didn't put that out there because it wasn't relevant. But also, I don't think the reporter necessarily should have put out a bunch of this information since the FBI is still looking for several of these people.
MSM does that all the time. All the time.
Yeah. Like, why don't you just let them do their investigation if they're not sitting there and putting out a flyer about it? Because the FBI will do that. If they're not out there being like, we need your help on this, maybe you shouldn't post a 35-page profile about all of this stuff that gives out enough details to be a problem.
Good point, especially if the FBI is investigating it. You're gonna, these people watch the internet too. They watch TV too. They're gonna bolt, and you're gonna screw up that case. That just doesn't make sense.
Well,
Yes,
and also when you've got a missing child, especially, and they're
Mhm.
putting out all this salacious information. We've seen it with Sebastian's case in particular. That child's found, especially after their parents have been dragged, all their personal information has been put out. Do you really think they're going to want to come home?
Nope.
What's their life going to be like when they do come home?
they're gonna bolt.
Exactly.
They are going to bolt, and you're gonna be in a worse situation than you are now. It's the same thing I said when we were sharing trans kids cases, and they were insisting on putting the wrong name on flyers. I said, if you call that kid that name, they're not going to stick around. They're going to bolt.
Oh, especially in those cases, because a lot of the reason why those kids leave in the first place is because their families refuse to call them by anything other than their dead name.
Exactly.
Yeah, and if they're in state custody, then they're not going to come to that name. They're going to be like, no, you're going to throw me back in a group home where they abuse me and restrict my food.
Yep.
Yeah,
9 out of 10 times, Arctic, you're right. I mean, that's why they left in the first place if they're runaways and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So they have no support.
there's a couple of people that internally I call them frequent flyers because I see them go missing so often. That I'm real concerned about, because if I see somebody showing up as a kid, especially in a missing persons database repeatedly over many years, something real bad is happening there.
Oh,
Like what?
100%. And in
Yeah.
those cases, that's when, law enforcement and CPS probably need to involve themselves and start looking at the parents a little bit, because kids don't just run away for no reason. There's something going on in that home that's triggering that kid to leave that many times.
Amen.
Yeah, and if they're in state custody, then clearly whatever you're doing is not good. It's not good enough because this kid keeps going missing and they're running.
Yeah.
That's a problem too. That especially these kids that are in state custody. How are they running so often? How are they not being guarded in that sense? If you know that they're a runner and if they're prone to do these things, then you should be watching them a little closer. And they're not, obviously.
Yeah, like
You would be
obviously they need more
surprised.
support.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I was gonna say those kids need extra support, and you know that if they're running like that, they're at increased risk for violence, sex trafficking, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, interpersonal violence. Like they are at increased risk of everything. They're like the highest risk group that you can have out there.
Oh,
So
100%. 100%. And statistically speaking, runaways are at a higher risk of being trafficked or selling themselves on the street than an abduction victim, because they have to find a way to support themselves out on the street. And that's why it pisses me off so damn bad when law enforcement gets out a rubber stamp and seems to stamp everyone over the age of 10 that goes missing as a damn runaway.
Yeah.
Preach it, Arctic.
Or when they tell you, don't put too much time and emphasis on it. They're just a runaway.
yeah, there was a non-binary kid that went missing from Massachusetts 2 years ago for a case that I had been tracking. And nobody was seriously looking for this kid. And they made the news when their boyfriend, whose house they had been living in, stabbed them to death with a sword.
When it happens, when it's too late.
But people knew that they were living there. People knew where this kid was. Why didn't somebody go there and get this kid out of that situation?
You
know?
had a situation like that too, Arctic, didn't you? Or knew of or were involved in a situation like that of some sort?
Okay, run that past me again. I had someone messaging me and I didn't catch what was said.
It was known where a runaway was, and police were sent, didn't see him, find him.
Yeah. Well, Mom was in on that too. We had a kid right out of Ohio, and the mother knew exactly where he was because the people that had him had a history with this child of grooming him and getting him to come over to their house. And the mother goes through the neighborhood shouting for her kid because the police aren't doing a damn thing to try to find him. She gets arrested for disturbing the peace. Lo and behold, we finally get the cops to get off their dead ass and go out and look for the kid. They don't see him. And they miss him completely. He was hiding between a mattress and a box springs in the house.
But
laughing at the cops while they walk by looking for him. The little shit was in, and I have permission from his mother to call him a little shit, was hiding in between the mattress and the box springs. And what will just infuriate the hell out of you is the fact that we not only knew where he was, knew who he was with, but had ring cam footage of him getting in the vehicle with them.
And he a repeat offender, wasn't he, Mom? Where he kept doing it?
Yes, he's a runner.
He's a runner.
So knowing that, that's why I brought that up, because knowing that he's a repeat offender, he does it again. Then you go and you do these things. You act on these tips. You look into it. You pay attention, you know?
Yeah, well, especially because you know that they're at much higher risk of everything, and they have no protections. If you're not even going to look for them because they're a runaway. Like, listen, I understand that people run away all the time, right? I do. I understand that it's a huge volume of people that go missing, but you also know that most of them are found within the first 2 weeks. The majority of people that go missing are found within the first 2 weeks. If they're gone longer than that, you need to start doing something and be concerned. And if it's a kid, you should be concerned straight up, immediately, even if they're a runaway. even if they're a runaway, because I mean,
and here's the thing, Victor. I've got a petition right now that I'm trying to get enough signatures on. I want to get it up to 250,000 signatures or so. But to standardize the Amber Alert system straight across the board, to where every child that goes missing that's 18 or younger will automatically get an Amber Alert sent. Because when those alerts are sent, those children are found within hours as a general rule.
yeah. And right now they only do it if there's a known abductor. Although that's not true either, because I've absolutely seen ones where there is no known abductor and they go ahead and put an alert out.
The problem is that the criteria is different from one state to the other. For instance, Texas will issue Amber Alerts that Arkansas wouldn't put out. Tennessee will put out Amber Alerts that Nevada won't put out. So, a child that would get an Amber Alert in Tennessee wouldn't get it in, say, Idaho. So,
yeah,
it should
and
be a national thing.
well, so here in New Jersey, a lot of the times, we will get Amber Alerts from New York, and from Pennsylvania if they think. I mean, we're a smaller state, but if they think that there's a possibility that an abducted kid is coming through here, we will get those Amber Alerts too. But those are, statewide ones. And a lot of kids don't get reported to the NECMEC, because a lot of police departments don't do that as a standard. They will tell the parents that you have to report it, and NECMEC also does not have anybody that goes out and looks for flyers or cases that are being mentioned elsewhere, to include them in their database or issue, alerts or anything else. The statewide Amber Alert system is a little bit better about that kind of thing. But really, if your kid goes missing, there's no guarantee that anybody else besides the police department that has the account is going to know about it, especially if they think it's a runaway. Right? If they think your kid is a runaway, they might not include them anywhere. NECMEC also often does not add their cases to NamUs, despite having special access, special privileges, and a liaison specifically for that. The liaison there the liaison that works with NECMEC to do NamUs things, used to be the regional manager for New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. For NamUs. In theory, they could add all of those cases pretty easily, but they often don't. I mean, the NECMEC database has less than 5,000 children in it.
Well, and Nick Mick did something recently that really bothers me too, because they just don't have any information on their flyers anymore. They used to put out detailed information about, the kid's height and weight, which I know you said earlier that's not important, but I'd like to put that in my videos, because if it does help identify the kid. If you to say the kid's 5 feet tall, it's a lot different than looking for someone that's 6 feet tall. So.
Yes, and I think that because they took that information off of there, I think that they should be making sure that they put that information into NamUs. I think that NamUs is not great for flyers, but if you're doing extra information about it for, like you said, for a video or anything like that, then I think that information should be somewhere. If the only place that has it is the NECMEC database, that is a problem.
I agree.
Right? That information should be in the state database. It should be in the national database. And it it should be available in places where someone who is actually going to go and look for that information can find it. But the NCMEC database is a pain in the ass to look through. Like just a complete pain in the ass. I'm going to tell you something fun about trans kids in the NCMEC database, because sometimes they do take the gender out for those cases, and because they do that, and not for all of them, but for some of them, but because of that, if you go and you are looking for a trans kid, just in a list, and you put in unknown gender, nothing comes up. There are 0 results. If you put male, you'll get a bunch of cases. If you put female, you'll get a bunch of cases. But the trans kids won't be in any of those cases. They will not come up at all if you put in a gender or sex in the search criteria. Trans kids are automatically excluded from any search results if you put in any information in that field.
Wow.
And it is a back-end thing that they could fix in 5 minutes. I know because my spouse is a programmer, and I showed him the problem. And I said, this is what's happening. Here's what I think happened and everything else. He's like, yeah, there's a box on the back end that they're clicking, right? That just pulls that information out, doesn't make it public. But it also takes them out of the search results. And I have been telling them about it for 5 or 6 years now. And they still have not fixed it. So I can tell you, I even know exactly when it happened. I have pinpointed the exact moment that this started being a problem in 2017, because a high-profile famous guy's trans daughter went missing. And when they dead-named and misgendered her, he was completely outraged and pissed off about it and said so publicly. So after that, they changed it, but they didn't change it for the ones that were in before that. So I was able to track the difference. Anyway, it would be an easy fix, and they haven't done it. As long as you know that not to put in any sex or gender information if you're looking for trans kids, you have to go through page by page and look for them individually and open up all of the posters. Also, you can only advance 1 page at a time. You can only see 10 cases on a page at a time. So if you want to go through the 4,600 cases that are in there right now, it's going to take you about 5.5 hours. And I know because I go through that database once a week looking for kids.
Wow.
It's a mess. There is an API that's not published. Oh. The API is not published. I have it, but it's not helpful. Let's see, hold on. Yeah, that's really hit or miss with that. They don't put a lot of things. They don't put piercings. They don't put scars. They don't put disabilities. They don't put tattoos sometimes. Some of the NCMEC posters will say, caution, do not approach, which I think is not great when you're talking about a kid.
Well, and I have seen that too on the Aware Foundation's flyers and stuff, and it's hit or miss on that, in my opinion, because some of these kids have very violent tendencies, and there's a damn good reason why it says don't approach them.
Yeah, and I got that. But I think that it's not particularly helpful, and if you're going to put on one, you should put on all of them. Don't approach a kid.
Well, yeah, that's true too. That's
You,
true
as
too.
an adult, should not be approaching a kid. You should call the police and have the police come and approach the kid. You're an adult. You should not approach this child. Or any child. If you think they're a missing child, call the police.
I wish more creators would follow that advice instead of trying to offer someone that they think is a missing kid a cake pop.
What?
Right.
We had a creator. He thought that he saw Sebastian Rogers, or says that he thought he saw Sebastian Rogers. And he's like, I even tried to give the kid a cake pop to try to see if it was Sebastian or not. I was like, dying. I fell out of my chair. I was like,
yeah, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
He's an idiot.
Like, you guys have never heard of stranger danger before?
And these are people that are supposed to be advocating for the missing, and I use my quotey fingers heavily.
Right. And I feel that there comes a lot of with that comes a lot of questions, because if there is a kid missing and you see the child, you should definitely call law enforcement. Maybe keep an eye on them. Don't approach them, because if you see them and you approach them, first of all, law enforcement could think, well, did you take him? I mean, there's just a lot of variables there that, the first person, call law enforcement. Don't be approaching a kid. I mean, they could, the child could, if they're missing, they could freak out as well.
I mean, unless you think they're in imminent danger, and even then, police might tell you keep an eye on them, but they're not going to tell you to approach them.
Right. And it just, that's just like when, and I'll use this as reference just because, but when Sebastian went first missing, people were like, oh, if I saw him, don't invite him into your house. Call the police, because if you invite him into your house, you could be opening up a whole can of worms here.
Also, you don't know if any of these people that are saying that are actually involved. I'm going to tell you that right now. Some of these people that are doing shit are active in the community. We've found multiple cases now where people were involved in conversations about the cases that were there. They were involved. They were the perpetrator, and they were in there talking about them or following those things. You don't know.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, because there's one particular case, Summer Wells, and there's a batshit crazy neighbor that came out of the woodwork like a cockroach and inserted herself into the case. Her name's Jody Sue Brown, and ever since she did that, she's my main suspect in her disappearance. Her and her son.
Yeah. I listen, I know people get intense and crazy and whatever else. Some people, we know, because it's been brought up in the court cases, some people follow their own fucking cases. They follow the cases of their victims. Sometimes they go in there and they say things to try and throw people off. They go and they have conversations. They say weird crap. They encourage people to do shit that's going to cause problems. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you think you see a missing person, don't approach them. Call the police. Don't offer them candy. Don't try and grab them.
Agree.
Don't take their picture and post it all over Facebook and say, "Look, I think I found." Yeah.
See, that would be like
a random kid. That's somebody else's kid.
Exactly.
That would be like if my son, when he was younger, had favored someone that was missing, and they had taken a picture of him. If we had all the social media that we do now and plastered him all over social media, I would have been heated.
Yes,
so heated that they posted my minor child all over social media, because once it's on social media, once it's been posted, they got it.
Just like that happened in Sebastian's case, that little boy that they saw at the rest stop.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, the tragedy pimps are just waiting, and once it's on there, and no matter how many times you delete it, somebody's already picked it up, and they ran with it. And I wouldn't want my minor child posted all over Facebook, YouTube. No.
Well, and some of them have got conspiracy theories going on about stuff. And so even when it's proven that it's not the same kid, they're still going to be like, oh, no, it's still the same kid. And they're going to be harassing the parents and everything else. And it's never going to stop.
That woman had to beg people to take her child off of the down and stop showing his picture everywhere. And that shouldn't have to ever be that way. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Captain's right. And it's a it's considered an urge. It's an urge of a fulfillment, or returning back to a scene, or inserting yourself in a search party, or like you said, going and throwing off. That's what I totally agree with local searches, but when they do the local searches, they need to, the law needs to vet the people that are searching, in case one of those people are involved, or are the perpetrator, or have the child in their basement, or whatever the case may be. I know I went extreme there, but it's
happened.
Not really, Mom.
Or they might want to plant a pair of pants or a pair of glasses to kind of stir the drama up a little bit.
Yep. At the beginning of Sebastian's case, there was that woman that was telling everybody the opposite of what she was supposed to be doing. Remember that? Carrie Foster, whatever the hell her name was. Anyway, I don't care. But stay away. You know what I mean?
But I have seen, I watch a lot of Investigation Discovery, the true crime stuff on there. And it shows where people actually do things, and then, they're like, oh, they could have been in the crowd. They could have been in the crowd watching after they've done this. They could have been in the crowd watching. They'll insert their stuff into the investigation. So, yeah.
We had a local case. She's still in my database because she's one of my case. They started saying that she was probably LGBTQ, after the fact. We don't know if it's true or not, but just in case, we have her in there. But her best friend murdered her, strangled her in her own house, and then threw her body off a bridge, and they still haven't found her body. Her cousin was roommates with my friend that I went to high school with, and he knows that I do this stuff. So he contacted me like the next day after they found her car on the bridge. And these guys that were involved, it was one guy and then his other best friend who were over there, and they were saying, oh, we think she went to Canada. We think she ran off to Canada and all this other shit. And like there was a train station right there. Like there are some shows and stuff about Sarah. Her name's Sarah Stern. And there's some shows about her, but they don't mention that there's a train station right there. Like right down a 2-minute walk from where her car was found. So initially it wasn't, implausible that she would have, left her car somewhere to make it seem like she ran away and gotten on a train, and gone to Canada. But what happened was they threw her body off the bridge. She was already dead. They threw her body off the bridge, and they participated in the search for her. And they only caught these guys really because one of their friends kind of like set up a sting operation and recorded them. The police knew that he was going to have this meeting, but he set up a sting operation on his own and went and got the murderer confessing to everything. Just absolutely everything that happened. And yeah, both of these guys are in jail for life. Well, the one is 20 years, I think, because he was an accessory after the fact. But the other one's in jail for life. And they absolutely joined the search and rescue operation trying to find her. And told, people all over social media and the police and everything else, all this other shit that wasn't true because they were trying to throw them off the trail. You know, whenever I see somebody saying some weird shit, I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, you're looking more suspicious every day right now. No. He approached a kid with a cake pop for real. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be.
All you have to do is watch him once. You'll realize you'll understand it. He's a special kind of stupid.
And see, that's where you get in trouble, because if somebody approached my kid with the cake pop, of course he's 33 now, so he'd just take it, but he'd just be like, "Oh, a cake pop, thanks." But but when he was younger, if somebody had approached, sorry, Mom, but that was, I had to take that comedic moment. But
that was funny, Kimber.
But if somebody approached my kid with a cake pop when he was younger, I would have slapped their head off their shoulders.
Yes,
completely.
Josh.
Do not mess with my child. Even try. Try.
And then they're gonna act like you're not the kid's parent, though, right? Because they think that's an abducted child and you're a kidnapper.
Honestly, I honestly question whether that happened. This is the same guy has had multiple things that very ironically happen like this all the time. So I don't even think that those things happen. He's a big guy.
I mean, and that's true too. That's true too. You can't really believe much of what comes out of this guy's mouth. So
no.
Ironically, I mean, for that case, I've seen some stuff. I feel real bad for that kid.
Agreed.
Because, like, for everything else, it really seems like people are way more interested in exploiting what's going on with him. Regardless of any of the other weirdness or anything else that's going on, it seems like a lot of people have really decided to get involved just because it's a big name case and they can get views on it, and then they have to keep getting the views, so they keep coming up with crazy shit. But you lose sight of the fact that this is a kid. Even if you don't give a crap about the parents, you should give a crap about the victim, right?
Well, unfortunately, I look at it this way: these families, there's no rule book on how to handle things when your kid goes missing, and they're all going to handle the situation differently. And I do not judge these parents at all, because Lord knows if my kid was missing, I don't know how I would handle that. And a lot of the time, like in Sebastian's case, people were all over Katie because she wasn't doing any of the talking. It was all Chris Profit. Well, let me tell you, when Adam Walsh went missing, it was John doing all of the talking, not his wife. She was hurting too bad because she was the one that was there when Adam was abducted. It's just like there's cases like Morgan Nick's case here in Arkansas. Her mom, Colleen's one of the biggest advocates I've ever met in my life. But they were all over Morgan's dad because Morgan's dad never talked to the press. There's reasons for that. One person usually will be the stronger one that'll be able to deal with everything. Okay? Just because a person's not talking to the press doesn't mean that they had anything to do with it, that they have something to hide or anything nefarious happened or anything like that. Now, if law enforcement comes out and gives me a reason to start side-eyeing a person, absolutely. Well, and sometimes the person does a good job of that themselves. I mean, but
Letitia Stalk?
Yeah.
Did you say Letitia Stalk?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. That woman.
Sometimes it's real obvious from the beginning that something is very, very, very wrong. And I don't know, she should have stopped talking immediately. That is the one case where I saw her talk once and I was like, nope.
Yeah, she should have never started.
No. But honestly, that's really the only case where I think I've looked at it and immediately been like, no, that woman is guilty. She is. I understand grief and terror and everything else does weird things to people and people react in weird ways. Not like that. Something is very wrong. Not like that.
And you know, I've had to come out and make apologies. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes just like everyone else does. I mean, when Burke Ramsey
But you
did
make
his interview
apologies.
with Dr. Huh?
But you make
What do you-
apologies for it.
I do. Absolutely.
You know?
But when Burke Ramsey did his interview with Dr. Phil, I was completely convinced that he had something to do with John Bonet's murder because he was sitting there grinning ear to ear the whole time he's sitting there talking about his dead sister. I later had to come back and do an apology for that. So,
Well, I mean, being nervous and on TV is also a thing, especially like, you know, big audience and everything else. That's stressful as hell. You know. But I don't know. I think Letitia's case is a little bit head and shoulders above the
oh
rest.
gosh, yeah. I mean that woman's nuttier than a damn Snickers bar.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel real bad for the other kids. Because, you know, kind of lose sight that, like, there were other kids in that house.
Exactly.
You know.
And, you know, the daughter was trying to be an influencer, and she had the cutest, you know, TikTok and Instagram going, and some of the comments that people were leaving were just, it was horrible. You know, like you were talking about earlier, just people can be so mean when they're on the outside looking in and have never took the time to step in and look out.
Yeah, and I mean that kid didn't do anything wrong. That kid lost her brother. She's a victim too. What are you doing? You know, what are you doing?
Yeah, why are you victimizing one of the victims? Why are you doing that? Why are you traumatizing this child that had nothing to do with it? Had nothing to do with it.
She had nothing to do with it. Yeah, like that's it. You know, I think people get bold and ridiculous, and they want to, you know, go and punch down on people for a little bit. But also, I think people lose sight of the fact that, you know, sometimes sometimes the family of the murderer are also victims in it. Like, you know, regardless of anything else, sometimes the family of the murderers are also victims of that same person. Maybe not to the same point, you know, that his murder, you know, the people that he murdered, they're also a victim of him, and also they have to live with what he did, and that also causes trauma, you know. And also the family members of the murder victims are also victims. Like, you
Absolutely.
know, this one person's actions just cause ripples of trauma and damage. So if you're like going after any of these people, like you're not helping things. You're probably making things a whole lot worse. Don't they already have enough to deal with?
It's like Carrie Rawson. She is one of the biggest advocates for people and the sweetest person that you will ever meet. And I've seen her on panels or even on her Twitter, and people refer to her as BTK's daughter, and she's like, I have a name. I have a name.
Carrie's amazing. Absolutely amazing with what she's done.
I love Carrie.
Yeah, I follow her on Twitter.
I do too.
Same here.
Yep.
No, she's an amazing human being. I know her from Twitter and from YouTube, and when this last hurricane hit, she's like messaging me if you need anything, you know. She's doesn't live far from me. She's like, come over, you know. And you can't you can't take away the fact that she's a human being. She's not her father. She's not what he did. But yet people get so blindsided, and they're just set to the fact that, oh, yeah, that's BTK's daughter, and you can just see it inside of her, and like
and
she's had some serious personal stuff going on, and I'm not going to use any names, but somebody took it upon themselves to FOIA request, because I live in Florida, which is a sunshine state, and put her information out there publicly.
Oh, Florida will send you everything, by the way. If you FOIA them, they will you'll pay for it, but they'll send you everything.
People are so stupid. Carrie's a sweetheart. A complete, total sweetheart, would give you everything she owned if she knew it was going to help you. And there are so many ignorant people, I've watched it, that because of who her father is, swear up and that, well, she's probably the same way. She's going to be one too. She's this. It's so stupid and ignorant. It blows my mind. She is an amazing person.
She's even still trying to help with the cases that her dad was involved with.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, she's actually still trying to help the authorities with that.
You're
what
muted,
are you
Mom.
doing?
Right.
Yep. And she's a part of the investigative unit.
Yep.
That is assigned to his cases. She's not just a voice in the background. She's actually a part of that group. And she, I can share a missing flyer, and if she's not taking a mental health break, she'll grab that flyer and share it. And she's way bigger than I am on Twitter. You know what I mean? Like, she'll grab that and she'll share it. And that's not the only thing you see her advocate for. And we find when we do this and you interact with these families, some of these families, like Miss Barbara, she's usually in our chat. She's a family that her son was murdered. And you'll find that people that have been through this, the families that help, whether they get closure or still trying to get that closure, those are your biggest advocates you will ever meet in your life.
Yep.
Absolutely. 100%. And I've told the story of how I got here. My best friend, we were 14 years old. He went missing. His case didn't get any coverage whatsoever until the brutal details of what happened to him came out. Then it was all over the place. And so when I saw Gabby's case getting all the coverage and all these other cases not getting hardly any coverage, I was like, you know what? I'm going to start a channel. I'm going to make sure all these people get the same coverage as anyone else. It shouldn't be that one person gets all the attention and then no one's ever heard about all the other kids that go missing or all the other people that go missing.
Exactly.
Yes. Well,
you're muted again, Mom. Oh, no, you're not. You're good. Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
When Gabby was found, I think they found 9 bodies looking for her.
Yep.
And there was a case that I had been trying to get the word out on for a while. That wasn't all that far from there. That was 2 married lesbians that got murdered.
Oh, I remember that case. I covered that case.
The campsite murders, right?
Yeah.
And that got hardly any coverage at all until Gabby went missing. And because it was close to in the same area, people were like, oh, maybe it's the same killer.
Yep. You are right.
Maybe.
That's the only way that got coverage, was because everybody thought they were connected, and it was so ignorant that's why they got that coverage. You're right.
They reported them both missing. The family reported them missing because they couldn't get a hold of them, and the cops wouldn't even go out to the campsite to go and look for them. One of the family friends went out there and found them like that, and she wound up having to go. Like, she quit the internet entirely after a while because she could not deal with the trauma of what she found, because the condition they were in when she found them.
Yeah, it was really bad.
It was bad. Really bad. And she was a nice lady. She was a really, like, just a sweet, nice lady. And and people also were hounding her. But that case didn't get any information until Gabby went missing either, and that's only because it was close by.
Yep. Yeah, that's really disheartening. I'm glad you brought that up like that, because I said that when I covered that long time ago, of course. And I'm like, I just don't understand why nobody else is talking about this.
Yeah.
And somebody said, well, that's because it's all about Gabby. And nothing against Gabby. I love Gabby. You know, I'm 100% about what happened with her case. But it's just sad that that's how people work these things. You know what I mean? That's one of the important
And you know what?
things.
Her family is another good example of people that took the tragedy and turned it into something positive because they have become amazing advocates for other missing people. So.
Absolutely.
They
Yes,
have.
they
They
are.
really have.
They
You know,
really
and
are.
I think that they have been talking with a bunch of the communities who raised concerns about what happened there with the amount of coverage and everything else. I think that they have gone and talked to them because I see them go and share people, all kinds of people, and really try and, you know, put extra eyes on those cases, and I appreciate that so much because they could have taken that and they could have taken it to heart and just been like, well, whatever, you're not happy with anything. But
Right.
I think that they went through what they went through, and to me it looks like they went, no, but maybe they're right because we got all this attention and everything else, but they're saying, like, you know, that this mom, their daughter has been missing for 15 years and they have one news article about it.
Yeah,
You know?
that's horrible. And a lot of these families do that. I think it's an amazing thing. Candace Cooley, if you guys know who I know you guys know who she is, but the mother of Dylan Rounds has
Yeah. Candace is
really,
amazing.
yeah, she's really put herself into that mode, trying to help in everything you can. And that's what, we always say, hopefully one good thing can come out of this horrible situation, and God bless, I'll be damned if they're not doing it. And that's what you got to love them for it. Because it helps, like Barbara too, it helps Barbara's, oh my God, Barbara's never ending. She is always, always, and always will be, even when if she, and I pray she does, gets her closure, she's never going to stop. And that's what that's all about. That's what I think is amazing with this, out of all of this horrible stuff that we deal with, that has been coming out of it. So amazing stuff there. I love that.
But
Yeah,
that is
I think there's a definite difference, and you can tell just by the way people kind of move through, the community and the environment. I think there's a definite difference when you're dealing with family and friends of missing people who are like personally affected by it, and people who are just like doing it because it's, parasocial, or it's, they're into true crime or whatever else.
Right.
And I mean, they're even before it kind of blew up as much as it is now, there was a significant number of people who were doing this stuff that were the family members or friends,
Yeah.
or cousins or whatever, like they had a connection to a case, and they came into the community trying to figure out how to do stuff with that case. And then
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Victor. I
no,
didn't mean to interrupt.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
That is one of the things that towards the on the last segment of the the Gabby Petito documentary that Gabby's father said, because there was a reporter that had said white woman syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
And he said when he first heard that, and Gabby was still missing because of the coverage on the case, and they said white woman syndrome, and he said it really upset him. But he said that he looked, once everything was said and done, he said he looked into it, and he dug into it, and he saw, the statistics. And that is why, the Gabby Petito Foundation does so much, because he looked into the statistics, and he said he was shocked.
Yeah.
He said it is a real thing.
It absolutely is.
And once you see it, you can't unsee it. You know, it really puts things into a different perspective, because at the end of the day, you know that the parents, the family members, the friends of those missing people also would love that amount of attention on their family member's case, and people coming out of the woodwork to help and giving support and everything else, and instead they don't get nothing. You know,
Right.
And it could be anything that disqualifies you from getting that level of help. It could be the smallest thing, anything. If you're disabled, if you're a boy, uh, you know, if you're black, if you're gay, if you have ever done drugs, if you've run away even once before, if you've any mental health issues whatsoever, if you've been divorced, like, the list goes on and on and on, that'll keep disqualifying you from getting that level of attention. And because all of these resources get put into these few cases, those resources aren't available for any of the probably hundreds of other cases that could have used even a fraction of that and been solved. You know, but I think that the more that white people are aware of it, the more steps you can take to try and, you know, not perpetuate that. It's like everybody's got a choice of what information they're sharing, what cases they're covering, where they put their attention and time. And if you consciously sit here and say, you know, I'm going to make sure that I go out of my way to look for cases that are outside of my normal wheelhouse and make sure I give them attention. I think that really, even that small thing, even just sharing, more cases of people who are not, white women. Not that white women shouldn't get attention, because they should. Everybody should get some attention, though. So if you take a time and do, a portion of it to focus on other groups, I think that's really helpful.
No, it's absolutely true what you just said, but you can just look at, like, okay, I just using it as an example because I talked about her today. Ashley Degree is a cold case, been going on for a long time. You don't see her talked about too often, anywhere. But Summer Wells, and don't get me wrong, Summer needs attention as well. Summer Wells was like completely just that, nothing but Summer Wells for a year, 2 years, still going on, because she's the little blonde hair and blue eyed little girl that is the whole world loves her.
Yes.
There's so many people that don't even know who Ashley Degree is, and that hurts my heart, to be honest with you. It's a fact. It's absolute fact. So
yeah, and I mean, she's gotten local attention, and I'm going to tell you, like, the local attention there has been really good and really positive for a long time. I have a friend that lives down in Asheville, and years ago I posted about her case, and he does not pay attention to true crime, and he's not in this at all. And I posted something about her, and he was immediately in my messages going, look into this case more. I will talk to people locally. I will help you as much as I can. He's like, this case is local to me, and I care about this one. He goes, I know I don't deal with any of these cases. I care about this little girl. And what's interesting about that is, she went missing, 25 years ago. People there are not any less intense about it now. And a lot of the times you'll see a racial component. So you'll see that, like, it's mostly black people looking for black people. And that is just a thing that happens.
that's true.
And in Aisha's case, locally, that is not the case. Everybody there, black, white, Hispanic, everything, very invested and wanting to see this case solved.
That's wonderful. Good.
And that's as it should be. That's
Right.
as it should be.
And they
A
keep her
community
name
should.
alive.
Yep.
Yeah.
And a community should come together to search for a missing child. Doesn't matter. It's not a black, or for anyone. It's not a color issue or a race issue. We're not running, it's about the missing person. It doesn't matter. So communities should come together to search.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you even see this on social media. If you pay attention to the flyers, okay, that you post on social media, Black people's flyers get less shares. And most of the people that will be sharing them will be other Black people.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Or another minority.
I mean, all you gotta do is look at my playlist, look at my stats on YouTube. If I post a child with blonde hair and blue eyes, they'll get way more views than if I post an African American child from Gary, Indiana on there.
Yes.
Yep. That is an absolute fact, Arctic. I noticed that with mine too in my shorts, and I couldn't believe it. I just noticed that by accident.
And here's the thing, Black people will share everybody's case. They will share everyone's case. They will share Latino cases. They will share Asian cases. They will share white cases, and they will share Black cases. Black people share everybody's cases. White people share mostly white people's cases.
Yes, sir. Sad.
And I've seen it even in the big missing persons groups. There was a day I posted a case from 1978 from California. It's 4 missing Black kids. Right? I shared it. I got 60 likes and 10 shares. It was all either Black people or Latino people. And somebody else, within the same day in the same group, shared a little blonde boy from the same kind of area. It was like maybe a couple counties over in California from 1978. Over 1,000 likes in under an hour. And they went crazy with the shares and the likes and everything else. And I'm like, I don't understand. Aside from the race, there is basically nothing else different here. This one case is 4 kids, and this is 1 kid. And do you guys not notice that you're intentionally skipping over the cases of these other kids so that you can share the white child? And I don't have a problem with you sharing the white child, but I'm questioning why you're not sharing these Black children who are also missing.
Yes, sir. Just like there's another one real quick. It's very dear to my heart, very close to my heart. The Flora 4. I don't know if you're familiar with that case out of Flora, Indiana. 4 little girls that died in a house fire that was intentionally set. Okay.
Yes.
That happened. And of course, Delphi was going on throughout all of this. Okay. They're right next to each other. In fact, Delphi Fire Department responded to the fire.
Yeah.
No, there were so many people when I covered this case that had no idea who this was, what it was about, what happened, how the severity of it, all of that. But Delphi's running right alongside of it, and that's all they can talk about. And it blew my mind. It was disgusting to me. Because these 4 little girls lost their lives for no reason, and there's actually a possible connection to the case. Okay, but Delphi always, and don't get me wrong, those 2 girls deserve every bit of justice, but I don't want to take that away from them. But you know what my point is. It was really, really disheartening to see that happening like that.
Yeah. Because why doesn't that family get afforded the same level of support? The thing is, if they don't get coverage, then people are not going to hear about it. They're not even going to know that the family needs support. If the case is closed, the people are not going to be able to agitate with these departments to push for them to get solved. Because I'm going to tell you, if you annoy the crap out of departments, they do try and solve them because they want you to stop calling them. You want them to stop. They want you to stop making videos about it where people are going to come and bother them about it. They don't want that pressure. So why should it so disproportionately? Can't we just peel like a quarter of it off to do like, like a little bit more attention or equal attention or something for some of these other cases that clearly should be getting attention. And I think, when you recognize it and you start working against it, then you like at least then you're trying to do something to fix it. Even if it doesn't work, at least you're trying to do something to fix it. And if enough of us doing that, it will actually make a change.
Absolutely.
But also at the same time, you also have to recognize there's going to be people that are going to be naysaying you the entire time and trying to I hate that they use that all lives matter, because I truly believe that all lives matter, but I hate that they use it because the way that they use it is to be like, yeah, but this one that you're talking about now doesn't actually matter. I want you to pay attention to this other one.
Right. Yeah, to degrade it. That's not how it's supposed to work.
And that bothers me. Like, okay, yes, I agree with you, but we're focusing on this one here, and you're just upset because the life that I say is valuable and I want to help with belongs to a black person. There is a black person here that I'm trying to focus on, and you don't like that and want me to focus on a white person instead because all lives matter.
Yes, sir.
I had somebody come on to my LGBTQ only page and be like, why don't you share straight people? And I said, I do. I just don't share them right here because this is about gay people.
That's just somebody trying to be ignorant. I hate people that do that too. That's so disgusting to me.
I was like, I don't know, man. I looked at your page and you don't share anybody, so I don't know why you're over here criticizing me.
Right?
There you go. There you go. That's the best answer in the world for that. I love that.
Thank you. I can't tell you how many times I've had someone come in and make fun of how I pronounced a name or a city in my video, and I'll be like, well, if you're that much better at it than I am, feel free to start a channel, bud.
Yep.
Yeah.
Log on and do the damn thing.
We get so many critics that criticize us from people that don't even have any idea what they're doing. All they do is watch it for entertainment purposes. It's not for entertainment purposes.
Yeah. I'm like, all right, buddy, you think you could do it better? Go ahead. I had somebody being like, somebody else should be doing this too. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, yeah, it can't just all be you doing it. And I said, no, you're right. You know what? You're right. You think this is easy? Buddy, please.
Mm-hmm.
Please do it. Please
What's your
come
channel
in.
name?
I'm like, please, for the love of God, come and do this then. If you think you can do it better, God, I hope you can. Come and do it, because I am tired.
Right. I empower you to help.
There needs to be so many more, right? 100%.
Please, 100%. We need more help. Great. You are trying to come at me and be obnoxious to me, and you're not going to do a goddamn thing about the thing that I'm currently working on. Right. So unless you're going to pick up the mantle, buddy. Listen, nobody invited me to do this. I just started doing it. You have the power. Be the change you want to be in the world. Get out there and do it, Tiger. Let's see. Come on, let's go.
And it's funny when you say that
goddamn way.
That's right. And once you say that, it's funny, they disappear once you bring that up.
Oh, they do. Every time. And nobody else starts doing it. I'm like, what? I thought you were a big man. Yeah. Come on, big man. We gonna come over here and criticize me doing this? You do it.
Just a tease.
You do it. You can do it so much better. You do it.
Butterfly, you're always going to have critics out there. Just take it with a grain of salt. You can't please everyone.
Don't even try to. Don't even try to.
Yeah.
They can get glad in the same pants they got mad in.
Yes.
There you
Butterfly,
go.
when I first started my channel, I had somebody comment under my video that I was too country sounding to be covering missing people.
What?
Mm-hmm.
How can you
You're
be
serious?
How can you sound
Oh
too
yeah, the
country?
comment's still up.
How can you sound too country to? I didn't know there was a certain sound we had to have. So, well,
Apparently,
I'm
my
from
accent's
Tennessee.
too thick to be covering missing people. I need to find a different hobby. I said, "Hun, this ain't a hobby; it's a passion."
I'm
And
from
thanks for the
Tennessee,
view.
so
Did you hit the thumbs up?
That's what
I
mean-
had someone comment one time that I sounded tired. I was like, yeah, I put out 30 videos today. I probably do sound tired.
Yeah. I mean, dude, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. People they find every little thing to nitpick. Most of them, as we all know, are absolutely miserable people. So they have to throw their misery at you.
Yes.
And it blows your mind. Well, you take too much time greeting everybody when they come into your I talk to you too. Why are you here then? Bye. I don't understand it. I don't get these people.
Yeah. I had somebody in a completely unrelated post to anything I was doing on Twitter look at my bio and retweet me, and I guess they were illiterate or something because they were like forensic genetic geologist. And I was like, no.
You created a whole new profession.
One of my friends was like, man, I don't think you should be in here criticizing people when you can't even read.
Right?
I was like, well, thanks for giving me a chance to smack you down and explain what this is in my bio.
Right.
And when you've done something of note, please let me know, because you're nobody. Not for nothing. We're gonna talk about what people are doing. They were trying to attack me for being trans. I'm gonna tell you, nobody whose case I've helped with has cared one bit that I was trans. What they cared about was that I had helped their missing family member, or I had identified their missing family member. They don't give a crap whether or not I'm trans. They care whether or not I can do my work well.
It means nothing. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Right? Like,
that's where I get into the thing. I don't care if you're trans. I care if you're a good human. I care if you're a good human. If you're a good human, that's
literally,
what matters.
how does it affect you? How does it affect you in any way? Person that I've met you a couple of times, right, on here. Like, how does me being the way I am affect you and your life in any way? I'm not doing anything that I mean, you're not my girlfriend. Like,
right.
It has no bearing on your life whatsoever, what I'm doing over here.
Nope.
I
guarantee you, if you helped that person find one of their loved ones or somebody that was important to them, they sure as hell wouldn't think it then, would they? No, they wouldn't.
I mean, I'm going to tell you, some of them still will.
Well, you're
some of them
right.
still. I've helped some. Because I will help anybody that I can, even if they're a jerk. I've had to unblock people on Twitter because they needed help, and someone was trying to like tag me into their posts, and they were like, "Oh, I can't talk to that person. They blocked me for some reason." And they're like, "I probably deserved it." Like,
wow.
I will help regardless, because I think that people that need help just need help, and
Yes.
But also, I mean, if you're going to be an abusive jerk to me, maybe I will help somebody else who's involved in this case and not you.
Well, God bless you for having that mentality, because a lot of people don't, and that's amazing to be able to look past the ignorance the stupidity and still be able to help somebody that has no respect for you whatsoever. That says a lot about you and your character.
So not all queer people are nice people either. Some of them do really bad stuff. Some of them are very bad people. Some of them are mean, nasty, horrible people.
That's true.
That's true. Because that's just how people are. There's variation in everybody. But the thing is, when you're a missing person, that is an extraordinarily vulnerable point in time for you and your family. And I will help you if I can, but also if I can give you to somebody who is more capable of dealing with you, I will nicely suggest that you go, and maybe also employ somebody else's help as well as mine.
Now, my favorite is when someone has the balls and audacity to make a homophobic comment, and I'm like, there's no need for homophobia here, Slick. No one in this community wants your teeny weeny.
Yeah, like baby, you think very highly of yourself, and that's adorable. I love that for you, but it's not gonna, like, sorry, babe. Homophobia is hilarious.
There's no need for homophobia, and there's no need for transphobia.
No.
What it matters, and like I said, what it matters is if people are good humans. I know there are bad humans, but just be good humans, for Christ's sake. It's not that hard to be a good, respectful human being to everybody.
No.
That's why there's so much hate. Because respect for their fellow people has gone out the window. If somebody's doing something that doesn't affect my life, then why am I gonna hate a group of people that it doesn't affect my life? Let them love, let them be who they are. Leave them alone.
The problem in a lot of cases too is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think that a lot of people have got too much time on their hands, and they use it as a hobby or as a way to make themselves feel better by punching down on people that they think are lesser than them. And missing and unidentified people are easy because they can't fight back, can they?
Nope. Very good point. Very good.
The only people you're hurting are their community and their family and their friends, and maybe random bystanders, bystanders with it. But you're attacking people that literally can't defend themselves.
Yep.
A
lot of it, I think, too, is miseducation. A lot of these people, the ignorance comes from that are against gay and trans, homophobic, transphobic, whatever you want to call it. It's miseducation. It's stupidity and not being educated in the, he had a choice. He could have done this instead. He could have been this way and that. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, but Dago, the problem is they'll grab onto one specific case. Like, take for instance that gay couple that abused their child and all that we previously covered and stuff.
Right.
They'll grab onto that like a dog with a damn bone and run with it to attack all gay people in the world. When statistically speaking, the straight people out there commit those types of crimes far more often than the gay community does.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and not to put too fine of a point on it, but I don't know any gay people or queer people at all that were defending them. They were all like, put them under the jail.
Right.
Exactly.
That's it right there.
Like, if I had known about it, everybody's like, if I had known about that, I would have called the cops on them myself and I would have beat their ass.
Evil does not see sexual preference. It's just evil is evil, period. It doesn't matter what it is.
And okay, y'all know we had the Covenants, and I don't know if you're familiar with it, Victor, but we had the Covenant school shooting here in Nashville.
Yes.
And the person that did that was trans. So from here on out, it seems like now every time there is a school shooting, they want to go to, I heard they were trans. And I'm like, There was one school shooting where the person was trans that I've heard about out of all these school shootings.
Yep.
Why are you trying to pin it on the trans community? Stop it. There's
That
been
little red.
one.
Yep, you're right. That little redheaded girl that they just stopped that shooting for before. The first thing they said, well, I think she was trans. I saw someone.
Well, they say that with every single one of them now. Because they're just trying to put that
look for a reason to take them down. That's it.
Well,
100%.
I think the Covenant school shooting started that when that happened here, because that person was trans, and
but
the fact that she
I don't think she was.
The fact that she was trans though had nothing to do with the reason why she shot up the school. That's the whole thing.
No, it had nothing to do with the reason. She had a whole manifesto, so it had nothing to do with the reason that she shot up the school.
And it didn't say nothing about trans.
And I agree with you, Tandy. If they ain't feeding me, fucking me, or financing me, they can stay out of my personal life.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, right. If you're going to be that far up my ass, you better be paying my bills. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Amen.
Disgusting.
Yeah, so as far as I understood, there was a lot of muddying the waters with that case as well. She didn't have a manifesto so much as she had like a diary.
Yeah, it was more of a diary than it was a manifesto. And I don't think that they ever released all of that information. I think they were going to, but I think there was a whole big thing over it. So I'm not sure they released anything from it. I can't remember.
I think personally that some stuff happened in that school that they don't want released, honestly, because it was the school that was suing to not let her writings get released. And I'm saying her because also it in that same diary where they said it, that she was trans, she only said something about like wanting to be a boy once, and in all her social media and everything, she was identifying as female. So like, I don't know that she actually was trans. If she was, I would be like, no, that's a trans person. That cult I was talking about, trans people, well, a couple of them are trans and crazy and killers. That's all true. Right?
The one that starts with a Z. I can't say it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Zizians.
Yep. I just covered that the end of last week.
I'm gonna tell you that whatever you found is not anywhere near everything. There is a whole lot more.
Yeah.
Like I said, I researched it for 8 months before there was like, other news reports clouding things up and everything. Everything that you've read, there's worse.
Yeah, I didn't get to get deep into it. I want to, but it seems like it's horrible, like really bad.
It is extremely bad. Also, I think that there are more people, because you if you saw the report, the one guy committed suicide.
Yeah.
Because of being involved in there, and I'm going to tell you, there are several trans people in the area down there who are missing. There are several other ones who have committed suicide. A lot of them work for big tech, just like everybody else involved in that. I have their names, and I do not know at this time whether or not they were involved with that group, but I think there is a good chance that they were, and the number of people that go on that list is probably going to be higher. Right. So like, it's not like I don't know that people go out and do horrible shit that are trans. Of course they are. And if the Covenant shooter definitely was, I'd be like, yeah, well, fuck that dude. Right. Like, really, I would be 100% like, but also that's clearly not all trans people and not even the majority of trans people. And I think that there was something else there going on with the school, and that's why she shot up the school.
Well, and the thing is, Victor, but but it's not just trans people. It's not all people go out and do horrible things.
That's
All people.
exactly.
I mean,
that's the whole
let's
point.
It's just people.
I mean, all people. There's evil everywhere. All people go out and do horrible things. It's not just and like I'm like you. I'm not sure if they're saying she was trans, but I don't know if she was. It was discussed, but
Well, I just told you we put trans people who we have put trans people who've murdered other people and who have died, either by suicide or suicide by cop or whatever else. We have put them on the TDOR list, and she did not go on the TDOR list. And that's not because we looked at what she did and was like, well, this is so heinous that we can't put her in there. It's because I don't see any actual evidence that indicates that she was.
See, that's what I'm wondering too, because we never saw any actual evidence here in Tennessee that she was. There was just talk, and of course, FBI and all of that came in, and they stormed the house and took all the things that they had to take, but we never saw any actual evidence. Victor fell out the window.
Oh,
we lost Victor.
No.
He fell off the front porch. I did not push him.
Victor, please come to the white phone.
Victor to the white phone.
The link is pinned to the top, but I will put it on here.
Somebody drop him a rope. This has been really, really great, Mom. Very informative in a lot of ways.
Okay.
Oh my God!
There
I'm sorry, I ducked out.
Welcome back.
You're
Sorry.
We call it falling out the window. And Kimber said she
falling.
didn't push you, but we're side-eyeing her.
Yeah, they're side-eyeing me because they think I pushed you out the window, Victor.
No, you didn't. That was definitely me. I pushed the wrong button. I just tapped something and it just knocked me all the way out. That was me. I'm so sorry.
Victor, you must be my twin because I push the wrong button all the time. Mom's up here and she'll go, "Oh, we lost Kimber," and I'm like, "Oops, I'm back. I threw myself out the window."
The StreamYard sucks like that. You can't touch anything, especially on a phone.
I have figured out how to, though. If I want to open another tab, I can open a new tab while I'm on StreamYard, but you have to do it very carefully.
Yep.
I don't touch buttons if I'm on my phone. Lisa says you bailed out.
I wish I could do it. I wish I could do it on my laptop because then that would be easier, but no. But yeah, I know that they didn't release a lot of information on that though. And I know that the school was the one that was suing to not have a lot of stuff released, which is suspicious to me.
Right. And I mean, it was a very tragic situation.
High-end area too.
Yes, it is very high end. And
it's a horrible,
very high-end area.
It was a very tragic situation, and
it took the attention off the kids, which is really what it needed to be on. I think.
Yes, I think it did too, because I think that they started concentrating on that fact, and I think they should have concentrated on those little ones that lost their lives.
Yeah.
And because she knew once she got in that building and once she did what she did, she kind of pinned herself into that building. And I think that she meant to die suicide by cop. There was no doubt. I think that that's what she meant to do when she was in that building.
Now, I'm going to tell you the only good thing I think that came out of the focus being on her is that you didn't see a bunch of people saying that, these were actors or crisis actors or attacking the parents or anything else.
Yeah.
And I know it sounds like a terrible thing, but like
Sandy Hook.
At least they weren't doing that. You know what I mean?
Like they did with Sandy Hook.
Yes. because I will never not be horrified about that.
Me either. I'm
Me
still.
either.
It just makes me sick when somebody goes, "Oh, those were crisis actors, and those kids are still alive, living their best life somewhere with their parents." And I'm like,
The thing that
shut
kills me is
up.
the parents that have to hear that makes me sick to my stomach because they're the ones that have gone through this, losing those babies, and now you have to hear some idiot, whatever his name was, I can't remember right now, but come out and
Alex
say
Jones.
That's
Alex
it. Thank
Jones.
you. That idiot. Who are you, and where do you get off saying stuff like that? You. Oh my God, that bends me backwards with that one. I hate it. Absolutely.
Yeah, and the thing is that he at some point, like, he admitted that he knew that he was lying to people.
Yep, he sure did.
Like,
The whole story was it was too late, basically, in a nutshell. It was too late now, so I just had to keep it going. Get over yourself.
Yeah, but the extremist on a certain side of the aisle ate that shit up.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's so gross, though. It's so gross. Like, I don't know
there was
how.
also a person that pretended to be a family member of one of the Sandy Hook victims, and I mean, people are so fucking stupid and horrible to insert themselves into a case and to say that, oh, it didn't happen. I mean, there's people out here today that are still saying that the Holocaust didn't fucking happen, even though there's photographic evidence of that all over the damn place.
And records.
Yeah.
And like records, so many records.
There's people that have tattoos on their body because of that shit. Tell me that didn't happen. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. It is mind-boggling. It is really mind-boggling, and it hurts real people. Like, so, but I'm glad that the kids down there did not have to get any of that treatment, because I probably would have had to be a big scary trans person and very angry about that, because those kids didn't deserve any of that. Right? But I think that also having them and their families get attacked and harassed for years on top of that, because it's not like Sandy Hook is the only school they've done that with.
No, but
because
that was
doing
the worst one, I think. But yeah, you're right. There have been other ones they've done the same thing with. Training exercise.
They're doing that shit with the parents from the kids from Uvalde.
Yep.
Yeah, that Uvalde. Mm-hmm.
What was the Columbine? They tried to say that was a pre-planned training exercise, a disaster training exercise that they ran, and it never happened. I heard that many a time.
Which is insane. I was in high school. I was a senior in high school when Columbine happened.
Right.
And a goth. and
Columbine was one of the first majorly publicized school shooting events.
Yeah.
And that's when we started seeing the big uptick. Maybe, just maybe, if we didn't put these things out all over social media and TV every time they goddamn happen, maybe the amount of them would stop, because it seems like when we started covering them and putting them out there for everyone to see and turning these people into modern day celebrities, that's when we started having the big uptick in the shootings.
Bingo.
Well, I mean, I remember a couple of them from the 90s. I know there was the I Don't Like Mondays one in the 70s.
Yeah.
But there were several in the 90s that I remember. But they were notable because there was like only a couple of them, right? There was the one where the kid shot up the prayer group outside the school, and at a prayer circle. And then there was the one where and then there was the one where was it?
I went to that school, Heath High School. Yep, the prayer circle took place in front of the office every morning.
Yes. Yep.
Wow, really, Mom?
Yeah. I don't talk about it, but I mean, I talked to Kimber. It was bothering me the other night, and I talked to Kimber about it, but it's not something that I normally talk about. But yeah, Heath High School.
Yeah,
my hometown was devastated.
Yeah, no, but like I remember that one happening. I'm sorry for bringing it up.
No, you're
Um,
fine. You're fine. I don't. It's not normally something I talk about on the channel, but yeah, definitely. I mean, you're welcome to bring it up. That's why we're here. It's
What
open.
year
The
was
front
that
porch
in?
is open, but it was in
um,
97,
yeah,
97,
something like
December
that.
1st.
Okay,
It was my
gotcha.
sister's birthday. Hmm.
Um,
Wow.
so there was that one, and then there was the one where that 11-year-old and the 12-year-old pulled the fire alarm and shot the kids and the teachers as they came out of the school.
Oh yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that one for sure.
That one's hardly ever spoke about. You don't hardly ever hear about that one.
Nope.
Well,
Yeah.
I remember when Covenant happened, Uvalde had just happened before that. And that's why, and that when Metro went in there, when Metro Nashville went in there, they have used that as a training video, from my understanding, across the country, because
Hmm.
Nashville went in there to take no prisoners. They went in there to do business and to get the shooter
And
because they knew,
that's what
you
they
know,
should have done for Uvalde.
yes, they should have, instead of standing out there, 30, 45 minutes debating whether to go in. Come on now.
I'll never forget.
Hazing parents and putting them in handcuffs, and
Right.
Yeah.
like that one mom that got tased and put in handcuffs and let go, and then was like, "Oh, I'm calm," and went in and evacuated like 3 classrooms of students. More
Yep.
balls than the entire police force. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
Unarmed,
Exactly.
unarmed mom just went in there and did a bunch of stuff, and they were going in there and taking out their own kids. I like everything that happened down there was just so messed up.
yes,
It was
sir.
so disgusting. But yeah, I so in the 90s when I was in school, we didn't have a lot of school shootings. What we had was a lot of bomb threats.
Oh God, yes.
We had bomb threats like every month. And that's what I remember. And then Columbine happened and everything got real squirrely.
I think Arctic's right. When Columbine hit, it was glorified, and I hate to use that word, but it kind of was. It was glorified via MSM, and it was put out to the whole world as this. They made this big, huge thing, and of course, here comes the internet, things like that, and that's when all this went to hell, in my opinion. And now it's like at least once a week we're talking about one, if not every other day now, and it's just unbelievably insane to me. If they'd have never done that way, it probably wouldn't have been like this.
Well, it
Problem
doesn't
being,
help when you've got Netflix and Hulu making documentaries of the week about these motherfuckers either. I mean,
Yep.
it's
They became superstars.
exactly. And it's like Victor stated earlier, if they had focused more, because they didn't focus on the victims, just like at Covenant. They don't focus on the victims. They focus on the shooter.
Yep.
Focus on the victims, take some of the focus off, because these people that do these, they know they're going to be a household name by the 10 o'clock news.
You know what,
yeah.
Kimber? That's exactly on point. What you just said is what it is. Because let me ask you guys, and we all can answer the same way this way. Everybody in chat can as well too. I want anybody in here to name the victims in any of these shootings off, but I guarantee you can name the shooter. There's the problem right there, because that's exactly what Kimber just said. That's what it's all about, is the shooter, his life, his story, his boohoo, his sad story. This is what happened here, blah, 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 blah. Not one damn victim is talked about.
But I want to know, like, where are the and you have to ask, where are the parents in these situations? Your kids got bombs and guns and stuff in their room. Come on now.
Don't listen to the Columbine mom, that one that was doing TED Talks and stuff. Don't listen to her, because you'll be like, oh, now I understand why your son did this. Because she makes every excuse in the book you've ever heard as to why it's really not her son's fault.
Oh, of
And
course.
also not her fault. she couldn't have known. I am going to tell you, I would know if my kids had a room full of Nazi paraphernalia and
Thank you.
bombs and guns and were doing drugs. I 100% would know that because I talk to my kids on a regular basis and pay attention to them.
Yep.
And you know what's going on in their lives. You
That-
know
Yeah.
what you know your kids, and you know if you think something's funky going on in your kid's life, and you think they're hiding something from you, do it like they do a prisoner in jail. Move them out of their room and search their bedroom. I'm
We
sorry.
just said that with that redheaded girl that tried to do that. Okay, she's walking around with swastikas on her
Shakedown.
backpack. She's doing this. She's
Yep.
doing that. She's wearing these clothes. She's acting. And her father was a military guy. You don't see this every day when she goes past you. Do you pay attention? Because you're gonna stop her. You should stop her and go, "Hey, what's going on with this? Why are you displaying swastikas on your clothing? And why are you wearing this and talking about that and reading into this? What's the deal? Do we need to talk? That's
I
what's
mean,
going on."
my child would never, ever, because the way I would go up one side of them and down the other, they would never even think about that because they know exactly that they would literally never hear the fucking end of it from me,
Right.
ever.
Exactly.
Like
And
you
don't get me
already
wrong.
know how I feel about that.
Don't get me wrong. I believe that we should allow our children to make certain judgments in their own lives and stuff like that. But when you see that they're going to a far left and getting ready to drive off a cliff, you need to step up and go, hold on a minute now. We need to fix something here and figure out what's going on with you.
Well, when
I'm
they're
gonna draw
under
I'm gonna draw the line way before swastikas on clothes. I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah.
when they're under 18 years of age, you have to kind of guide them to some of those judgments.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
have to kind of guide them. And
That's right.
I raised a good human. He's loud when he plays his video games. Oh,
They all
but
are.
no, he's exceptionally loud. The neighbors can hear him. But
They all are. I'm telling you, I have 5 boys. They all are.
but you know, it's just, you know, we were involved parents. My husband and I, we were involved in his life. We watched what he did. His social media, he bugged me for a Facebook account. He was 13 or 14. I said, fine, you can have one. I want the password. I had the password to his Facebook account. I did regular checks on his Facebook because, you know, I wanted to know what was going on. I did regular Facebook checks because you know,
you should want to know. That's the thing, Kimber. You did the right thing. All parents should want to know. The sad part is a lot of parents hand their child a phone when they turn 12, hell, 6 or 7 years old sometimes, and go, here, this is what you do. This is how you do it. They don't lock it out. They let them on social media. These people are going back and forth, doing this, doing that. These people don't pay no attention to their kids. They don't care because their kids are leaving them alone. They don't have to do anything then at that point, and that is disgustingly sad to me. That's where this goes. So you're right. You need to be involved. You should want to be involved.
I mean, I have 2 teenagers right now, and neither of them have any interest in social media. They watch other people's videos on YouTube. They have no inclination to interact on YouTube in the comments. They don't read the comment sections because they're like, no, that's trash. They might watch videos on TikTok, but they don't post anything because they're like, no, that sounds horrible. Actually, I don't want to do any of this. All of this sounds very stressful and horrible. And yeah, when I catch, my youngest is just turned 13. And there have been a couple of times when I've just kind of like kept an ear out on whatever video he's watching or whatever. And I'll hear something, I'll be like, all right, you need to stop watching that.
Yep.
And then we have to have a big conversation about why that's not appropriate to watch. And I have to explain, things like propaganda and indoctrination because they slip things in there.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yes, sir.
slip things into kids' videos so that you don't catch it. but I catch it because I listen. And I'm like, no, here's why that's bad and why you shouldn't watch this channel anymore. I said, because they're very subtly pushing you into a specific direction, which is not good.
Yep. And back in our day when because I'm 50, sorry, I should say my day because not everybody's my old age. But it was our music. If you guys remember that, it was our music that we listened to that was doing it. And you know, as a parent, I listened to some wild stuff, and my mom was like, "Oh my God, what is that? What are you listening to? This and that, everything else." But she also, at the same time, she allowed me to listen to certain types of music, but she was a guide for me through it to make me understand this, and this is what they're singing about, what they're doing, but that doesn't mean that you need to do this, and that. Okay. And there was a guidance with it. So I know it's a little different than what we have on social media. I'm just giving you like an example.
I think that's hilarious because my kids are the ones that listen to my songs and are like, oh my God, what is wrong with you?
Mine did it too. My kids did it too. Except for
They're like, oh God, what? Yeah. Why are you listening to that? They're like, no, I can't believe you. And I'm like, wow, you guys are so straight edge. God, how did I produce you?
Well, I have a very eclectic taste in music, so my eclectic taste in music goes from, hey, that's a cool song, to please don't judge me. Please don't judge me. So, you know, that's my taste in music. That's a great song. And then it's like, Kim, what the fuck are you listening to? I'm like, just don't judge me. Just listen. It's a great song. You'll get it.
You gotta hear it, right?
But see, when my son was, when he was growing up, there was a lot of he liked the rap music. Here, I want that CD. Okay, here's the CD. Mom, it's the censored version because you are under 18 years of age. When you get old enough, you're more than welcome to buy the uncensored version. But until you're 18, you will listen to the censored version of that.
Good for you. That's exactly it.
See, I think that's funny because, all right, so my kids, I lived in the Netherlands. My spouse is Dutch, and my kids were born over there. So over there, they curse in English. They don't curse in Dutch. They curse in English. Toddlers curse in English. 90-year-old grandmas curse in English. They all curse in English. So I got extremely desensitized to, like, 2-year-olds saying shit. And so their friends will come over and, like, they'll slip and everything, and I was like, oh, don't worry, I don't care, actually. Like, there's a lot worse things you could be talking about than cursing, and I'm really desensitized to it.
Well, it really was funny because I censored his music, but I am his mother, so there was there was that whole thing, because I can cuss like a sailor. But
yes, well, my eldest was 2, and someone almost ran us over with their bike. We were still living over there, and somebody almost ran us over with their bike, right? And my kid at the time was not really speaking English that much, but he turned around and he looked at me and he goes, "That's a stupid dumb fuck, right, mommy?" Very loud, and I was like, "That's right, but maybe let's and you used all those words properly, but let's bring it down a little bit."
Out of the mouths of babes.
I was like, "You're not wrong."
Exactly. That's great. I love that.
But yeah, but I censored it more too because of not so much the cussing, but some of the other content that was in it. And he didn't get some of the other content. But he was like, well, this is censored. And I'm like, well, okay, just call me the censorship of America, because until you turn 18, when you turn 18, you can go buy whatever the hell you want. But you're not over 18. So when you get 18 and get a job, you can buy what you want. But until then, you'll listen to what I buy you.
Same thing I did with my older
and that will
boys.
be censored.
The video games, that Grand Theft Auto, they did everything they could do to get that game, and I saw them playing it one time is all it took, and I'm like, what the hell is this? I mean, they're dragging prostitutes out of cars, beating them down. I'm like, what? This is not a video game. What are you guys doing? And I took it, and I broke it.
Yeah.
I was mad. I'll be damned if they didn't have another one the next week. And I just kept doing this and doing it. I'm like, when you guys turn 18 years old, I said, that's a whole different story. Do whatever you want if you think this is okay. You're 14 years old. You do not need to be doing this right now. I'm sorry, because in my opinion, it teaches that this is okay in some senses. It teaches them, even if you train them and teach them and tell them this is wrong, they're still doing it and seeing it. That's wrong to me. So
yeah, no, that's it. My kids are not allowed to play that. So that's the same thing. My kids are not allowed to play that. I don't allow that.
I just couldn't believe the game existed as it's a video game. I'm like, that's not really what that is. And you could hear them saying things in the game like, come here, you dumb bitch, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh my God, okay.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah, no, it is it's got some real not great themes in there.
Yeah, definite. And
But
they lead to other things too, and I'm just like, no, we're not doing that, guys. Sorry.
yeah, it teaches you that teaches you bad lessons. It just does. It's not good. I think that kind of a video game, honestly, and I'm not one that ascribes that, like, video games make you go and do stuff, or music or any of that other stuff. I really don't think that's the case. I think the parents not contextualizing that kind of media is much more of an issue than the media existing and kids being exposed to it. Because if the kids are exposed to it in a vacuum where it's not properly contextualized, right? And like you said, if you think it's too much as a parent, and you know your kids presumably better than other people, if you think it's too much to them or they're going to get the wrong idea, then, obviously you censor as much as you want. But if you're going to expose them to it or let them be exposed to it and also not contextualize it and explain things and everything else there, then that's a recipe for disaster.
Right.
Because
yep. I agree.
they're just gonna it's gonna be like, the reason why conspiracy theorists exist. I don't understand how anything works. I don't know what's happening here, but maybe I can just figure it out, and the best explanation I can come up with is probably the truth. Right? Like there's a whole lot of ignorance and inexperience there with kids. Oh no.
Right.
And
Dago fell off the porch. Dago to the white phone. Hey, Doodle.
But yeah, I think that's more of the issue. And with Columbine, that one mom, like, if you listen to her, you'll be infuriated because you could tell. She's like, well, it's not my fault. I couldn't have known. It's not my fault. Well, I don't believe that.
If a child lives in your home,
Yeah.
You should know. What are you just completely ignoring your child? Are you just completely acting like they don't live there? Do they just walk by and do what they want to do? That raises that question.
That's totally checked out and everything, and I mean, like, not to put too fine of a point on it, but she didn't seem particularly upset that her own kid was dead. Like, or that he did any of these horrible things, but like, she really, I feel like I would still be upset. Like, I feel like I would have some kind of an emotion there when talking about my son who was dead and did horrible things, but who was dead. I feel like I would have some kind of, like, emotion for that, and when you listen to her, like, I don't know. I could be reading it wrong. It could just be because she's trying to be professional. I don't know, but it seems, if you listen to her, it's just very infuriating. I almost feel bad for this kid, even though he did all of this horrible stuff, because that's his mom. And also now I understand why he did all that horrible stuff, because that's his mom.
Well, and it also makes you feel bad for the victims, his victims, because
Yes.
she is not taking accountability for basically what her son did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's no
I mean, I
accountability
think
there.
I would probably be apologizing to people for the rest of my life.
That needs to be a thing now. Arvik, you had mentioned that a while back about
Oh
that.
yeah, I mean, I'm so glad that they have started to prosecute the parents of
Right.
these children that get hold of their guns and take them to school and do these school shootings. Because if you can't keep your shit locked up, you don't need to own it.
Not that
Yeah.
hard.
Also,
Victor,
you should not be buying your mentally unwell child firearms.
Right.
Victor,
That too.
I would be screaming apologies from rooftops if I was her for the rest of my life.
That's what I'm saying.
Apologizing to the victim's family. I don't even know. I can't tell you what shape I would still be in now, knowing if that had been my son, knowing what he had done. I cannot tell
Yes.
you what mental status I would be in. I would still probably cry every 5 minutes, knowing what he had done. I
Yes.
would cry because my son was gone, but I would cry probably more because of what he had done to all of those families.
Mhm.
And sitting here and thinking like, why didn't I see this? Why didn't I stop it? I should have stopped it. I had a chance to stop it. Like the guilt would eat me alive. What I wouldn't be doing is going and giving a TED talk talking about how I couldn't have known and it's not my fault.
Right.
And yes, and we just lost another young lady that was from Columbine.
Yes, I saw that.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She just passed away.
I think there's one or two of them that are missing people too, by the way. Like who were uh casualties but they didn't die. They were shot that day but they didn't die.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
I
they've gone
forget.
missing.
Yeah.
Wow,
They've
I
been
didn't know that.
missing, I think they've been missing for like 20 years or something.
Wow.
Yes, Josh.
And that also got no media attention.
Oh, I didn't never heard that. That's wild. Interesting.
Yes, Josh. One of the survivors of Columbine just passed away like a few days ago.
Yeah.
That's sad. Was
And
it?
her mother was the one that she had. Mom, didn't you say that was the one that her mother had committed suicide, Mom? Mom?
What'd you say, love?
What didn't you say that the girl that recently passed away from Columbine, wasn't she the one that her mother had committed suicide right after all that happened?
I believe so. It was wasn't that in an article?
I think it was, but I can't remember.
I believe so. Don't hold me to that.
I think she was.
Lisa said she was in a wheelchair. Was 43 years old.
Yes, that's her.
Horrible situation all the way around.
Yeah. Let's see. Brandy Melanson. That was her name.
Yes.
That's the missing one from Columbine. And Anne Marie Hochhalter is the one that just passed away.
So is there, Victor, I'm sorry, is there a backstory with this one that's missing? Like, I've never heard this before.
Brandy disappeared in 2006. There's really not a lot of information.
Wow. That's wild.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's see. I'm looking at this thing here real quick just to get this back up because it's been a while since I looked at her case. So yeah, her two friends, after Columbine, her two friends got shot and killed in a subway near the high school after that. Let's see, and then another friend died, and yeah, the day after Christmas, 2006, Brandy left home and never came back. And that's it.
Wow.
How do you spell her last name again, bud?
It is Malonson.
Thank
And
you. I'm gonna look.
Brandy is Brandi.
Gotcha. I'm gonna look into that. I never knew that. That's interesting to me. That's wild.
No, and the school shooting got all that exposure and media coverage, and I had no idea that one of them was missing.
Right.
You mean neither. And I'm all over that shit.
Me either.
Yeah, no, I keep an eye out for I kind of like I memorize faces, especially for like long-term missing people, because if I come across a recon that looks similar, I want to be able to like go back and find them again. So,
Right.
but so I knew that she had been missing still, but I also know that she has not gotten a lot of attention at all.
Wow.
Well, maybe we can change that.
She had a lot of problems because of all of it. I mean, but like who wouldn't have a lot of problems after going through that?
Exactly. PTSD is a real thing. Let me tell you, my grandfather killed himself when my dad was 12 years old. My dad's the one that found him at 12. And he was traumatized for the rest of his life. I mean, and it took years and years for them to get him on the right meds that would actually help stabilize him. So yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah, it says that she endured many tragedies. She was a freshman at Columbine in '99 and went missing at the age of 23 in 2006. She'd be 38 now. This is horrible. And I mean, there's something else leads into it too, stating that somebody contacted the mother and said that she had died of an overdose or was killed and her body had been dumped. But that was it. And that came through the TBI. But again, this is another mother that went through that whole scenario at Columbine, and then your daughter disappears and you have no closure. And that's all the mother's asking for in this article too, is closure. So this is horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, and it got no attention. For as much attention as Columbine got, her going missing got no attention.
Yeah, that's just sad.
But it's another thing where they go ahead and they see that she's got all these problems, because of course she does, and they kind of write it off. But like she's a victim. She needed more help than she got, clearly. And that's not a slam on the family or the community at all, because everybody there was very, very traumatized. There's a lot of suicides and everything else that happened because of that. Everybody there in that community needed more help and support than they got. Just flat out. Exactly. What they got instead was a bunch of media attention and people making money off of their truly horrific tragedy, and then everybody fucked off. Everybody left, and and what are they left with? What's left behind there? Just trauma.
They forgot. Yeah, they forgot about long-term effects from this. What happens down the road? PTSD. That was just pushed up. Okay, now we're done. The spotlight's not here anymore. Moving on to the next scenario, and these people are just left in the clouds. You know what I mean? It's horrible.
Yeah. Yep. But I mean, I don't know whether to take the report or that phone call, seriously, because also, as soon as the news would have hit that she was missing, the family could have been targeted by scammers because it was
It
happening back then, and it sure as hell happens now.
Yep. All the time. Another
One of my cases, Paula Del Mundo, who went missing from the Dallas Fort Worth airport. Somebody scammed her family out of $5,000 pretending to be a private detective, and then they got a bunch of ransom calls.
We just covered a case about that PI trying to scam somebody out of money. Remember that article?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's these fake accounts.
It's
Unreal.
absolutely disgusting.
The PIs are real bad, especially the fake PIs over on Facebook, because they'll go to every missing person's post they can find and try to scam the parents on there. I deal with it all the time because I admin for so many missing persons groups, and I block their ass left and right.
Yep.
And I've had them reach out to me. I've had them reach out to me and say, "Oh, well, I can help you with this case. Send me your Cash App, or you can put $500 in this account, and I'll send you all the information I can find." Well, I'm capable of finding my own information, and here's the block. See your way out.
And that's the sad part, Mom, because they know these people, unlike you or a couple other people that know what they're doing, how to do this. They know these people are desperate. It's horrible that they play off that too. And they'll do anything and probably hand over every dollar they own just to get some answers as to what happened to their loved one. And how you can do that and sleep every night blows my mind. I don't get it.
Because they are horrible, wretched, dirtbag, lower than pond scum people that do not care. They are not good humans. I have two categories: good humans, not good humans. They are not good humans. Those are the only two categories I have: good humans and not good humans. They are not good humans.
They are not good humans.
They are scum.
Yeah, but we know that people were doing this as far back as the Lindbergh baby, So I'm not surprised that people do it. It's just really, really gross. And a couple of these people, the things that I've heard them say to the family members of missing people, some of the things I've heard them say, if I could get my hands on these people, they'd be in trouble.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take that $5,000 out of your ass, bro.
Oh,
right.
And then you have the other end of the spectrum where you get people like this woman who keeps claiming to be Madeline McCann, who just arrested, thank God. And there's been multiple people claim to be Madeline over the years, and it's happened in a lot of cases. And all that is get the family's hopes up, and then they are destroyed all over again. Talk about re-victimizing a family.
Yeah, that's horrible. Really horrible.
I had a case that
I on mainstream media, and you have these big mainstream media that bring them on for interviews, and you're literally sitting here, what the actual fuck am I watching?
Right.
Well, I had a lady contact me years ago. This had to be like 10 years ago. And it was about a little girl. She went missing and her mom went missing, but like not at the same time. And down in Florida. And I was posting because we were working on trying to get her and her mom into the missing persons databases because they weren't in any of them. And this lady contacted me on Facebook, and Facebook was not anywhere near what it is now at the time. So she contacted me and she's like, I think that I might be this girl. And I was like, okay. So we were talking for a while and I hooked her up with a NamUs liaison and a NCMEC liaison. And like she really thought it though, and she was not posting about the case or anything. She wasn't going out there. She wasn't contacting the family. She wasn't doing any of this stuff. She really just thought that she might be this girl, and like she went and gave a DNA swab and everything else. Like she cooperated entirely. She just she wasn't her, and the DNA test that they did showed that, you know, the lady that raised her was her mom. And I think that she was just like a confused lady with some mental health issues, but also she wasn't out there looking for fame, you know what I mean? It was like that that girl, that lady that was saying that she was that Lisa from Virginia, the little girl that disappeared that had AIDS. I don't
I don't
know.
think I've ever heard of that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, because it was real big a couple years ago. Because this lady came forward, and she was like, "No, I got a DNA test that shows that I am the sister of this girl's sister, and that we have the same dad and everything else." And it was all fake. She literally faked the DNA test.
Good God.
And you know, at some point the police had to come out and actually put out a statement that was like, no, she's not this girl. But then again, like after all of that media attention that this generated, um you know, people just forgot about the case and moved on with their lives.
Wow.
And the case about the little girl is really, really messed up too. Like she got AIDS from her mom, right? So she was born with it. She was on a lot of medication and everything else. And her mom was like homeless. And at some point, she met this woman at the hospital where she was getting treatment. And this woman ran a nonprofit organization that helped, like, you know, terminally ill and critically ill kids. And she convinced the mom to sign over custody for her when the mom died, and the mom did die when Lisa was like, I want to say like 4. So Lisa went and was living in it. It was like the Rainbow House Foundation or something like that. And at some point, Lisa stopped going to her appointments. They stopped refilling her medication and everything else. They kept taking her checks for her care from, you know, Social Security and everything. And she just disappeared, and the lady never reported her missing. Like
Wow.
and they still haven't found her.
Mhm.
The lady wound up going to jail for fraud because she defrauded the government for like 10 years. She's out now. But yeah, it happened in Virginia. And oh my god, what was her last name? Hold on a second.
Ruckus,
Well,
is that
thank
you,
God for
dear?
DNA. Yes, hello.
Okay, just making sure it was you. I'll take the
Yeah,
banner down now.
yeah. Thank God for DNA.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know about the Amber Crumb case. I talked to Larry this morning. His
Oh,
3-year-old daughter went missing in 1982, and there's
yes.
been 7 women because the mother comes from a very rich family. So there's been 7 women over the years claiming to be Amber, but through DNA, it was proven they were not. So they were just looking to get some money.
7.
Yes. Now, how
That
appalling is that? And it's rough on Larry
yeah.
because he had to say, okay, oh, maybe, right? So
That's crazy.
it is crazy. I just talked to him this morning, actually, but he, every single woman that said that they were Amber, he had to go through the whole thing with DNA and all that, and it turns out they weren't.
That's
But there's
so
people
wrong.
out there. that'll do that.
It wasn't Lisa, it was Brittany. It was Brittany Williams. That was her name.
Yeah, Lisa wanted me to tell you Brittany. She's in chat. Brittany,
Yeah.
Brittany, let Victor know Brittany.
Yeah, sorry, it's Brittany. I have a lot of people in my head. I'm sorry.
You're
Yeah,
fine because I'll be honest, Victor. I'm a face person too. Like I'll have people that'll come in chat or they'll email me. Hey, have you heard of this case? And I literally have to take the name and look it up because if I see their face, I can tell you whether or not I know how many times I've seen them, if I've shared them, if I'm the one that made a flyer. But I got to see faces because I have so
Yep.
many names and dates up here that I'll end up
Yep.
crossing faces.
Yep.
We'll be doing the morning show, and Dig will be like, "Do you know if such and such has been found yet?" I was like, "Can you pop the flyer up on the screen? I'll be able to tell you for sure if I see it."
How
yeah,
sad is that, though? There's so many cases, so many names, and so many faces. That's so sad.
yes. Yeah, especially like the really long term missing. That's the ones that get me. Like the really long term missing cases. It
Yeah,
just
I work with victims'
unbelievable.
families, and I try and focus on one or two cases, because otherwise, I mean, you stretch yourself too thin, and you're not really helping anymore. You know, outside of
Yeah,
bringing awareness is awesome. But to work a case, if you have any more than two, it's stress. It's stressful.
yeah. Yeah, and there's different ways of working them. So it really depends on like what level of intensity you're trying to go at too. One
Well,
of
I
the
go and meet the families. I
oh
mean,
yeah,
I've
see,
spent a lot of time in Iowa with Drew on the Evansdale case. So,
so
I know him personally,
yeah,
and law enforcement out there personally. So that's what I mean by working a case. Um,
yeah,
but, just talking about it and all that brings awareness. So I'm fine with that. But I
yeah,
actually work the cases, talk to law enforcement, talk to the victims' families, stuff like that. So you can
yeah,
only do so much.
yeah. I mean, you really can only do so much. Um, one of the cases that's not in my normal wheelhouse, I took on because it was a friend of one of my colleagues. One of my anthropologist friends, their friend went missing down in Florida. Um, and so we were working with them, to get them to take a commercial DNA test and put it up on GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA and put up a family tree and everything else, get the word out about it. And still keep an eye out, for her, get them in touch with law enforcement so they could do a DNA match with, do a DNA test there and everything. And sometimes there's just not any movement in the case.
Right.
Just no movement. And now it's been years now. Her mother, who was her only remaining close relative, has passed away. And I'm the administrator of her mother's DNA kit and the family tree that's involved. So at least if she's found, she's still going to get identified one way or another, right?
Now, we're in Florida.
Live Oak.
I'm very familiar with Live Oak.
Oh
Are
wow.
you?
Yeah, me too.
Sure. I
Yeah.
used to live, yeah, I used to live in Brantford
Uh,
before.
my my brothers and my stepdad used to live down there in Live Oak, actually.
Okay.
And my friend Jason Futch, he used to do a podcast, and now he put together Swanee Valley Unsolved and has been working a bunch of cases down there. Um, he also lived in Live Oak.
No kidding. Yeah, I lived
Yeah.
in Brantford back in the early 90s. So I'm
Okay.
very familiar with Swanee County.
Yeah. So
So
the
I'm going
person
to put
down
my
there.
number in the back chat.
Okay.
So if you need anything, give me a text or call or whatever.
Yeah, and if you need anything, either send me a message or Jason Futch on Facebook. He does really great work. Like I've offhandedly over the years mentioned a couple of people or a couple of cases, and he's just gone like whole hog on them. And I really he's really good, and he's a nice guy. But the case I was talking about is Kelly Brannon, which she
That
had
sounds familiar.
some attention, but one of these podcasts kept talking to like her boyfriend, who kept saying weird shit. Like, within a month or two of her going missing.
Kelly Brannon. Where
Yeah.
was she missing from again?
Live Oak in Florida.
That name sounds so familiar. I can't. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I hit send in back chat from my number and I got kicked. So
You're fine, Ruckus.
okay.
I don't know if everybody on the panels is familiar with you as I am. Do you want to give everybody a little bit of background of who you are?
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. I'm Ruckus. I have a YouTube channel about true crime. I'm a retired deputy from Florida. I'm originally from Boston, Massachusetts, but I've been down here since 1990. So, I'm not a snowbird or anything like that. But when I moved down here, I moved to Suwannee County. So I'm very
Okay.
familiar with Live Oak. Yeah.
All right. Definitely talk to Jason. Really, and I mean that sincerely, because he is systematically going through all the old newspapers from the area and finding the unsolved cases from there.
Okay.
He found a potential lynching victim from the
Okay.
70s,
Now,
which I'm
Live
not allowed
Oak
to say anything about.
is like a triangle. I lived in Brantford. So, yeah,
Yeah.
Brantford, Live Oak, and then Lake City. They're all the same distance from each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm familiar with that
Um,
area. I lived there from 90 to like 93. So, I'm familiar with that. It's a dry county, which is amazing.
yeah. Yeah.
But
Um,
yeah, I'm very familiar with that area. And I put my number in the back chat. I don't know if it came up or not, but
yeah. I saved
Yeah,
it.
it's back
okay,
there.
Um,
you could shoot me a text. Any of you guys, shoot me a text or call me. And if I can help you, I will.
It's nice to meet
that's
you, sir, and I appreciate you. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, you're
yes.
welcome,
Thank you so
Ruckus
much.
Django.
is
Thanks,
Ruckus is
Ruckus.
also a good friend of Mr. Steve's. They do a lot of
Awesome,
traveling together as
awesome,
well.
awesome.
That's how I met Ruckus. And Victor, we have some people that are coming in late. Would you mind introducing yourself again and let them know your background as well, please?
Okay. Let me hold on. Oh no, I touched the button. How do I make
Don't
this
touch a
not?
button. Do not
You're
touch a button.
you're still here. You're good.
Okay. I can't
Which button?
change my view or anything. That's okay.
Don't fall off the porch again, Victor. You're all right.
Well,
As
the
long as you
link's
don't
pinned to
fall
the
out the
top.
window. I'm at the
I
top,
have.
so I can't push you out this time.
I
If
think
it's
if I
your
touch
camera
anything,
on the
yeah.
bottom of your phone, there should be a little camera and it probably has like a slash through it. Just push that little camera and it should pop you back on. Don't jump. It's not worth it. Lisa.
Lisa.
Not the
But yeah,
microphone will
Monster,
mute
if
you.
you guys could be a fly on the wall during me and Steve's travel time, oh my goodness.
Oh, I'd
I
love it.
gotta
We could
imagine.
probably make money. We could probably make money on our conversations. I've driven across the whole country with him.
Hmm.
Sounds like an interesting
hang
road
on.
trip.
We're gonna pull
Oh,
Victor
it's
back up.
great. There you go. And he is
Okay.
amazing.
I don't know how I'm in here twice now. That's great.
So you're
Yeah, I
fine.
agree. Steve is a very awesome person in a lot of ways, in my opinion. So yeah, I can imagine it would be.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you have no idea. He is an amazing human being. He is. It's a pleasure working with him.
Victor, Mom won't let me sit next to you again because she's convinced that I pushed you off the porch last time, so she
No,
won't let me sit next to you anymore.
I'm going to tell you, it is 100% me. I have messed it up twice now. I tried to do what you were saying to do, and it was just like, nope.
Just kicked you right off. That's why I don't touch my phone on StreamYard, because I will end up somewhere totally different, Zimbabwe or somewhere, and be yelling back, "Hey, let me back in."
Just don't touch anybody.
And Mr. Beer, I usually fall out the window 4 or 5 times a night, so we're used to it.
Why the link's safely pinned at the top.
We always pull everybody back in. No big deal.
Now, Victor, you're the one that knows somebody that went missing in Florida?
Well, yeah, several people, but the one that I just said was Kelly Brannon.
Okay. Well, my number is in back chat. Shoot me a
Yeah,
text.
I copied it before. I did copy it before I fell off.
Okay, I fell off. Yeah. Soon as I hit send, I fell off. So any of you guys that got it, you can shoot me a text whenever.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. But if I can do anything to help, but I just can't get too involved because it stretches me too thin.
No,
I'm working
I
on 2
understand
cases
that.
right now.
I'm going to tell you there is nothing happening in that case right now because there's no leads. She just went out into the night and disappeared in Live Oak at the one motel, and Live Oak is in the middle of nowhere.
It's a one-horse town.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of a backstory behind it, Victor, or anything short, I should say?
Or has anybody talked to law enforcement?
Oh yeah,
I know the
yeah.
sheriff.
Yeah, they talked to law enforcement. Law enforcement has done whatever they could there. But I mean, there's not a lot to go on right now because the boyfriend is saying that she went off with some other guy that they've been partying with, but there's no proof that that guy exists.
Yeah, that's
And
bullshit.
he was saying all kinds of weird stuff on this podcast that he was talking to the people about, but nobody has seen or heard from her since. And she was kind of
the boyfriend.
Oh, I'm sure they have.
Okay, just making sure.
I'm sure they have. But she was a free spirit who went around everywhere and everything else. So that kind of she could have taken off, but it's real unlikely because he wound up driving her car back to, where was she from? Like Vermont or something. And I think they had chickens. It's a real weird story. I think that they had chickens in their car.
Oh, okay.
Listen, I was in a hotel in Massachusetts once, and I saw a car parked in the parking lot that had a bunch of sheep in it.
Oh my goodness!
Now listen, I'm from Charlestown, Massachusetts. What
Yeah.
town were you in?
I was by Athol.
Don't say you were in Lynn, please.
No, I was in Athol. But I wasn't at the hotel there. I was at the hotel in one of the next towns over. Yeah.
Okay.
There was 4 sheep in the back of this car. It was not even.
Goodness.
It was you have to understand that this was a minivan.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I know Sam St. John very well. He's the sheriff of Suwannee County right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know him from back in the day, from the early '90s. So shoot me a text. We'll see what we can do.
I definitely will, and I want to hook you up with Jason because Jason's been doing a lot of really good stuff down there. He just helped them get the Leroy Mills case reopened,
Now, who's
and
Jason?
Jason lives down in Lake City,
Okay,
and he is I think the head at this point of Swanee Valley Unsolved.
okay. Is that like a Facebook group?
No, it'll be a local nonprofit organization down there that helps with cold cases from the area.
Okay, okay. I
They're,
may be
they're
able to be some assistance.
they do really excellent work. Um, Jason is hilarious and he's a good guy. He used to do a podcast, but he stopped doing it so he could do the in person um stuff with the cases down there.
I get it.
So,
I get that.
you know, because he was doing a lot of really good work.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, give him my number. My name's
yes, I
George
will.
Nye. I mean, I go by Ruckus, but my
Let me
name's
write that
George
down.
Nye. So give him my number and have him give me a buzz.
I definitely will, and I know that he'd probably love to talk to you because he's been talking with the sheriff down there about a bunch of these cases. He's found extra cases that they didn't have records on because of one reason or another. And he's really going at local cases pretty hard, which I appreciate.
No, that's cool. Well, we all want to find answers. We all want
Yes,
the truth.
yes,
And
yep,
sometimes you have to nudge people for that.
yeah. Well, that's like I said, he helped get Leroy went missing from there. He was like, oh god, let me look. How old was he? He was 77 when he went missing in 1988.
Okay.
And he went missing and just nobody had seen him. And the thing is, like, Leroy doesn't have anybody pushing for him. When he passed away, so I think all of his children had already passed away. His wife had passed away. His siblings had all passed away. He was like the only one left. And the one that I was able to find was like a cousin who's in his 80s now, or a nephew who's in his 80s now. That was the only family member I could find because Jason had me go and do a tree on him and try and find family members to talk to him about the case because he's like, I don't think this guy's ever been found.
Well, thank you
And
for your work. That's awesome.
so Jason's down there talking to the families too, though. So
Okay.
you know
Whatever I
you
can do to
two,
help, you've got my number. Whatever I
yeah,
can do.
thank you so much. I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
What was that Brandon girl's first name again?
Kelly,
Kelly.
Ke, yeah, Kelley.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Yeah, and that whole story is it's very weird. There's nothing in Live Oak. Like I don't know where she was supposed to have gone because there's nothing there.
One horse town.
It's not even a one horse town. It's maybe like a one tortoise town.
Okay. Gotcha. I gotcha. I don't know. Arctic, does that name sound familiar to you? Because I swear I don't know why it keeps like dinging in my head. Kelly Brannon.
It sounds familiar. I don't know that I've covered the case, but for some reason it seems like I've heard the name before.
Yeah. I don't think I covered it either, but the name just really keeps ringing a bell in my head. So
She
thank
got
you.
a little bit of attention right around when she went missing, like maybe the first couple of months. And then after that, it just all fell off.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna
Yeah.
look into it out of curiosity now because it keeps sticking in my head. I'm gonna have to look into it now.
No, I mean, her friends are still trying to look for her. Her family is passed. Like her mom passed away, I think 2 years ago.
That's sad.
Yeah, but I mean, like she did what she could.
That's one thing I
Now,
really hate.
Dago,
And yes, sir.
Dago, just so you know, the biggest employer for Live Oak, Florida, is Jasper Correctional Institute. The next county over is Jasper County, and
Yeah,
that's
Okay,
the biggest employer for Live Oak.
gotcha. Interesting. So there's a prison there, and that's pretty much it.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. There's nothing else but the prison.
yeah, yeah.
Wow.
There's really nothing. Like my family lived down there. My stepfather, my brothers and stuff lived down there, but he was a Florida State trooper. So
Yeah, the county jail in Live Oak is like 4 cells.
yeah,
Mayberry. Going
Yeah,
back to Mayberry.
exactly. Which is great, and that's the way they want to keep it like that.
Yeah, sure.
Same with
Agreed.
Brantford, and yeah.
Well,
hmm
So
these small country towns that like to keep it quiet and keep their business to themselves and keep the loud and bad people out of there. So yeah, I get it.
yeah. Well, Brantford and Live Oak, they're along the Swanee River,
Mm-hmm.
and they're both from Brantford to Live Oak is 40 minutes,
Gotcha.
vice versa, and then to Lake City is 40 minutes. It's a big
hmm
triangle.
Okay.
yeah. But
Interesting.
there's like nothing. There's just acres and acres of like nothing out there.
Like the Florida stick.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's up towards Georgia. It's closer to Georgia than like the normal inhabited parts of Florida.
Right.
Yeah, Victor,
Is it on any
I lived
water?
in Brantford and I
I'm
worked
sorry.
at Death Row
Oh wow.
at Union up in
Okay.
Stark. So it was an hour and 10 minutes each way for me to
Yeah,
work for $19,000 a year back in 1990.
Good
that's
Lord.
crazy.
A lot of gas money.
Yeah, could you imagine? The inmates on death row made more money than I did.
Yeah, right.
Damn.
Right.
It
That's
cost $34,000 a piece to keep them on death row.
a
Yep.
year.
Yes.
And some of them sit on death row for 30, well,
Well,
here.
12
Sorry.
years was the average stay.
Okay.
And that's why, the death penalty is supposed to be a deterrent. It is
Mm-hmm.
definitely not,
Well,
right?
yeah,
If you wanted to kill somebody, Dago, you'd kill them. You don't care about the death penalty.
that's it.
Yeah.
So I was always like, well, either kill them or put them on the compound
Mm-hmm.
and give 428 kids the money to go to Harvard for a year.
Agreed. That's a lot of money. I mean,
Sure.
like
Sure.
like Arctic said earlier, the reason why I ended up in true crime when I was 12, my very close friend was murdered in a horrible way. There's many things that were done to him. And the man that did it to him was convicted, the two of them. One was given life in prison. He died 3 years ago. I think it was because of the big C. But the main one that did most everything, his name is Danny Lee Hill. You could look it up. I'm in Ohio, by the way, for anybody that didn't know.
Yeah.
And he's been on death row for going on 40 years. Okay,
It's
40
crazy.
years. And I don't understand. I mean, I don't know how much it costs here to keep somebody on death row, but let's say $34,000 a
Hmm.
year for 40 years.
That was in 1990, brother.
Yeah, so it's probably more.
But
Okay.
it's not his fault. It's the
Well,
system.
yeah, agreed. He did
Yeah.
his appeals. And he went through all of his appeals, and then he started playing because he tested one time at a lower mental capacity than what most normal people would. So that came to be the next card that he shouldn't receive the death penalty because he's a mentally challenged person. Well, you weren't mentally challenged when you did what you did to my friend Raymond. So
Right. But in your
that
state, they ping ponged with yes, death penalty, no death penalty. Yes,
yeah, Yep.
So I mean, but that's not his fault, and his attorneys are making plenty of money on his back.
Oh, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is.
You
But
know?
he keeps
But
whining
us
about,
taxpayers are paying for it.
oh yeah, and the best medical coverage you can get in this state, 100% when they're in there, and we feed him 3 meals a day. He's got a tablet. He's got a nice cell with a TV in it and everything else. You're not. What? Come on now. You know what I mean?
Dago, it's way more than that. There's a huge difference between an inmate on death row and an inmate on the compound.
Mm-hmm.
The inmates on death row are not there for punishment. They're there to be warehoused until we can kill them.
Right.
So they get whatever they want. They have TVs in their cell.
Yep.
Dude, I'm here to tell you, and I'm not kidding you. I would go on death row for the rest of my life.
It's you live for free, comfortably. You
And the
know?
best medical, I've seen
Yep.
inmates have a heart attack and they revive them, bring them back to life so they can be killed in 2 months.
Yeah.
It blows my mind. It does. We pay all that money for this whole, excuse me, horrible person that did this to a child
But
to live for basically to live the rest of his life. He lived a life. I mean, it was not comfortable, like mine was or yours was, but it was comfortable enough. He didn't have to worry about paying bills or working or doing anything. He had the rest of us to pay for him, and it pisses me off.
Dago, in this country, we would rather let 1,000 guilty people go than put one innocent person in prison, which I
Yeah, but
agree with.
Hmm.
we
But
put
we have the
innocent
appellate
people on the
system. After
time.
the appeals are done,
Yeah,
that's it.
I just can't imagine it taking 40 years to go through all this appeal
No, it
process.
shouldn't. That's
No.
because your state has ping ponged between death row, yes, death row, no. You
Hmm.
know, yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
I've read that too. It's just not a good thing. I feel so bad because Ray's mother, she's 93 or 4, has stayed. I swear to you, her whole family has passed already. Her husband, everybody.
Yeah,
And I
and his
swear,
victim didn't have this option.
right, right. And I swear his mother has stayed alive, kept herself going just so that she could watch this happen. And, just to get some kind of closure at this. And it's just not happening.
40 years is ridiculous.
It is. It is. It is beyond ridiculous. And I just can't
The
imagine. He's
inmates on death
90.
row, 90% of them would say, yeah, kill me.
Yeah.
You know,
Agreed.
that's now, again, they're there to be warehoused, not punished. So, I
Yeah.
mean, they're
It's just
better off than
ridiculous.
anybody on the compound as far as
Because
quality
they
of
have
life goes. But
they have their own privacy. They don't have to share with anybody else.
no, they
It's
get a
it's
TV in their room. They get to go to rec, take showers. They have
mhm.
more rights than the average American veteran does.
That's what I said the other day. I think we were talking about that with Arctic the other day about how and Doodle that how we have homeless people that aren't treated as well as these
Sure.
people
And
are.
they have better medical
Yep.
than veterans.
Yep.
They get glasses, they get dentures, they get all sorts of things.
But that's what makes this country great.
Yeah.
Is shit
Yeah.
like that. What if they are innocent? That's the way we look at it.
Yep.
We
Well,
don't want to kill innocent people.
Of
Now, if you
course.
listen to the other side of the fence, there have been innocent people that have been executed.
Right.
yes.
So, I mean, the number is minuscule compared to people that are guilty, but
Of
still,
course.
this country would rather let 1,000 criminals go than convict
Hmm.
an innocent man.
That is true. You
So,
are right.
and I agree with that. We could be on that side,
Yeah, see,
you
I
know.
think though that if we're going to be putting people, if we're going to be giving people the death penalty at all, I think it needs to be extremely clear and there needs to be very good evidence.
Of course.
That's it. Otherwise,
Well, that's
I
why
mean,
we
you
have
can
the
give,
appellate system, and that's what
Mhm.
yeah,
ties things up. Like Dago was saying, if your state keeps flip flopping
Hmm.
between yes and no for death penalty,
The death
well, then
penalty.
the clock starts again for the appellate system. In
Yep.
Florida, the average time on now this is back in '90. I don't know what it is now. Was 12 years. That's a long time
That's still a long time. Yeah, I agree.
for the
I feel
appellate
like
system.
I
But you
feel like,
have to make sure.
of course you do. Of course. I just feel, I know this sounds, how can I say, selfish to say this, but if they're found guilty, the proof is there, everything's there, then fast pass them, get it over with.
But
That's
Dago, there's been cases that have been proven that where innocent people have been
that
executed.
that's the downfall. I understand. I do.
And,
Yeah.
and I get that, Rowdy. To me, if you're going to put someone to death, you've got to have unrefutable DNA evidence that they committed that crime.
Yeah.
Well, we
Yes,
didn't always have DNA.
Right.
that's true.
So, I mean, we've gone by the system. Our forefathers set this system in effect. Now we have amendments and all that, but
Mm.
I mean, 12 years is plenty enough time. 5 years is, if you ask me.
Of course, to get the
And
appeal process done and all that. Yes, I agree.
and if I worked death row for a couple of years. I've never went around and said, "Hey, how long do you think you should be on death row?"
You're right.
But just talking with them in general, they're ready.
Yeah. Well,
They're done. You can tell
after
which ones are guilty. They're just ready. They're done. They're not going to admit to it. They're not going to have a death row confession, deathbed confession or anything like that.
sure.
But Jesus, I mean, 12 years at 34,000 a year. Send a kid to Harvard.
I mean,
100%.
I get what you're saying, Ruckus, but there's cases out there like the Darlie Routier case out of Texas
Yeah.
where she's been on death row for over 30 years now. And there's a lot that doesn't add up that she committed that crime. And I
Right.
would hate to see her put to death before they finally get around to testing evidence for DNA that will exonerate her.
But Otter
Yeah, and
Fox, I agree, right? I agree 100% because Texas, more than Florida, I
Yeah.
mean, they have a fast lane for
Right.
execution. They don't
Yeah.
fuck around.
Yeah,
Nope.
Texas doesn't fuck
Okay,
around.
so the fact that she's been on death row that long, I'm not familiar with the case at all. Just tells me that something's up there. Now, she may be guilty, but they
Her
just
case
don't
is
have
definitely
enough.
her case is definitely questionable. I agree with him on that one. There's a lot of flags on that one that make you look at
Now,
it funny.
who is it? What's her name?
Her name is
Darlie
Darlie
Routier.
Routier. She supposedly killed her two children and stabbed herself, slashed her own neck within a millimeter of her main artery in her neck.
Yeah, the jugular
And
vein.
they're saying that she staged this whole thing. You can see the pictures of her where her arms are all bruised up and everything. Now, I'll tell you, I've seen a lot of people do a lot of things to set up a scene, but I've never seen someone slash their own neck within a millimeter of their carotid artery just so that they
No.
have an alibi.
Now, is there another suspect that's viable?
They
No.
don't. Because what happened? Let me explain. What happened was they tried to she was kind of out there. She had big O implants and everything else, and she was a
Good for
young
her.
mom, and they tried to make it out that she was all about money and this and that at trial. They presented evidence that they didn't present the full evidence. Like they showed a video of her out at the children's grave on one of the kids' birthdays, spraying silly string and smack and gum out there. But what they didn't show was the
Oh, I
memorial
saw
service
that.
that they had before they went out to the grave and everything. They were celebrating the kid's birthday because that's what the kid would have wanted for his birthday. And
Right.
so the
I
jury
saw
only
that. I
saw,
remember that.
yeah.
Now, what's the problem? Why aren't they executing her? I mean, what's the issue?
Well, because there's even been jurors come out and say, had I known what I know now, had I seen everything that's been brought to light, that has been brought to light, I never would have voted to convict her.
Yeah, but that's never stopped an execution in Texas. So what? The jury found her guilty, right?
Yeah.
They weren't shown all of the way it's been shown to us, I should say. The jury was not shown all of the proof, the evidence, the whole story per se. They were
So
only shown.
the appellate system is stopping her from being executed.
Well,
Is that
after
what it
30
is?
years, I'm sure she's exhausted all of her appeals by now.
Right.
No, that's not necessarily true, especially in Texas. If it's been 30 years, yeah, there's something there because Texas doesn't fuck around. They have a
Right.
fast lane. I mean, if you commit murder in Texas, especially to kids, you're going to pass the guy that shot the Pope
Yeah.
on the way to
Right.
hell, as far as they're
Right.
concerned.
Right.
So, so there's something there. You know, silly string does not mean she did it.
No, agreed. Agreed. But that's
Yeah.
you know
So
how
I don't
people
know
see
much about
things.
the case, but I have seen the whole silly string thing. I have seen that. So she's still on death row?
She's still on death row. And I'll be honest with you, I'm more suspicious of her husband than I am of her because now it's come out that he had actually hired someone to break into their house because he was having financial issues. He claims he had called it off, but we don't know that for sure. What if
Yep.
someone broke into the house that he had hired and they're the ones that killed the kids and tried to kill Darlie because things went south because Darren, the husband, was conveniently upstairs in bed with the other child that didn't die when this whole attack happened. Why didn't he
Yeah.
come
Now,
downstairs and try to protect his wife and his
Otter
kids?
Fox, Otter Fox. I'm not trying to be a dick here, but how much of that have you investigated and spoke to people, not found online? How much have you actually talked to these people and investigated that way? And I'm not uh, trying to knock you or anything. I'm just asking.
Well, I mean, I haven't personally interviewed these people, but I have seen interviews with them where it's coming
Now,
right
have
out
you
of their
tried?
mouths.
Have you
All right.
tried?
Well,
Because
no.
honestly, if you try, you probably could. I'm being honest here.
So
They're gonna.
that's what I thought. That's what I was going to say. Maybe it was like what's happening in the West Memphis 3 case where the state is fighting to not test the DNA. And Tomboy Charm just said the appeals court said the state needs to test DNA on the sock, and the state says, no, we're going to fight that. So it's the same thing happening.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What
Where
socks?
There was a
there was a
sock found down the road from the house that was never tested. There's also a print that was found on the coffee table in the living room that didn't belong to anyone in the house.
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
and they
Now, do
didn't
you know who the
explain them.
investigators are, Onyx Fox? Do you know who the detectives are or the
I
investigators?
do not. I don't have the names off the tip of my tongue right now, but I do plan on diving deeper into this and doing a
Yeah,
video on it soon. So
I did too at one
Okay.
point. And Tomboy's right. That's another one. Ken Maines. I don't know if you know who that is, Ruckus, but
I
he
do.
did. Yeah, okay. He did an interview with her sister about all, and there was a lot, quite a bit of evidence that they claim was not shown to the jury, which is a problem.
Well,
They're
the
not
fact
giving.
that she's been on death row in Texas
Mm-hmm.
for this long tells me there's a problem.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's something. But if you guys reach out to the investigators and the detectives and all that, you'll be surprised who will talk to you. I'm telling you.
It
Which
might be a good idea.
which DNA profile though?
You're talking about what Captain Jenks said. Maines has the DNA
Yeah,
profile. Yeah, it
I
was
yeah.
think
funny.
he's referring to the one from the sock.
Yeah, don't go by what Maine says either. I mean, I like him. I like Kenny, but don't go by what he says. Find out for yourself.
From the
Talk to the
actual.
source.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, are
Or
they
do
going to
a
give?
FOIA. Do a
Are
FOIA
they?
request.
That's what I was going to ask. Is if you could FOIA that stuff because of the fact that it's still in appeals and stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay, I didn't
Well,
know.
Lisa Joe,
Absolutely.
he's speaking your language, Lisa Joe. Can
There
you
you go,
work on
Lisa.
that for me?
Absolutely.
Calling Lisa. We need a FOIA.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
She said.
Yeah.
Lisa to the white phone, Lisa. No, that would be to the red phone.
She said Texas ain't going to
It's the
grant
red
that.
phone.
Lisa to the red phone.
Yeah,
Well, it's not Texas. You got to
Florida
FOIA
will.
the county. FOIA the county, not the state. The county. Now, and here's the
Uh,
thing. I mean, we don't have a right to any of that. That's why you have to do a FOIA, and I agree with that. But do it to the county, not the state.
yeah, Florida will give you everything, but I don't. Texas is squirrely.
Yeah, but if in Florida, if you FOIA the county, you'll get it way faster. A and B, you'll get more information.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Florida, even the Florida enforcement, the big Florida people there, the FDLE will give you everything. If you FOIA it, you'll pay for it, but they'll give you everything. They'll even give you pictures.
Absolutely,
Wow. Okay.
every state should be like that.
Yeah, there's one case that we wanted to do a FOIA on down there, and they told us it was going to be $1,400 because it was lots and lots of pages of stuff. And I was like, I don't know what that is, but I can't afford that for this case.
I worked a case out of California, the Speed Freak killers,
Mm,
and if you look that up
mm.
on YouTube, there's a lot on them.
I know
And
that case.
I didn't have to FOIA. I went to Reno and talked to some detectives there, and I got the whole file. I mean, I have autopsy photos on Lauren and everything. So, I
Yeah.
mean, it just depends on how far you're willing to go. You know, if you go there and you speak to these people, or if you talk to them on the phone, it's much different. And don't say, hey, listen, I have a YouTube channel or I'm on social media. No, you talk to them like human beings and you'd be amazed how far it goes. I don't tell any of them, hey,
Don't
listen,
even
I'm
mention
prior law
YouTube.
Yeah,
enforcement.
don't bring YouTube up at all. You're done right there.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing once you talk to them and you let them know that you have YouTube, they use it to their advantage, which is
Yes.
smart. Yeah. So, but I'm here to tell you if you guys, instead of just looking things up, and listening to comments on YouTube and all of that, any social media, call and talk to these detectives. They will talk to you. And the victims' families are the most important as anything. Talk to them and befriend them, and you'll get more information than you know what to do with.
That's good. I appreciate the advice, truly, because a lot of these cases we do have questions about stuff like that. And I guess, it does make some sense. I think a lot of us are worried that we might not get a response from somebody that we try to approach that way.
Yeah, well, don't. I mean, they're people like we are. They go. So
Right.
if you call them and say, hey, listen, I'd like to know about this case. Who's the main detective or the investigator? They will put you through. Leave them a message on their voicemail, and they'll call you back, and you can talk to them. And they're people too, dude. If you were a detective and you came across a body and it was like, here, you have to investigate this, you would talk to anybody. You have to remember that they're people, you know.
Yeah.
So
What I've found with, because I do talk to agencies as part of what I do. And what I found is if you come to them with a possible solution to one of the cases that is gathering dust on their desk, they will be much more inclined to help you with something else. Right? If you're like,
absolutely, wouldn't
if you
you?
come in and you're like, I want to help you solve this problem, not create a bunch of more new problems for you, then they're like, oh, I like you because you can actually do something about this.
Well, if you contact them and you want information, they're not going to be as acceptive. If you contact
Well,
them and
yeah,
you give them information, like I said, my phone's as smart as yours. So is my computer. So sitting on my phone or my computer and looking things up and looking at comments and all that means nothing to them. And it shouldn't. If you were in their spot, what would you think if somebody called you and said, hey, I saw on Reddit or on Facebook that this and this and this, they'd be like, yeah, okay, have a good day. And so would you.
Yeah. Well, I got contacted by somebody who was doing a blog on somebody who's in my missing persons database. It's a wrestler who went missing in like 1973, and there's really like no information on this guy. And so I was talking to this blogger who had found a bunch of old newspaper reports about it, and we were talking back and forth, and I got enough information to go ahead and find his son, and
Okay.
which previously they didn't know existed. So this blogger had contacted the department that had the missing persons case and said, hey, what information do you have on this? And the detective was like, well, we have nothing on this. Actually, it's so old. We have no idea. We know that the case exists. We know that he's still missing, but we don't have any information in the file. There's like nothing. So the blogger found a bunch of information. I found a bunch of information, and then we found his son, and we sent all of that over to the detective,
That's
right?
awesome.
And they
Yeah.
were
Don't
very
stop that.
appreciative for that,
Yeah. Yeah.
because
Don't
like,
don't stop that, Victor.
if I can do some research that gives you stuff that you don't have, right? And that was all without me contacting the family, because really I don't think at this point in any investigation it's going to be helpful. But the detective I know could contact the son and actually do some good in this.
I
Well,
could
let
use
me
you
let
on
me
the
ask.
Curtis Huff case.
But that's also that's a very old missing persons case, and I also know for
It
a
doesn't
fact.
matter. It's not old to his family,
Mm.
Yeah, yeah, and the thing
right?
is, I know that specific person, if they do like the forensic genetic genealogy on it, I know for a fact that they're not going to get a match anywhere, because the guy was from Czechoslovakia, and Eastern Europeans are very low testing, even if they're in the States. The chances of them having other close matches in the system so low, they're never going to find this guy.
Yeah, but Victor, don't breathe out. They caught the Golden State Killer.
I know. I'm a forensic genetic genealogist. That's why I know that
Okay,
if they want to solve this, they got to get his son to test.
okay. Well, they
You
caught the
know.
Golden State Killer
Yeah.
through familiar DNA. So
Yep.
don't stop with that. Don't ever
Yeah.
stop.
I helped. I helped last year solve 2 murders in Southern California. We helped identify the perpetrator, and the cases were from 1980 and 1981.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
That's
dude, don't ever stop.
Yeah.
I mean, I've worked on the Toolbox Killers.
Oh,
They,
hey, I talked to Laura Brand, huh?
I
hey,
just, I just
they have both died in prison already.
I just
I
read
know.
about that last week. Both of them.
Yeah, but guess what? There's 3 victims out there in the hills, and I've been out
Yep.
there, that have not been found. So we're
Uh,
trying to find the remains
Wow.
yeah,
so that their families can have closure
Sure.
to eDNA by
yeah. So
watershed. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
I
don't
I'm in
give up.
contact. I'm in contact with Laura. We built out Bittaker's tree for her, and she also has me regularly double checking to see about any other girls that went missing down in that area, because she doesn't think that those are the only victims.
Well, I'm not going to mention any names, but we went up
Yeah,
there. There was a
yeah,
film crew there,
yeah,
and they were like, "Do you want to be?" No, no, I don't want to be involved with this. Period.
Right.
But
yeah. I'm
we
purely
went
on the
up there
research
gathering
side for that,
eDNA.
but
evidence. Because if you guys have never been up there in those hills, I mean, from the road, you throw a dead body out of your car, they tumble down the side. I mean, there's no dogs that can go down there. There's nothing.
Yeah.
So we're using eDNA, which is watershed. So if a body's laying on the side of a mountain and it decomposes, the fluids go into the watershed and they run down. Those mountains where the girls were thrown are huge, but
Yeah.
there's only so many watersheds. So at the bottom of that watershed, if there's human DNA, they know to go up to, and
Yeah.
you'll find the bodies if you go up. So that's what we did, me and Mr. Steve. We took eDNA samples all over the place, but there was a film crew there,
Yeah.
which we weren't aware of at first. I was running the drone while Steve was getting eDNA samples. But these people are ruthless. These Hollywood people, they're
Yes.
ruthless. I mean, that case has been solved. They audio recorded all these girls, which was disgusting.
Yes.
So we know what happened to all of them. The families know what happened to their loved ones. We're trying to find the remains.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do. The case has been solved. So there's
Yeah.
different levels of this true crime stuff. And Mr.
Yeah.
Steve is involved in all of them. I just help him. You know, I
Well,
I
I'm gonna
can't
tell
I
you
can't
if
even hold his jockstrap. I mean, he's amazing.
I'm gonna tell you if I was looking up in that area just based on the number of bodies that have been found up there, I would be looking off of Mount Baldy Road because they find so many bodies up there. And there's like little dirt tracks that go up off in the hills, and that was right up in that area where they were going with the girls.
Well, you know, they went on the fire roads and they
Yeah.
had gates
Yep.
and they cut the locks, the state locks, and put their own locks on there. Now,
Yep.
I was standing 10 feet from an area where they found three of the bodies. And
Yeah.
from and I have video of it. And where I was standing, I was like, how the fuck did they find these bodies? I mean, it's straight down.
Yeah.
And I stood there while they went in through a gate, the film crew and Mr. Steve and all that, and into where a girl is supposedly to be. And Steve was like, and I had my drone up above them. He's like, there's no way, unless you put a dog and had taught a dog how to traverse down this. It's amazing. So we went
Yeah.
down to where the watershed was. Now we're still waiting. I mean, Steve's doing tests, and that's why we're doing it with cases that have been solved, trying to find, known cases that are solved, trying to find eDNA.
Well,
Yeah.
let me ask you something real quick. Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't mean to, but
That's okay.
this case, I just read about this last week and was thinking about, because I do cold cases 3 times a week, and was thinking about bringing this one up and covering it. I read about the 3 possible victims that still have not been found. Are you guys saying that there's more than 3 possibly still?
What I'm
No.
saying, so they think there's 3. There are a couple of other girls who went missing in that area around the same time that they don't really know too much about.
Okay.
So they could have more victims.
I'm not going to say these 2 assholes' names because fuck
Yeah.
them,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they met in prison. And their goal was to rape, torture, and kill
Right.
a girl from each teenage year. So
Yep.
13, 14,
Yeah.
15, 16,
Yes.
17, 18, and 19. They admitted they accomplished that. And that's what they wanted to accomplish. They didn't go to 20 or anything like that.
Right.
So we know of 3 victims that they had recordings of, right?
Yep.
So the families know what happened to them and all that. It's just a matter of I'm telling you, these guys said exactly where they dumped the bodies,
Mm-hmm.
and it's still that hard to find them.
Yeah.
The terrain there, if you go there, you'd be, and I have video of it. I don't think I put it on my channel because I don't do stuff just to be, to do
Yeah.
shit like that.
Right.
But if you guys want it, you have my text, you have my phone number, text me and I'll text it to you. But I had a drone up and it's ridiculous. That's why we're doing this eDNA stuff. These
Yeah.
families know what happened to their loved ones. We're just trying to prove a theory of how to find these bodies. So we're
Gotcha.
still waiting. It's been 6, 8 months, but we're still waiting for the university that Steve's working with to get back with us for proof of theory. And we're working some other cases that are high profile doing this stuff, but I
Mm-hmm.
can't mention them, which sucks. But
How does this EDMA DNA stuff work? Can you guys explain that? Because that's something I'm kind of not really familiar with.
okay, if in your backyard, Dago, if you kill somebody and put them in your backyard,
Mm-hmm.
right,
Right.
their body would decompose, and at some point it turns to a jelly and liquid state.
Right. Right.
Goes into the ground and into the water table, which is
Mm-hmm.
called watershed,
Yes.
and gravity will take it down to a collection point.
Okay.
So if we go down to the bottom of a collection point and we take soil samples
Mm-hmm.
and there's human DNA, where this started, Dago, was from a college, and you can look it up. I won't tell you what the name of it is, but they would take water samples in a stream and they can tell you upstream all the way to the mountain which animals, including fish and mammals, were in contact with that stream, either
Oh wow.
swimming in it, drinking from it, whatever. And they could break it down by DNA. So that's where we said, okay, now what about if it was a watershed? And they said, we haven't thought about that. So Steve and I have traveled around the country on cases that have been solved, but they
Mm-hmm.
haven't found the bodies. Or
Right.
some of them, they have found the bodies. And we go down and collect samples and turn them over to the college so they can test it for eDNA. So if we know the body was found here and we go down the watershed and take a soil sample and then go 20 feet away, take another soil sample, and we've even gone as far as you take two soil samples from the same area.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, you put a fluid in that they say will preserve it, the other one, you don't. And you bring them both back to we don't know what that fluid is. It may be distilled water for all we know. You bring it back to the college and you let them test it. It's still in its infancy, but we've done that all over the country. So it's
That,
right there. It's coming. It's coming.
Very
that,
interesting. Thank you for explaining that. I'm sorry I never had really heard that before, but I appreciate you explaining it.
Yeah, nobody has Dago. This is brand new. We're
Yeah,
blazing a new trail.
it's very well. Lisa asked a question, which I'm kind of curious to, as what she's saying too, and said, "Wouldn't there already be human DNA there from the previous bodies?" Is that what you were talking about, right, Lisa?
Well, that is our worst concern, is that the whole earth has been so contaminated by human DNA that it would not matter. That's our worst concern.
So you're not
But
gonna,
we're
you wouldn't be able to separate it then, right?
right. But we're
Yeah.
going to these remote areas. There's been people that say, "Hey, we found this body here, and we look, and it's too close to a rest stop."
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So you're probably gonna find human DNA there,
Sure.
depending
Yeah.
on the
Proximity
it
by
depends
the
where it is, the topography. You know, it
yeah.
depends where it is,
Yeah, right. I know what you mean.
but it's valid science.
Yes, I mean, if you know, since you said you're going to places where they definitely already have found bodies before, that would be a good proof of concept if you're going in there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, no, that makes sense to me. I
Yep.
I will
So
be very interested to hear what comes of that because, like I said, I know there's bodies up there. You know there's bodies up there because they haven't found them, but I know that there's bodies all over that area and not just from those two.
yeah, I've been up there.
You
I've
know,
seen. You know who Rob Dick is?
Rob Dick.
Yeah,
No.
he's a bounty hunter.
Okay.
He's actually the person that bonded out Casey Anthony
Okay.
and had her stay at his house until she went to trial. So I got to
Okay.
meet with him. He was up there, and that's why the camera crew was there.
Okay.
So, but I mean, he's a good dude. I worked with him on the Speed Freak Killers as
Right.
well. But there's a lot involved. I mean, there's good television, there's good investigating, there's a lot involved. Steve and I are trying to do we're working with victims' families.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're trying to do, I guess, proof of concept, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's very interesting theory. Very interesting.
Yeah. And the other cases we're working are also high profile, but not anything I can talk about.
No, absolutely understood.
Yeah. That's always the most frustrating part about doing them. And you can't let anything slip really because if you do, it could mess up your case.
Sure.
It's hard to do a YouTube channel. It is. And
I
if you
bet.
look at my channel, I haven't done anything in months because I'm working Evansville and
Well,
there's
I'll
nothing
tell
I
you,
can share.
any of the cases that I am doing, like the forensic genetic genealogy on, I likely will, unless they're specific ones, and I get permission from the department. I will not say a damn thing about those cases. Even if I posted about them a lot in the past, I will stop posting about them until I'm done working on it because I don't accidentally want to let anything slip that I'm not supposed to.
Well, there's a line. I mean, you want to let people know what's going on, transparency. But at what point, Victor, is it your opinion? You know?
Well, yeah, but also like while I'm actually working on it, right? Like while I'm in the middle of doing it, I have to be extremely cognizant of uh where my information flows, and we take information security really seriously because we don't want to expose the DNA matches, we don't want to expose the family, we don't want somebody accidentally stumbling on research or whatever else, although we have everything locked down, you know.
So you
So
actually work in DNA?
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So, while I'm working on those cases, I will not post anything about them just so I don't accidentally slip. And anything that I release on a case, like after we've solved it or anything else, 100% goes through, the department. We check ahead of time what we're allowed to say, what's
Yeah,
allowed to
well,
be
be
released.
careful.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, I definitely am careful. Like I said, I run everything through the department because I do not want to mess up their case. We've had people who weren't part of the investigation leak an identification before, and it was real bad. Because us in the department had been in contact with the family to get a reference sample to double check against the DNA that we had to confirm the identification. And this family member was looking for help. She was looking for some insight on the case. She didn't really, know a lot about it. And so she reached out to a reporter who had done a lot of investigation on the case. And the reporter took her information and leaked the identities of the kids and also a bunch of their
You can't trust media.
pictures and everything else before we were able to get confirmation of the identification.
But somebody let that out, Viktor.
The family member of the victims did.
Right. So somebody in your circle let it out. That's why you can't tell the victims'
No, no,
families
no,
anything.
no. You don't understand. The department contacted the family to get a reference sample, and when they were talking to the family, they explained, because they had to ask questions too. You have to investigate and see if these people even exist, right? And
But you
so
don't do that through questions.
but the department was the one that contacted the family.
For
And
what?
the family is the one that went to the journalist, and the journalist leaked the identification.
Oh,
Is
that's
what happened.
bullshit. That sucks. Now, Mind of Monsters, thank you so much for having this tonight. I hate you being so quiet.
I'm loving it. Thank you so much
Okay.
for popping up, Ruckus. I'm loving it. Like I said, I'm just here. I'm taking it all in. I'm like a sponge of knowledge.
Okay.
And I
Now, what
appreciate
about
you guys coming
Kimber
up and
and
Viktor being here with us tonight.
yeah, Kimber hasn't said much either.
But Kimber is still awake because I took a nap this afternoon. Kimber is still awake for everyone in chat. I am still
Okay.
awake tonight.
All right. Well, you're still away then. Okay. Just checking.
But no, I've been listening and taking it all in, all of the information, and it's all
Okay.
very useful. It's very useful, very good information. I
Right on.
appreciate all of your amazing information as well, Ruckus.
This has been a really, really
too.
amazing show tonight with a lot of really, really great information. I'm very grateful for this.
Yeah,
Absolutely. I learned a lot tonight.
Dago, there's a lot. There's a lot, brother.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm retired firefighter medic, and I dealt within situations like this and stuff like this on that side of it. But learning a lot of the stuff that I've been learning, I've learned so much tonight. It's not even funny. But recently, though, and throughout this, to the other side of it, and knowing what certain things mean now and how things were for certain situations I was involved in and stuff like that, is really making some things make sense to me. And I really got to say, I appreciate all of you guys for all of this information and for giving me some insight into some things that I've dealt with or I've been involved in for years that never understood. So, you know what I mean? I really appreciate it a lot.
Breaking up,
I,
Dago.
I appreciate
Maybe it's
being
on my
allowed
end, but you're
to.
breaking up.
I'm sorry. Is that any better? Or is my internet doing its thing again?
You
Yeah,
sound
it might
fine
be
to
on
me.
my end. Otter Fox, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear it? Do I sound any better now, Ruckus? Can anybody hear me?
I can
I
hear
hear you
you.
I can hear
fine.
you.
I hear you.
Oh, okay. He might be having some connection issues, maybe.
It's the Florida swamp signal, I'm telling y'all. It gets you every time.
But that either way, that whole DNA thing he's talking about,
Oh,
that's
we lost
really
him.
really interesting. He was probably getting ready to drop off. That's why I broke up. That eDNA stuff it just sounds really, really interesting. I've always been all about the science stuff and always thought it was really cool and didn't understand a lot of it. So
I mean, it sounds really interesting, but I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of bodies up there.
oh yeah, I'm sure, and that's gonna be like that's why I said Lisa's question was really a good question because how do you break it down? How do you differentiate? You know, you can't.
So, there's one road you can search on NamUs if you like search in the circumstances. If you put Mount Baldy Road in there, you get like 4 or 5 like unidentified people.
Oh, okay.
That pop up that have been found up there.
So that's a regular dumping ground.
Yeah, so there's a lot of car accidents on there, and they lose a lot of hikers. But also, there was a serial killer of children that was active up there, and a bunch of those children are still missing. And that was, I mean, those kids went missing in like the 50s and the 60s.
Oh God. Okay.
Their family's still looking for them. That was the one where they think that some of the kids might have been buried under the highway in California.
I heard something about that a long time ago.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing about that in the 50s. You said, right?
Yeah, 50s or 60s. Yeah.
Okay.
But that was that was also some of them were also up by Mount Baldy Road.
Okay.
I don't know what is going on up there, but that place has there's a lot of bodies up there.
Well, is it out of the way? A lot of people you can't really like get to it real easy, and you can't really see it from.
Oh,
right
it's
there.
in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, so it's probably a for something like that. It's probably a very, very, popular.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, Victor, have you been up there?
No, I've only done research on it.
Listen, you have no idea how remote that area is. And not only is the road remote, the fire roads, which is where they took their victims, it's a windy road going up the mountain to start with. And there's fire roads, which are dirt roads, with a gate with a state lock on it that go back in a couple miles in case there's a fire. Well,
yeah,
these locks off and put their own locks on, and nobody noticed it. And the state never went up there because there wasn't fires. So they had access to these roads that were back a couple miles, and they had their way with these girls for days at a time.
How far outside? How far outside of like the nearest town is this place?
We met with everybody, right, at a school. In the parking lot at a school is where we met with everybody. And there's some big names involved, right?
Yeah.
So we left from this school. You could see behind the school that the hills started. So we went out of the school parking lot, and from the parking lot, we made a left and started going up these roads. And there's switchbacks, twists, and turns. And the San Bernardino Mountains are endless, endless. So unless you went there, Dago, you wouldn't understand. It's like the Delphi case and the Evansdale case. Unless you went to the crime scene and the discovery spots, you wouldn't understand.
Gotcha. I get it.
All right,
It's amazing. Dago, it's amazing. Google Earth does not do it justice. We went up there and pulled over in 2 or 3 spots where people that have been working on this case from way back in the 80s think these bodies are. So that's where we started at. and they can't prove it because they can't bring a dog up there. It's that bad. Right
Wow.
off the side of these roads, it goes straight down, and it's all brush, cactuses, and all that shit.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you have to go down to the bottom of that watershed. Look at it this way: if we can prove this concept, right,
Uh-huh.
and we're working a couple of high profile cases,
Mm-hmm.
but you go from a whole mountain range of 500,000 acres down to 5 acres. If we can find DNA, human DNA in the watershed, you go up from there and you'll find the bodies. So
Wow.
that's where we're at right now. Now it takes years for this stuff. But
Yeah.
Mr. Steve is awesome. I don't know if you guys know who
Oh,
he
yeah,
is.
we know him very well. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, Mr. Steve's
he's
amazing.
amazing. Oh, I've
100%.
spent so much time with him, and thank God he puts up with me. But he is
He's
an
amazing. He really
amazing
is.
human being, and I mean this. As much as I say you don't understand these crime scenes, you don't understand how amazing Steve is. I've seen him in action, and he is absolutely. He doesn't miss anything.
Right.
Yeah, that guy is like a modern day Sherlock Holmes. He
Yeah,
doesn't miss
we
anything.
all over here look up to him in a lot of what he
Oh,
does, and
absolutely. Absolutely.
100%. We all go to him. We all send people to him. So yeah, we know wholeheartedly who Steve is, really.
Yeah, him and I have taken
Steve's
over
my
whole
cop coffee
floors.
buddy.
We've taken over whole floors on a hotel, doing demonstrations and exhibits and
Yeah, his
all of that
demos
shit.
are his
Yeah.
demos are something else. I'll tell you what, they really are. And his wife, she's another one. She's a real trooper. I'll tell you.
Oh,
To,
she's
to,
amazing.
to volunteer with all his little experiments and stuff, but she just goes right along with it. You gotta love it.
She's amazing. But
Yeah,
Steve does all of that stuff for the family members
right.
before he goes to law enforcement. Now he's been in front of DAs, district attorneys, prosecutors, law
Hmm.
enforcement. He's done, and he's gotten several cases reopened. So he knows his shit.
That's right. Yeah, he
Yeah.
definitely has.
And we've been pulled over with skeletons and bodies in the back, all kinds of shit in the van. And I have a blast with it.
I can just see that now. That's great.
Oh, that's why I say if you guys could be a fly on the window
I
when we're
bet.
driving. We got
I
pulled
bet.
over once and I was given the open close in my hand, the sign of trouble. And
Oh my God.
it was
Ruckus.
hilarious. The cop asked for his driver's license and he handed me a credit card. I was like, dude, what are you trying to bribe this cop? And the cop starts laughing with me. Steve's like, oh, I'm sorry. You gave him the wrong thing.
That's
It
great.
was
I love it.
hilarious. Yeah, it was so funny.
I mean, at least you guys can have some fun out there while you're doing what you're doing too, and it makes it the two of you together. You got somebody else to hang out with, so that makes it sound like it's a good time too. You know?
Yeah, we've met with detectives and mostly victims' families.
Yeah, of course.
And, I'm the talker out of the group. Steve's the brains.
Right.
I'm the knock and talk guy. Pull up in front of a house, I'll go knock on the door and talk to this cocksucker. That's me.
Right. Right.
Steve's the guy that'll drive by 47 times and take pictures. Where
Yeah,
I'm like, no, pull over. You know,
we're
but
going knocking. Right.
yeah, but Steve's his way works way better than mine. He understands. I've never been a detective. He has.
Right.
So
Exactly.
he knows what he's doing. Me, on the other hand, is like pull over. I'll kick that cocksucker's door in, and we'll get to the bottom of this one way or another.
Well, that's
But
why it
he's like,
works. There's the
yeah.
bronze and the brains. You know
But
what I
he's like,
mean? You
no,
gotta
no,
have them both.
no. Yeah, he's like, no, no, no. We'll have none of that. All right.
He's very logic. Yeah, he's logic driven and very calm and all. Do the right thing. I get it. I get it.
No, he's
Hey, we
great.
got kicked out of Dunkin' Donuts. Like when we
Uh-oh.
went to have coffee,
Who
We like
did?
ordered our coffee. Me, Mr. Steve, and my husband. He hasn't told you the Dunkin' Donuts story, Ruckus?
No, he
Yeah.
hasn't.
Yes. We go and my old man, my husband was still in his wheelchair at the time. So we pull up and I'm like dragging the wheelchair out of the back of the Mustang and Mr. Steve comes over and he's just the sweetest person in the world. He was like, "Do you need help? Oh my God, what happened?" And I'm used to dragging it in and out of the car. So I got it out and we go in, and we get in there and we walk up. The little girl's nice as everything in the world, and we order our coffee, and I order hot coffee. He orders hot coffee. My husband likes his I call it his foo-foo coffee, his cold ice, whatever, mocha latte. I don't know all those fancy words. And we sit down at the table and man, we're just, in conversation. And then like 15 minutes passes and I looked at him and I was like, where the hell's our coffee? Completely forgot about our coffee. So we go up there, we get our coffee, take our coffee, bring our coffee back to the table. I'm literally maybe like the top, just a good 5 sips out of my cup. And the girl comes over and she goes, "I'm so sorry to let you guys know, but we closed like 10 minutes ago and we were really trying to let y'all sit here and talk, but you have to leave." I was like, "Okay, cool. We'll go hang out in your parking lot."
That was because of Steve.
Yeah, I
know
mean,
that.
when you take Steve somewhere, you get 10 minutes extra in Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, exactly. He's the bomb. I love Steve.
Oh, I love him.
Absolutely.
He's my
Absolutely.
brother. He's my brother. And again, like you've met him, Mind the Monsters, so you know he's awesome.
He is a freaking amazing human. I'm one of the first panels that he came up on whenever he first started his channel, and I was so excited when he started his channel. It was like, because and then from the channel it went to the foundation and the things that he does and helps families, and like the help that he's been to Miss Barbara, which I'm really surprised she didn't make it in tonight.
Yeah.
He's a
Barbara's
phenomenal human
awesome.
being, and I'm honored to be able to say, yes, I know Mr. Steve. I love Mr. Steve, and I got thrown out of Dunkin' Donuts with him.
You know, me,
I'll tell you.
me and
It's
Steve were working on the Timmy D's case, and we were in the lobby of a hotel with a skeleton and an actual pair of Timmy D's jeans. And we're trying to work out something. And a couple came in, actually, a couple and their 2 kids came in and went to the counter at this hotel and looked at us and said, "Well, what's going on here?" And
I'll
the
bet
poor
you guys
people,
get.
the staff knew what we were doing, but it was funny. The staff was like, "Well, they're investigators."
I bet you guys get interesting looks and reactions from a lot of people. Truly.
Well, actually, I mean, we work with victims' families, so
Hmm.
everywhere that we go, the hotel staff knows us.
Gotcha.
We showed up at 3 in the morning one time in Evansdale, and the person at the front desk, the gentleman's like, "Well, the system's down. I couldn't give you a room if I wanted to." So we were going to leave, and Steve's like, "Well, will you please look up, my foundation name?" And the guy looked it up, and he goes, "Okay, never mind. Here you go. Here's 2 rooms. We'll settle in the morning."
There you go.
Yeah, and the staff came in the morning, and they're like, "Hey, how you doing, Ruckus? What's up, Steve?" They know us.
That's good. It's good to
That's
know. It's good
awesome.
to know now though that he's got somebody out there on there because I've wondered that he'll talk about going on the road and this and that, and you think of it like he's out there by himself doing all this stuff, but it's good to know that he's got somebody out there with him too.
Yeah, I
Truly.
go I go a lot of the time. Now, not only do we know Drew, we know all his friends, his family. I mean, I keep in touch with most of his friends,
Right.
you know, but we're getting there on Evansdale. We're getting there.
Good
Trust me.
deal. Good
Yeah.
deal. Well,
Takes
thank you for
time.
everything you do. I appreciate you just as much as Steve. I appreciate everything you guys do. So thank you for
Well,
that.
thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, this has been great, Mom. Seriously, there's been
Yeah,
so.
it's been
Oh,
very informative. I'm glad Ruckus came up because
yeah,
he's been very helpful with some of the stuff he's told us, and uh, Lord knows Victor's provided a lot of information tonight that I didn't know about. So
God, yes, yes.
Yes, it's
I,
been
I
very.
told you guys we were going to have a power panel tonight.
It
And
has
when
been
Mom says,
it has
by George, we're having a power panel, we're going to have our power panel.
We've had
Absolutely.
a power panel right on the front porch tonight. And
Well, you
I
guys have my information. If you need me for anything, get with me.
Absolutely. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah,
and I
absolutely.
didn't fall off the porch once tonight, and I did not push Victor off.
You did push Victor
You
off.
know, you know now that you said that, Kimber, that's gonna happen now, right?
It's going to fall off now.
I'm not pushing any buttons. I'm just laying here on the couch with the pit bull.
Well, Mind the Monsters, I appreciate you letting me come up here. But I'm out like a fat kid in dodgeball.
Well, Ruckus, I'm honored to have you come up, and I love you, sir. I do. I'm honored to have you come up, and I'm right here in Orlando. So if you ever want to go have coffee, I'd be honored to do that with you as well.
She wants to get
I'm
thrown
down
out
with
with
And maybe
you
we
now.
can get kicked out of Starbucks this time.
Yeah,
Then
There
I
you
well,
have
go.
two
no,
cool
I don't do
stories.
Starbucks. I'm from Boston. I do Dunkin's.
There you go.
Well, I should have known cop coffee. We're going to Dunkin'.
Yeah, well, Steve's right between us. So
Mm-hmm.
he's in Florida now. So, but
Yeah, me and him are supposed to meet up sometime whenever he gets settled in, and I brought him a case and sent him the information and stuff. So we're supposed
well,
to
you got
meet
my
up. And
number in back chat. Shoot me a text.
yep,
Let me
It
know
was
you
it
okay,
was
are,
a,
and
it
we'll
was
meet for coffee.
it was an absolute honor to
definitely.
meet you, Ruckus. I really appreciate you again. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was nice
Absolutely.
to meet you.
I'm off like a prom dress. You guys have a great night,
I
and
love
I'll
that.
talk to you
What a
later.
day. Take care, sir.
Have a good night.
have a
Oh
good
my
night.
good.
Ruckus, it was a pleasure to meet you. If you're still in here, pleasure.
Ruckus
Oh,
is awesome.
he's great. I love it. I can put him and Steve together. I can only imagine those conversations.
Mhm.
Wow.
Could you imagine what Mrs. Steve has to wrangle in with the two of them together?
Good
Oh, good
Lord.
Lord.
No. No.
Good thing she's a strong woman.
Yeah, she's guys, I tell you right now that the day that I watched him doing the dragging experiment with her, I'm sitting here going, this poor woman, and she just goes right along with nothing. No big deal whatsoever. And I'm like, that you got a wonderful wife there, and she goes right along with everything, no big deal. And his experiments, his whatever you call them, they're always so great, and he always shows everything he's doing and explains it all out, and it's amazing. So you gotta
I
love her.
would see. I would be right in there with him, though. I would love to do the reenactments with him.
Oh
So
yeah,
she probably enjoys. She probably enjoys it.
I imagine. Yeah, their relationship's got to be amazing. You know what I mean? So
So I would be right in there with him doing the reenactments.
yeah, Steve is a great guy, and now knowing that guy too, the two of them together, there's some they need to do like they're a channel together doing what they're doing while they're out just on the road stuff without even putting in the other stuff. It'd probably be amazing.
Sometimes he
That's
goes up on
actually
Mr. Steve's.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
I haven't seen him
Yeah,
up there.
sometimes
I
he's on
haven't
there.
I haven't seen any of Mr. Steve's stuff in a while. I've watched some of his replays lately, but that's about it.
He's been busy. He's been traveling a lot back and
Yeah.
forth and getting everything situated, and then still doing work with the families and everything that he does in the background too. So he stays busy.
Yeah, he's always
Oh,
busy.
I know. I know he stays busy.
And he's got the
Absolutely.
grandbaby now too. So little Steve.
Yeah, some of the people that we meet out here, you guys, it's amazing.
Hmm. Hey, like I said, the universe brings us together for a reason.
Right.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yep.
The stars are lining up, and they're like, "Oh, you belong over here," and that's how . It's how we find each other.
I believe that.
This is also the same way, like how you can advocate though, also, right? Like I said before, like you don't know what connection you're gonna make that's gonna help, right? But also, like, I know a bunch of people that if I have a case that falls under like something that they're doing and I find out about it, that I can reach out to and be like, hey, were you aware of this case? You know, it's not one that I can help with particularly, but maybe you can help with it. I go through a lot of, databases and stuff, so I find a lot of information that may or may not be useful to me. But I've sent a bunch of does over to Veteran Doe because that's not my wheelhouse, but they have a lot of connections and know how to do it, right? Or I'll find a black doe that I think that, like, missing black people or something, or the Black and Missing Foundation can use. I'll send it over to them. Like, you never know when you're gonna find somebody that you can send you can still help with it by making sure that it gets in front of the people that can actually help with it more.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what it's all about, is reaching out. As like in our circle, if I need a flyer, I know I can contact Duchess, or I can contact Mom, because I'm not good at flyers. I can do voiceovers like a motherfucker, but I can't create a flyer to save my life. So I can reach out to them.
Yeah.
If I've had, when I was a smaller channel, I mean, I've developed relationships with larger creators over the years. I can try to get, more eyes on a case by reaching out to the contacts I've made in the mainstream media and stuff as well. So, it's all about working together as a team, as a community. So.
Yeah, and that's the same too. There are cases that come across. I share a lot of stuff on my Twitter specifically because I have so many contacts on there that are, from media stations, because I've done a fair amount of interviews and gotten press for things in mainstream media for much smaller cases. Like, I got into People magazine somehow for a case that otherwise literally wouldn't have gotten any attention. There was one Facebook post prior to this about this case, and if another more well-known person hadn't gone missing and been found deceased right around the same time, she never would have gotten that attention. But because I've done these and I share stuff, like, I feel like the reporters have more of a chance of, like, catching some more of these, like, less known cases where there's maybe not a lot of information. And then if they want to dive into it and go ahead and share it or cover it, I'm all for that. Like, yes, please pick up one of these small cases that gets no attention and give them attention.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, otherwise we're not going to solve anything. We're not going to solve some of these because the people are not going to have eyeballs on them. So yeah, I love that there's kind of like networking going on, but networking that also includes, like, information sharing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Allows for the further spread of information for people.
Speaking of, I wanted to thank you. I didn't actually get to thank you now that we're here like this, for coming in the other day and explaining all the IGG stuff, that all the questions were asked about and all that. That meant a lot, and it's very helpful. So thank you again for doing that.
It's absolutely no problem. I did actually go and find a video where they read all of the stuff afterwards.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, I just want to make sure that I got what was going on correctly, because I know I didn't have the full information when I went into it.
Right.
And I think actually that some of the things I said was wrong based on the full affidavit.
Well, and that's okay. You got the you got the basics out though, and help people understand the basics of it. And that's truly that's very hard stuff to understand. It really is. And a lot of us have tried to catch on to it for the whole time. And you kind of opened the door for us and gave us the ability to at least step inside. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think people specifically trying to muddy the waters didn't help.
Not at all. Not at all. That's exactly what the problem has been. So that which you did actually is able to clear that up a little bit and turn the light on for everybody to go, oh, okay, now it makes sense. You know what I mean? So very grateful for that.
It's no problem. I might not be the world's best person at explaining the very specific things. Like I understand them and everything, and I try and explain them in a way without getting too technical and everything.
Sure.
But it seems really daunting and complex and difficult. But if you don't use the big words as much and you kind of break it down a little bit, then it stops being as daunting, really.
Yeah, keep it in layman's terms for all of us little people here. Of course.
Well,
as from Arkansas, I don't understand the big words.
It's just you're not trained.
Stop it, Arctic. Stop it.
Yeah.
It's just you're not trained in it, and you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, exactly. It is Lisa's right. It's very technical, and that's the side of it that a lot of us don't get. You know what I mean? So we're a lot of us, we're very grateful just to understand even the basic side of it, because a lot of us, you don't. They explain it when you're watching hearings and they're using all the big words that them Arkansans don't get, but you get all them big words in these hearings and you're going, I kind of get what he's saying. Cy Ray goes on a stand and he's saying all this stuff and you're going, okay. And then you make yourself believe you get it, and then you move on, and then you're done, and it's like, wait, what did I just do? You know what I mean? So it's very helpful, very helpful.
Yeah. So I mean, when it comes down to it, the way the DNA works is on probabilities, and when you're doing the full genome stuff, like what you need to know is higher number, right, means a closer relationship. Lower number means a lower relationship.
Sure.
So if you think about how many second cousins do you have, right?
Right.
But then think about how many fourth or sixth cousins you have. You're gonna have a lot more fourth or sixth or eighth or ninth, cousins
further away, right?
Further away, and there's more of them, and you're not going to know who any of those people are.
Of course.
Yeah.
So if you have a cousin that's a sixth cousin, and it matches with another cousin who's a sixth cousin, right? You can go ahead and you can build a family tree to the point where both of those match, and then you can build down from there. But if you're six cousins, you're talking about a couple thousand people.
Yeah, right.
So what you want to do is you want to try and find a cousin that's maybe like a third cousin, maybe, or a second cousin. Somebody closer is what you're looking for. So I think that's what was going on there. They didn't explain it well in the documents.
Well, the problem with that whole thing, honestly, Victor, was that people were stuck and confused because they threw and this is what this has always been about. Reading the documents and in the affidavit, the PCA, in that case specifically. Thank you, Lisa. So going through all that stuff, the wording in it, okay, is what grabs everybody's attention always. So if something's worded a certain way, they run with it. I've done it because we're told that is the absolute. That PCA is the absolute in this specific case. You go by that. That's fact. Stay away from all the other shit. So we read through that and we hang on to every word. So the wording in that listed the four brothers, and SRB, who's part of the community, is the one that was completely confused and said, where did these brothers come from? And that right there, and Lisa kept saying, forget about the 4 brothers, forget about the 4 brothers. And we were trying to, you get it stuck in your head, and everybody goes, okay, now forget about this and go back to this side of it. And that's where we were supposed to be. So yes.
Yeah, I think either somebody involved in that did not understand what was going on or did not explain it well. What I think was that those brothers were low matches,
Mm-hmm.
and they were trying to determine what exactly was going on there. Maybe there was a half relation there that they were trying to figure out, which would change how much DNA you share.
Of course.
Right?
And that's what they were trying to figure out the whole time, and how they built the tree. Okay.
Yeah.
And got to him, the suspect himself, based off of that kind of stuff. And that's what the part that nobody ever understood.
Yeah, but they didn't continue to say, like, we were trying to target test, but this was a low match.
Right. And it made sense after you explained what you did. So I don't think you said anything wrong. I just, like you said, you didn't have all the facts either. So that made it a little bit harder.
Yeah, well, because somebody asked, could you double the amount of DNA that was present, with the sample? And after reading the affidavit, I don't think that's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
I think they used a different bioinformatician, which is somebody. What human DNA has, when it's in remains, has got a lot of bacteria in it, like bacterial contaminants, and they're known contaminants. And they have libraries. They have massive libraries of genomes. So a good bioinformatician can go in and make sure that the DNA that's in there, that's in your sample, has the bacterial DNA that's going to be shared, pulled out. And so if you have a different resource or library, you can pull out things that might have been left in that are not good data, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that it looks like you have more information, but it's not true. You have the same information, but before a bunch of junk was in there, and now a bunch of that junk is not being looked at.
Okay. Gotcha. Lisa sent me a chart, Mom. If you want to pull that up, you can. Just to look at it real quick.
From the shared Centimorgan project.
I think so. Is that what that is, Lisa? I put it, shared it with you, Mom, if you want to pull it up, so that what he just explained is kind of understood by looking at that graph, or that chart, I should say, with the grandparent, half uncle, parent, aunt, uncle, whatever. It's all on there.
We didn't put nothing in there, sir.
It's in your backstage, Mom.
I don't see nothing.
I shared it. Stop screen.
Did you hit enter? Oh shit, I see it.
Sorry. There we go. I'll make it a little bit bigger. That's what he was talking about there, with all the half aunt, uncle, and all that kind of. This is interesting. I love this science stuff. I really do. It's very interesting.
Yeah, so they have a tool on the shared Centimorgan project. They have a tool where you can go ahead and you can input the Centimorgans that your match shares, right? And it can predict the possible relationships that your sample could be, right? So the DNA match can be to your target DNA kit for your victim or your perpetrator in this case.
Okay. Gotcha.
So it will throw up a probabilities, and what you wind up doing when you do these cases is you have a bunch of these DNA matches, and you build the tree out, and when you have your target, then you have to go back in and you have to double check the relationships of the DNA matches that tie in to make sure that they are in the acceptable ranges for possible relationships, because if they don't fit in there, then that's not your person.
Okay.
And you do that over and over and over again, for however many DNA matches that you use and are able to tie in.
And then you target test, Lisa said then.
Yeah, if you only have low matches and you think you have a place where you might be able to get a higher match, then you would build a downline, identify a person in that line that's alive, and then you would the department would contact them and ask, would you mind giving a DNA sample because we would like to check. Now, usually you don't target test people who are like thought to be a direct relative. So you would not the department would not contact a brother or a father to do a target test like this.
Okay.
They would do like a first cousin, first cousin once removed, somebody further distant away, so that there's less chance that if they're a direct relation that you're going to accidentally, leak information on the case. Because family members are unpredictable. The police can tell you, please don't release this information. Family members aren't necessarily going to listen to that.
Gotcha. So, and this is in essence, this is how they build, they find suspects in these cases, is by doing all this.
Yeah, but think of it many, many times over. So, for instance, like the case I'm working on now, we have the most DNA matches I think we've ever had in a case, and I think we're up to 230.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
And that is because our highest match when we started, was 70 centimorgans.
Okay.
So if you look on that, that is like could be eighth cousin, could be seventh cousin. There's a range because of the way the DNA recombines when you have children. So 70 centimorgans is not a high match. And when you have a bunch of them that are smaller than that as well, you have to do a whole lot of work to get the same. If we had a couple of higher matches to begin with, we wouldn't have had to have 230 or whatever it is DNA matches in there.
So when you do this, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just
no, go ahead.
Connect these dots. So when you guys get a case and you do this, and I'm not saying any specific one, just any case, and you start doing this again and again and again and again, and obviously it takes some time, but the end result, when you finally get through this is pretty much right there. It's on point for the most part at that point then, right?
Yes, because at least for us, and anybody that we've trained, the first thing that we do when we have a candidate for identification is we try to disprove it.
Okay.
So we do a massive amount of research, and we check for signs of life. We check for other possible matches, maybe at a different place in the tree or a sibling. We go through and we just check and check and check, and then we double check the DNA, and then we triple check the DNA. We make sure that we double check our genealogy work, and make sure there's enough records. There has to be, for us, we have to attach at least 3 records in each direct line for our target person. And then also all of our DNA matches that we match in also have to have actual sources, not, somebody's Facebook post or whatever, that show that this person is a documented relative, in the direct line of this other person. And we do that for everything. Like there has to be documentation, to the point where we're extremely sure of what we're looking at.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Our final report that we do once we identify somebody usually takes us over a week to compile, and it's usually about 65 pages long.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's also it's got to have all the terminology. It has to have like this chart in it. It's got to have an explanation of everything that we did. It's got to have our top, DNA matches, but also like we anonymize it. So we have to go back through and anonymize everything so that we're not giving away the personal information, the DNA matches in a document that can be revealed by a FOIA request, because that would expose them to the public.
Well, typically, like for that one specific case we were talking about that day, this is all under seal. So none of this can get put out anyway at that point.
Yeah, but once it's at this point, but once it's solved, if somebody goes and FOIAs it and can get the DNA matches, that exposes them.
Okay. Ooh, okay, I got you now.
So it's not a point of trying to not show our work or be deceptive or anything like that, because it is, reproducible. It's a matter of protecting the privacy of the DNA matches that are in the database system and are kind enough to be sharing their DNA with law enforcement, so we can identify people.
See, they talked about that too, multiple times, about protecting specific people per se. I never understood that. This makes that make sense too. So that's another thing. Thank you for making that make sense.
Because if you don't, people, once the case is solved, people go out there and they will hunt down the family members.
Yep.
Because people are crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So
now, why would somebody, you probably, this is kind of a dumb question, but I'm just curious. If one of the people that were talked about in that situation we talked about the other day refused to give DNA when they asked, he said, no, I'm not doing this. Yeah. Now, if you're not directly involved in a situation, that's weird to me that you wouldn't just say, okay, here. You know what I mean? Is that an average, is that a typical thing that you go through, or?
Yes. Yeah, it's not unusual. Some people don't want to be involved. Some people have reasons that they don't want to deal with law enforcement that we are not privy to or are privy to. There's some entire populations that don't even bother asking target testing because they are not going to. Like Native Americans, no. I'm going to tell you right now, if you go to any Native American tribe that was part of the AIM movement, and I don't know if you saw Leonard Poitier just got released. If you want to go to his tribe and ask them to DNA test, they're going to tell you to go fuck yourself.
Okay then. Okay.
They're not giving DNA to police. They don't trust the police for very good reasons. Sure. So even if we're talking about a murder, even if we're talking about a victim, unless they have a direct relative that you think it might be, they're not going to give a DNA test, and they might even still be iffy on the direct relative. Yeah, just because they don't trust the government with their DNA.
Yeah, at least it just said many minorities don't, and I understand that completely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yep. Many of them don't want their names anywhere in any documentation, and I think that's fine. Like I said, we anonymize everything. And we actually, for each of our cases, after we anonymize everything, we make a chart that shows the DNA relationships with these people through the ancestors and how they relate to our candidate, so that it's easy to explain and also easy to show to people why you think this person is who you think it is.
Okay.
Because otherwise it's I can talk about it, but it's very difficult for people that don't understand this stuff, and even some people that do, to explain in words in a way that like a visual.
Of course. No, absolutely. Absolutely. It makes perfect sense. Like I said, I struggled from the beginning of learning about this stuff, and I'm going, what the hell is it? I don't understand. What does it mean? What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean? You know, why is it such a big deal? How do they use this? So on and so forth. And from what you said the other day and this here now, plus along with Lisa, Lisa is very helpful in a lot of different ways too. So I really appreciate this on all aspects. I really do.
You're welcome. I can actually, I have one of the charts that we have that is in an article here. Hold on a second. I can give you I'm just going to put it in the regular chat because I'm afraid I'm going to kick myself out of the phone.
Okay, I'll take this down so you guys don't cross your eyes staring at this.
So if you open that and then you scroll down, there's a chart.
You might have to put it in the back chat because it's hard to put things in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right, hold on.
It won't post it in the chat.
No,
I don't.
But either way,
I don't know how to do the back chat.
Where it says
Click on
private
the chat. By the
Wait.
camera, there's a chat box. Just click on that.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll have to look it up on my phone. Oh no.
You don't have to do all that, but if you don't want, no big deal.
Wait. Hold on.
Or you can
Lisa
send it to
Lisa said you send it to her in Messenger.
Okay, hold on. Because I have the link just straight to the chart. Come on.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I mean, it really is to help a lot of us that look at these cases and cover them and hear this stuff on a daily basis. What the hell they're talking about, you know?
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Hold on. Boop.
Great stuff. Very much.
All right. That is a link directly to the image of one of these charts that I'm talking about.
Okay. Did you send it to Lisa or in the private?
I sent it to Lisa.
Okay. Yeah, Mom, this is probably one of the best live streams I've seen, watched, been a part of it for a long time. This has been really, really interesting.
So if you look at this one that's out in the public, if you look at it, you'll see that there's just like surnames and stuff. So when we do something that's discoverable, we try and make sure that we're not actually like pointing directly to, the person who is,
Okay.
like the parents of a DNA match, because that would not be great.
It's backstage, Mom, if you want to pull that up too. I got you. I know what you're saying now. This one looks even easier to read now.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, guys. Calvin Dana Hoover. Okay.
So this was a perpetrator case that we did in Canada for the murderer of Christine Jessup.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is the dendrograph. That's what this is called, which shows how the identification worked. And we only use, this is a simplified one. The one that we gave to the department had more DNA matches. Just so you know. But this is a simplified version to just show, if you look, it just says DNA match. We'll usually number them. And then it tells you the relationship and the number of centimorgans that we found for that DNA match.
Okay.
And then how they're related. So the weird flaggy looking ones, like where it says Hoover Brownson, where they meet up, that's called an XCA. That's a place where the DNA matches. For more than one different line. And so the XCA will be a direct descendant in a non-endogamous community.
Okay.
Endogamy messes everything up. But it will be a direct descendant, in this case, a grandparent, a great-grandparent of the suspect.
Gotcha. Very, very interesting. I should have done this for a living. I love this stuff.
Listen, there's training out there. You know,
I mean, how long? What's the schooling and stuff for this?
well, it really depends. We have a basic training thing that you can do at your own pace. If you want, it will, take a couple days, or it could take a couple weeks.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, and you don't need a certificate. It's currently, yeah, you don't currently need a certificate. So you can do something like that, or you could enroll into the $6,000 Rutgers class where you work on a real doe, and that I think can take a certain number of hours.
Uh-huh. Wow.
And yeah, ours is on FG4LE,
Yeah.
which is like a forensic genealogy for law enforcement, but they do other people. They also train other people. It's not just for law enforcement at this point. But like I said, it's a basic course that teaches you the basic points that you want to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's self-directed and everything else. I'm sure there's other classes and stuff out there that that'll teach you. One of the big things that you learn more of in this is information security,
Mm-hmm.
because it's really, really easy to accidentally slip your research out on the internet,
Yeah.
and people are always looking for stuff.
Of course.
So if you know what to look for, you can sometimes find research that you probably should not be able to find.
Gotcha. What made you want to do this?
Well, I figured this was another good tool in my toolbox for helping with the missing and unidentified cases
Absolutely.
that I was already working on. I already had 2 solves just with research of does before I started doing this.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
So
for real.
I mean, it's doing it is hard. Doing it the research way is very, very hard, and doing it with genealogy is less hard.
And that it points to your character and the passion that you have towards the missing and exploited stuff as well, showing that you would go this distance to learn and to have this tool, like you said, to be able to do that even better. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
I mean, if you think like you can do it, then and you really want to be helping people, then I don't see why not. Like, if you have, okay, so the philosophy that we have for the Transgender Task Force is that we use every tool available to try and identify somebody or find somebody. So if I
Right.
have a tool available, I'm going to use it. And so if that means making posts online, then I'll do that. If that means doing a whole bunch of research on ancestry, I'll do that. And if it means, going and doing the genetics and everything on it, then I'll do that, because it's just like another step that you can take if other steps also don't work.
Of course. That's
You
amazing.
know,
Very,
I
very
mean, if you train to do it, it seems very big and very hard, but when you know how to do it, and if you know how to build a family tree properly and read records and know how numbers work, you know,
yeah.
and I think that people who do the research are exceptionally good, because they're already used to basically cyber stalking people.
Right.
Like, I'm not saying this to be creepy, But like, as long as you're doing it for good, I don't really see what the problem is.
No, of course.
If you have your information out there, right? Like, I don't go and look at these people because I actually want to stalk them. I'm trying to help their family member, and aside from that, I never look at their profiles again. You know,
Right.
but being able to look up that information from the family, like even distant family members, is really helpful, and knowing how to look up information properly is incredibly valuable. So if you like actually doing the research part of it, doing this kind of stuff is probably right up your alley.
Right, right. How many times, if you don't mind me asking, of course, have you got to use that with, what you know with this stuff and all that in the with some of the trans cases and stuff that you've worked on, and it's been helpful?
So we have one trans case that I did not work on. Lee and Anthony worked on that one. That we did forensic genetic genealogy on, and they were identified, but their name was not released.
Okay.
I have a bunch of identifications of trans people that I've done through just regular researching, and just a couple of tips,
Mm-hmm.
and a picture, and have then used regular genealogy to find out what their name was. So I personally have several identifications that way.
Gotcha.
Um, I also have a bunch of unclaimed people that I've gone through and gotten back to their family because they were in the unclaimed persons database, and that is traditional genealogy with their name, and also very good practice when you're learning how to do the genetic side of it, to be able to look for different areas, different places to look for information.
Right. Have you ever had, not to, again, tell me to shut up anytime. I'm just so interested in this stuff. But have you ever been called to testify in any kind of hearings or trials or anything?
No,
No? Okay.
nope,
Just
no.
out of curiosity.
No, so I have helped on a couple of perp cases. And the one perp you just saw, that's Calvin. Calvin Hoover passed away before he was identified.
Right.
And the other one was Tony Garcia in California, who was going to go to trial. We wouldn't have had to testify,
Mm-hmm.
because the detective was also working on the genealogy with us. She's also trained and is really good.
Uh-huh.
Um,
That would be
but
a good thing to have under your belt as a detective, I would think. Yeah.
oh yeah, she is really really good. Appreciate the heck out of her, and but that is not going to happen because he was beaten to death in in jail.
Oh.
Um,
Okay.
I don't know what happened there. He was beaten up like 3 times.
What was
In
what was the crime again?
2 murders.
Mm, okay.
One where he set the poor girl on fire.
Ah, okay. Well, there you go.
Um, yeah, I mean, um,
Wow.
two murders. Um, and I don't know. He was older. And I do wish that he had gone to trial. I wish that he had not
Right.
uh, gotten beaten. He got beat up 3 times, which is not great.
Well, without them
Um,
being able to go to trial, it kind of takes away the justice. You know what I mean? There's no
yeah,
justice at that point.
yeah. I mean, the families of the victims seem to be like, all right, I guess that's what happened.
Right.
But I would have liked him to go and stand trial, and have to actually face some justice, and not not prison justice, but like, actually like go to trial and have to have all of what he did be proven in court and everything. I really would have liked that for him. So, it's still kind of hard for me to feel bad for him, but people don't deserve to get beat up either, even if they're a piece of crap.
Right. Absolutely understood.
I mean, he was in protective custody. He was only allowed out for an hour a day, and still it happened.
That sounds like something may have been set up or allowed to have happened. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't know. Either that or he made somebody really angry.
That's very possible too.
I cannot speculate and would not speculate on what happened there. I don't think it's real great. I would like him to see justice, but it is what it is.
Same thing kind of happened with Dahmer. Dahmer was in protective custody in segregation after he went in, and conveniently he was out. I think it was on mop duty or something, was mopping and was not supposed to have anybody else around him. And bing, bang,
but the difference is Dahmer went to trial and was convicted, and then he got. Yeah.
No, absolutely different. I was just using that because there are it does happen in prisons where people can get to you, whether you think they can or not. You know what I mean? But
From what I understand, Dahmer also ran his mouth and annoyed the living crap out of everyone around him.
Yeah, that was a story. I heard the same thing. It was very smart at me.
Mom, I think there's somebody backstage. She whipped out the screen.
Whoop.
What the hell was that?
Mm.
Sounded like an alien landing.
That was real weird.
Okay.
And that's why we use the screen.
That's what I thought. That is the peen screen.
Is that what happened?
They didn't get a chance.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
I think that noise we heard was her zapping them with her laser beam.
Laser.
That's hilarious.
Yes, they saw the peen screen because when I very, very first started my channel, I had the link pinned, and this person decided to come up on panel, and we didn't even get to see a peen that night. They were standing in front of a mirror with a lotion bottle, squirting the lotion at the mirror.
Oh my God.
So we have a couple of these. We have the covered, and then we have this one, and this one.
Oh my God.
I had that happen to me once. That's why I make that show your face, not your waist thing. Yeah.
I'm well prepared.
Well,
I don't have all them things, but that's a good idea.
Good to know if I ever do a live stream like that. Holy cow.
Definitely have a peen screen in your studio. Like Beats, when she pulls hers up, it's like really pretty, and it has all these flowers, and then in this fluorescent writing it says peen screen across it.
I mean, listen, if you're going to put it out there, I'm going to critique it, and you're not going to like what I have to say, because I'm going to make you feel about 2 inches tall.
Literally.
Well, 2 inches is probably about what we would get to see.
That's why I said literally.
I like what was it? I saw one on Twitter that the girl was responding, and she's like, "What is that? Is that a finger?"
My favorite are when they take like the puppy dogs and the little emojis and then repost them. Look what I got sent. It's a cute little hound dog.
My spouse got a new phone and a new phone number, and someone texted. His first text on it was a dick. And he sent the message.
Unsolicited dicks are not fun.
And he's just like, I don't even know what to respond to this. And I was like, just be like, oh, that's nice. Want to see mine? And he got blocked.
Shit. Didn't even get to have any fun.
Well, back in the early days of the internet, every time I got something like that, I would post it on my live journal and mock them with their full name out there. I was like 22 years old, and I was like, man, if you're going to send me this with your real name or your screen name, you get what you get. Don't send me this stuff because I will absolutely expose you, and I don't care.
Absolutely. That's hilarious.
The absolute best one I saw was this girl who responded, oh my God, why are you sending me kitty porn? And the guy was like, no, that's me. And she's like, no, that's a child. I'm going to report you to the police. Like,
oh, Lord.
Oh my God. Some of these ladies out here are brutal. I mean, I love that for them, and they absolutely deserve it. But I don't think that's crazy. I think that's great. I would buy that girl a drink or a coffee or something. I'd be like, yeah, absolutely. Listen, I don't know why people want to be sending that. Why is that your hello?
Right.
Don't even say
a Domino's
hello.
coupon.
Yeah, like, I mean, at least say hi.
Look, if I want a Vienna sausage, I can get 6 of them in a can at Dollar Tree for $1.25.
Just seriously.
Those
seriously. Oh my God.
My goodness.
Lord have mercy.
Lisa's having too much fun down here.
Lisa's
I was just looking at that. Listen, this is how we learn.
Sharon is Karen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to do it on a live stream of people that can look up your real name. Like, just hop into any live stream and think you're going to be safe. If I get a hold of your email, you're in trouble, bro. I'll send that to your mom and your grandma and your sister.
I have a son that's quite tech savvy. So if he gets a hold of your IP address, oof.
Yep.
Not a good idea.
Same. The West Memphis 3 case. Paula just asked, what do we think about I think it's the West Memphis 3 case.
West Memphis.
Yes. They totally got railroaded.
Yeah.
All 3 of them did.
Damien posted that the state's been ordered within the past month to test the DNA finally.
Awesome. So he did get it. He did get it pushed through.
Oh, wow.
I was hoping he would. And I'm hoping when they get that DNA pushed through and they do test that DNA, and if it exonerates them, I'm hoping that because I think once they're exonerated, I think they can tell them to take that Alfred plea and shove it up their, turn it sideways and shove it up their ass. And I hope they sue the shit out of the state of Arkansas.
Me
Yeah.
too.
I'm sorry, but that's my opinion, and
what
that's
they lost
exactly
out
how I
on?
feel about it.
Yep,
They
the
were-
suffering, all of it.
They were gonna put him to death.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's my whole take on that. If they had actually thought that they did that, they would have never let Damien Eccles off of death row on an Alfred plea. They knew they
No.
fucked up. They knew they
Yep.
fucked up.
That's where that
Yeah,
came
well, I mean,
from.
anybody that looked at what happened in that case knew it was fucked up.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, what they did, they picked. Oh, it was small town. They wore. Damien was goth. Oh, let's pick the goth kid. Let's
course.
make it
and
about.
they were they were queer boys. That was part of it too, because there's a whole lot of homophobia thrown in there too.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
You know, they targeted them for a reason, and they were like, yeah, no, it's definitely got to be these weird queer Satanists over here.
Well, you know, it's illegal to be different. You can't, if you're not like everybody else, you're a criminal. So
Exactly, Lisa. Satanic panic. And,
Mhm.
you know, if Damien was guilty, he wouldn't be pushing so hard to get that DNA back in.
No, no, I don't think
Exactly.
he would
Because
be. No,
if I was guilty and you let me, and I was on death row and you let me out on the Alfred plea and there was DNA, I'm not going to be going to the highest court in the country or anything else to get that DNA pushed back in. I'm
You
going to
don't
be
want
like,
them to
okay,
know.
okay,
Yeah.
I'm out and I'm going to keep my mouth shut and I'm going to, you know, fly below the radar. But
yeah,
he wants to exonerate them. He wants them exonerated.
he's
Completely.
he's also been saying, he's like, you know, the real killer of those kids, the real killer is out there still in the community.
You know who
And
I think it is? Terry.
Yeah,
Terry and his friend. Their DNA was found there.
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
yep.
Well,
And yeah. Terry's doing. I know that like tooth bite evidence is not good and also very messed up, but he had a real specific smile before he got them teeth fixed.
Yeah, because he got his teeth fixed because, you know, the Paradise Lost, the first one they put out, they kind of, you know, John Mark Byers, they kind of try to make it look like, oh, he's guilty. But, you know, from my understanding, you know, that man had an addiction problem. And I am not addiction shaming by any means at all because I know it's a real problem. But they were told, and I think they fed that man, from my understanding, they gave him booze and alcohol while they were filming to make him act the way he did.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So it just got crazy. And at the end, John Mark Byers, before he died in a car wreck, he was supporting Damien and Jason Miskelly and what's the third one? Dang, I can't think of it. But that he was supporting them. And part of the problem with that whole situation is they took Jason Miskelly into interrogation, 12 hours, cold. Jason had a learning disability. They held him in there for 12 hours, cold, no food, and
Just
interrogated the hell out of him until he just they just broke him, and he just felt like he had no other choice than to say, "Okay, yeah."
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was Jason and Jesse.
Jesse, yeah, maybe it was Jesse Miskelly that was. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was Jesse Miskelly. He was the one with the learning disability, and that they took in there and just grilled the hell out of for like 12 hours with no food, nothing.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't let his daddy go, and they came to his house and just took him.
Yeah. Yep.
That whole case is a disastrous mess.
Yeah, and the state continuing to try and insist that it was a fair trial and it was all on the up and up and there was lots of evidence, but there wasn't.
Hell no,
Like,
hell no.
we in real time, like from the news reports of the time, and from what has been specifically released after all of that, like we've seen what you had as evidence, and it's fucking nothing.
Right.
Yeah, and Lisa, you are correct. They went for Jesse because I think the cops did that to Jesse because he did have the disability, and they thought, oh, we can get him in a room and we can grill him for 12 hours, no food, no water. We'll put him in here. And they knew that they could probably break him first.
Yep.
Good point.
But he didn't. But you could, and that's just like Damien. Supposedly, Damien was Wiccan, which Wiccan is not. It. I know a lot of people that are Wiccan. They're
Right.
not. They're not killers.
It's not like black magic or any of that shit.
No, it's a spirit. Wiccan is a spiritual religion. It's a spiritual belief.
Right.
I am literally Wiccan.
It's spiritual. So they don't run out. But he said he went out with a girl. I mean, he went out with a girl, and they went to a Wiccan thing, and she said that he got drunk and they did all this stuff, and he confessed. And there might have been a chicken sacrifice or something when she said that, but I know far well, Victor, that they don't. But her telling her story is what I'm saying, and I'm like, no, that's not how. Wiccans are very spiritual people.
Right.
What are you talking about, you crazy bitch?
Sacrificing a chicken ain't gonna do nothing because it doesn't mean anything.
Right. You just sacrificed a chicken, so pluck it and fix dinner.
You better fry it up instead of wasting it.
Yeah, I mean that's really the thing though. Like people do sacrifices in Wiccan, but it's not something like an animal sacrifice. It's like, I will stop doing this behavior. I will give up this prized possession in exchange for whatever. But also, that's not a Wiccan belief. That's just something that some people do. Wicca is an orthopraxic religion, so if you do the things that Wiccans do, then you're Wiccan. And if you're doing something else, then that's not Wicca. Because that's how that works. But yeah, most Wiccans are tree hugging hippies. That's main rule is do no harm. And ain't harm none, do what you will. And that means that you try and mitigate as much harm as possible in your daily life.
Right. And when she said that, I'm like, what?
Wiccans are not sacrificing chickens. They're more likely to give the chicken a cute hat and a snack.
Right.
Maybe a hug.
But the stuff that came out in that was just, the whole thing was just so insane. And from the first time I saw Paradise Lost, I was like, they didn't do it. And then when they, went to jail, and then the second one came out, and when all of the stars, started getting behind them, I think that helped a lot. Johnny Depp, Winona Ryder, a lot of them.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of that helped. A lot of that helped bring notoriety to that case.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm glad that they really pushed for them to be able to get out of jail however they could. And I also absolutely do not think for a second that Damien would be pushing that hard for the DNA to be tested, and that the state would be pushing so hard to not have it tested if he was really guilty. Or any of
Exactly.
them were really guilty.
Exactly.
Bingo.
Because the state knows they messed up. Damien knows they're innocent. Damien knows they're all innocent. The state knows
Yeah.
they messed up.
Yeah. Yeah, and they don't want to open themselves up to litigation for that. But like,
What are-
you should be more concerned about the fact that there is a killer of children walking around
Right.
than whether or not you fucked up.
What are your
Right.
thoughts, Mom?
That case is a whole mess. It's a small town corruption, and I think that it's a damn good thing that he got that DNA to where it can be tested again. And I'm with Kimber. I hope that they sue the living piss.
Yeah, that's going to change some things too if that all goes through that way. I agree.
Because there were a lot of people that said, well, they took that Alfred plea. I don't think they can sue. And I'm like, y'all hold up. Because here's the thing. They took that Alfred plea. But if they find this DNA, if this DNA exonerates them, they're going to have to remove that Alfred plea. They're going to have to remove all of this from their records. So they're going to be free to go after the state of Arkansas.
Wouldn't that
They're going to be free.
Wouldn't that automatically void the Alfred plea?
Yes,
Yeah,
because they would be not guilty.
Right.
Because
Well,
the only reason, because they had to plead guilty they had to admit guilt before they could get out of jail.
No, the Alfred plea doesn't admit guilt. The Alfred plea just says we believe that they have enough evidence to have found us guilty.
Okay, right.
Okay.
But if this DNA goes through, then that Alfred plea's gone out of the way. That's
So
gone.
full exoneration takes everything off the table. Then at that point,
And then they can sue, and they should be able to sue the state of Arkansas. And Arkansas can't go back and go, oh, we gave them this Alfred. No, Alfred plea ain't good no more. Sit down, all the way down.
Yep.
That is a crazy situation.
Because I mean, they took three boys, 6 young men basically lost their lives that day.
Yep.
Yeah.
The 3 that passed away and the 3 that they railroaded into jail sentences. 6 young men. 3 lost their lives. 3 have had to live with this stigma and continue to this day.
And
live with the stigma.
Even if they get exonerated and get released, they're still going to have that hanging over their head for the rest of their life. So
I don't think so. I think there's people actually there now that realize that they may be innocent, that they may be truly innocent. I think over time, as people have realized, and if there's people over there that can't look and go, well, why would he be pushing so hard to get it back in? And why would the state of Arkansas be pushing so hard to keep it out?
Right.
It's just a matter of you have to critically think about that and go, okay, if you're on the outside looking in, you have to be like, well, why are they pushing so? They're pushing hard to get it in. Why would Damien be pushing so hard to get it in if he's guilty? But if he's not guilty and he wants to exonerate, why is the state of Arkansas trying to not? Because they don't want to admit that they fucked up.
That's exactly what it is.
Yep.
And they sure did.
Yeah.
And that's a scary thought. You know that you got to wonder how many times has a local government prosecution, whatever, screwed up. No, they screwed up, but to save face in the community and for themselves, just kept on going right along with what they're doing. And somebody's been convicted of a situation that was just a huge mistake. And it just that's kind of scary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Captain, what do you mean state never considered Johnny Depp money coming in? Johnny Depp was one of the ones that was.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what he meant. Was like they
That's
never
what he
expected.
meant.
Oh
to
yeah,
have
okay. I
Johnny Depp.
got you. He never considered Johnny
it'd be
Depp,
like-
and then would be. I got you.
They never
Actually,
thought
right,
anybody was going to step up
it
and
may
pay
be
for all
harder
that.
to be exonerated after an alpha plea than I first thought. But Lisa, if the DNA finds them not, I mean, if the DNA proves, I don't see how they could not be exonerated.
There
from
shouldn't
that
be
alpha
anything
plea.
that would hold them at that point. Then, if they're found completely innocent, they never had anything to do with it. How is there anything that can hold them on that then?
Right.
Because they accepted it. No, I agree with you. But I mean, they'll have to go back to the state and ask them to vacate that plea based on the new evidence.
It would have to be that way. I was just going to say something like that, because if there's evidence proving that they had nothing to do with it, there's nothing that holds them to that. They have
Right.
to allow for them to go to vacate that. That's what I mean.
So
Don't-
not.
It should be an
Don't-
automatic vacation, in my
Yeah.
opinion. You know, they
Right,
doesn't
it
work
should
that
be.
way, but
But you know, the state won't vacate it, because the state knows if they vacate it,
Admission of guilt.
they will that admits that they messed up. Well, the
Mhm.
DNA will show that they messed up. But if they vacate it, they can sue them.
Yeah.
If that Alfred plea is not vacated, then they can't sue them, because that's one of the conditions of the Alfred plea. They can't sue the state of Arkansas.
But any judge is going to see that. If they see that absolutely has not, that it's completely innocent, they're going to let it go and to probably get rid of it. So
The only way they're gonna prove that these guys are completely innocent is by identifying the person who actually did it.
I was just thinking and that's going to be hard.
Yeah, because before it, it can show that it's not their DNA, and still leave reasonable doubt there, unless they're like, no, this DNA belongs to this person.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
and the problem is if they get exonerated, the state's not going to try to do any type of new investigation, because they're convinced in their minds that they've already got the right people for it. So they're not going to go out there and actually do some real work and actually try to find the real killer.
Well, we've seen in news reports where there's been prosecutors that have been proven wrong. They've had to allow suspects out of prison that have spent 20, 30 years in prison sometimes, and the prosecutor stands there and says, I know I have my man. That's who did it in my mind, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
They never admit to it. So yeah.
Yep.
That is exactly how that goes on. Yes.
Yep.
Well, I just hope that it gets to a point where they are able to sue them, but I don't think it. You're right, Lisa. Public pressure is a bitch, but I don't know that since Lisa said it's harder to get exonerated, I don't know if they would vacate since Lisa looked that up, I don't know if they would vacate the Alfred plea or not, since they took the Alfred plea. I don't know if the state would vacate it.
If they put this in front of a judge and they show this damning proof that it didn't happen the way they said it did, that judge is going to look like a complete jackass to everybody, and so is the county seat if they don't vacate it. You see what I'm saying? So I would imagine they'd probably put that through.
But Lisa, wonder if they vacate it, because it would prevent compensation after exoneration if the Alfred plea was okay. Yeah, because they can't even if they exonerate them right now. If that Alfred plea is still in place, they can't sue the state of Arkansas, because that is one of the stipulations of the Alfred plea. The only way they could possibly be able to sue them would be to
public document.
The only way they would be able to sue the state of Arkansas probably is if they, in my opinion, is if they, because I'm like, at least I'm not a lawyer, is if they vacated that Alfred plea. That would be their only hope.
Unless they could prove that Alfred plea was somehow like falsely I can't think of what I'm trying to say here. Presented to them or something like that. Do you guys know what I'm trying to say?
No, it wasn't falsely presented. Because they all wanted out, and
or presented on false pretenses. I'm sorry, because there was no actual crime that they were involved in. So therefore, the the plea would have been presented under false pretenses. If they could prove that, I wonder.
I don't think so.
No, but the Alfred plea doesn't admit guilt. It just says that they believe that the state has enough
evidence to convict them.
To convict them. It doesn't actually say that they're actually guilty.
Right. Well, I don't know.
I thought Captain said he thought one of them held off signing the Alfred plea, but I thought they all had to sign it in order for them to get out of jail.
They did, but one of them did hold off, and the other one convinced them. It was either
Damien.
It wasn't Damien, and that's because the one said they're gonna kill him.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that whole thing is a damn mess all the way around.
It's a total mess, and
hey Molly,
I think I'm like Lisa. I think they'll have to push to get that Alfred plea.
Yeah, it'll probably turn into a long, drawn out court case.
Removed and to get it vacated. I think it'll take a whole lot to get it vacated. Because the state of Arkansas is not going to go, oh, well, this DNA proves you're innocent. We're just going to go on and vacate that Alfred plea so you can just.
Yeah, sorry about that. Let's have tea sometime.
What I am concerned about, right, is they say they do the DNA, they prove that these guys weren't involved with it. They find out who actually did it. All of this mess that came up before it is going to cause reasonable doubt even for the person that actually did commit the crime.
Yep, that's a good point.
That's true too. I didn't even think about that.
That's a huge point, actually. Yeah.
You know, how are they gonna? How is the state gonna turn around and build a case? Because also, you know, it's been so long, and they considered the case closed, so they could have thrown out a lot of stuff too. But all of this will have to be presented at trial for whoever actually did commit it.
Think about how a jury's going to look at it too after all this mess. You know,
yeah,
that's not going to be trusted in any aspect, in my opinion.
No, because it's gotten a lot of press, it's gotten a lot of attention, and the prosecutors in this case and the detectives in this case have already been shown to not have good judgment.
There's zero credibility, right?
And zero credibility, and also all of this fighting against getting the DNA tested makes them look worse.
Yep, that's a good point. That's going to turn into an even bigger mess.
You know, that's if they go ahead and find out who the other person was that actually did it, or the people that actually did it, they're going to have a massive problem with whatever prosecution they try and get with this DNA.
Unless they were to change venue, and which no, you'd still have to be prosecuted by the same prosecution, wouldn't you?
No, I mean you could if you change venue, then it would move to a different part of the state.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know I don't know it's going to help.
That's true, because the whole state. Yeah, you're right.
Tell you, they need to knock on Terry Holmes' door.
Yep. I think everybody thinks that's who it was.
Yeah.
Even his own wife,
Yep.
who divorced him, is supporting Damien and the other two. So, and she thinks that he had something to do with it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's another thing about talking to the press after you commit a crime. You probably shouldn't do that.
I'd be curious to see what the jury thinks now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's still going to be rough, though, because everything that happened with the investigation is going to have to be, first of all, negotiated on by the lawyers before it even goes to trial. And a lot of this, the defense is 100% going to bring all this up. I have 3 other suspects that are possible that were already convicted.
Yeah.
How are you going to...
That prosecution would keep pushing them, I guarantee you.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because that's going to wind up, in a mistrial.
Yep. And at the end of it, there's never going to be any justice for it.
No,
That's a damn shame.
Yeah,
No,
it really is.
Yeah, because there still hasn't been justice still hasn't been served for that.
Right.
You threw 3 innocent kids in jail.
Mm-hmm.
3 kids lost their life, and you threw 3 innocent kids in jail.
That's a damn shame, and it happens a lot too. But that one was a big one.
Without any evidence, just because of the way one of them looked, and the 2 other ones hung out with him. They were kind of misfits in the town, but what does it matter?
Well, that's what proved it.
They look different. So what?
It's illegal to be different. That's a damn shame. It's true.
It's really hard. I was Wiccan at the time that this was going down too, and it's really hard to explain how crazy shit was. A lot of people don't remember, but you had them. They were trying to ban Wicca, like outlaw it legally.
People are afraid of what they don't understand. If you go all the way back to the Salem witch trials, okay, those women, most of those women, I mean, they weren't witches. They were just because they were different and they acted differently than everybody else in that community. That made them guilty, and they killed them before it. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. It's the same thing because you're different. Yeah. We don't understand you and why you're like that. We don't like it, so you have to go. End of story. That's horrible.
Yeah.
And Lisa, I totally agree. They're not going to want to do this all over again. More incentive not to make an arrest because they can't excuse the killer living their life free all these years either. There's no way they can go in and go, oh, well, we made a mistake. Now we know we've done the DNA. Now we know who did it. And we're sorry. We're sorry. Can you pass the potatoes? Whatever.
There's no way to make up for that.
No.
Yeah. Oopsie poopsie.
Oopsie poopsie. And
that would be the same situation like when Arctic brought up Darlie earlier. It would be that same situation with her. If they could prove, that she didn't do anything, they would go through the same thing with her, in my opinion.
Well, in her case, they would have to exonerate her because she never took a plea, or they'd have to vacate that sentence. Which, yeah, because they found her guilty, they would have to vacate her sentence if the DNA exonerated her.
Right. And that's another one. I feel that I agree with you on that. I don't think it was her. I just don't. I never have.
No, they need to. I don't think that it helps anybody when you hold back or refuse to test evidence that doesn't. It's not good. The jury should be presented with all the evidence.
Yep.
In
every case.
and if they're not, then they're not going to come up with a sentence that reflects reality because they weren't given reality in the jury box. They were given a curated thing that left out some important points.
That's a good point. Lisa has a good question. She said, and with the offered plea, they can be brought back to trial, right? That's a good one. I don't know that.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I believe so.
But those three, if there's no, if that DNA evidence proves that that's not them, then what grounds would they had to put them back on trial? Is that what you were saying, Lisa? Is putting them back on trial?
Yes. Yes.
So
That's what.
there would be no grounds to put them back on trial, would there?
Yeah, Royal Russell Long. Yep.
I think that. I don't think that if the I mean, I get what Lisa's saying, but if the DNA exonerates them, how would they put them back on trial? What would they put them back on trial for? Are they going to do? Are they going to go just on the evidence when the DNA? How are they going to put them? How are they going to put them on trial and go? Oh, we have all this evidence. We're gonna retry them. We have all this evidence, and then they're gonna go, well.
That doesn't make sense because if the DNA points away from them, there's nothing to. I don't. That's wow. Okay.
So then it would be up to the prosecution to explain why that DNA was there from that person.
She's saying just in general, not them per se, but just in general. So
Oh,
still,
I guess.
it's still a good point though, Lisa, because I would be curious to see how the prosecution, the state would act towards that, because they have to have somebody in the public perception. There has to be somebody that takes accountability for this. If you're letting these three off and you made us believe at this point that they did this, now they're walking free. Who did this? The community wants to know. They're going to want answers for that. The prosecution's going to have to stand up to that and say, what? You know what I mean? They won't let that go.
I think enough people know about this though now and believe that they are innocent in their hearts. And I think that if this DNA exonerates them, there will be, if they try to put them on and give them a new trial, there will be so much public pressure.
Oh yeah.
And 100%. That can be a bitch. That can be a real bitch. I don't think the DNA, I don't think
yeah, that would be double jeopardy. I was just thinking if that would pertain to this, but I believe it would. If you're exonerated, you can't do it again. They still have to put somebody up on that platter.
But double jeopardy would only apply if they had been found innocent. They couldn't retry them. That would be like OJ was found guilty in court when he did what he did.
Yeah, but if you're exonerated, that basically states it as if you are innocent, right?
But they could still put them on a new trial because they were never found not guilty in a court of law. Yeah. So, but like OJ was found not guilty. So OJ, even after he was found not guilty in a court, when he was found not guilty in a court of law, he could have ran out in the streets and screamed, "I killed Nicole. I did it," which we all know. But they could not retry him. That's where double jeopardy applies.
He wrote a book.
Yeah, he wrote a whole book about it. If I did it.
And then he went to prison after that for stealing his own shit. Whatever.
But that's where double jeopardy applies if they have been found not guilty in a court of law, and then they run out and say, "I did it."
Yeah.
They can't.
Yeah, you can't retry them.
Oh, they can't retry them. But the West Memphis 3, right? But the West Memphis 3 have never been found not guilty.
Yeah.
Happens with me. He wrote a book.
Yeah.
Hell.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of people that think his son did that, and I'm like, I didn't follow that side of it. I never saw that, but I've heard that from a lot of
No,
people.
the hell he didn't.
Listen, I saw somebody the other day saying that the satanic panic wasn't a real thing. It was just a media invention. I was like, bruh, West Memphis 3, don't tell me that it didn't fucking happen.
Right.
I'm gonna tell y'all, my my brother's was married before he passed away. He was married to this woman. This was okay. They were married a long time. And her father was extremely religious. And he was like, if you play this record backwards, and I'm like, okay, I really gotta go.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember them days.
So this was like back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it
but
was.
Then you had bands that were putting the messages on the records on purpose so you could play them backwards.
They were.
Because it was hilarious. They were fucking with them.
That's why they did it just so people would buy it. That's all it was.
Oh, Lisa Joe, I know what you're talking about. You are correct. I know what you're talking about. That was a very good movie. And I remember before she shot him, she said, I remember what she said. I just can't, it's on the tip of my tongue. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You remember, but you can't remember?
I remember, but I can't remember. But I know what Lisa's talking about because
it was a good movie.
He was like, you're not going to shoot me. And she said, I've already been convicted of your murder. Double jeopardy. Bam. And that was the end of that.
Yep. That was a good
Oops. Well, guys, it has been an amazing night, and I appreciate everybody for being here. But I'm going to go to bed.
Yes, I'm tired too. Yeah. I didn't realize.
Victor, thank you so much for coming up. Dago, thank you for being here. Kimber, as always.
Thank you
so much for having us.
All of you.
Anytime. My front porch is your front porch, Victor. We'd be honored to have you come up here again, and we'll do it again if you enjoyed yourself tonight. And I think everybody loved you being here, and I'd be honored to have you back.
I would love to.
Victor, it's been awesome. Thank you. It was a pleasure to meet you and finally talk to you. Loved all the info. You know, if you need any of us, reach out.
Absolutely. It was great having you up here. I appreciate learning a lot of stuff from you tonight. It was awesome to get to talk to you finally.
Yeah, the same with all you. Thank you so much. It was so nice to meet you and talk to everybody and hear about, everything that you're working on, the cases, and seeing and hearing about, the different way this has impacted you and how you're trying to help out and make things a little bit better. Like, no joke, without a bunch of people trying to pull and do good stuff, like I think things would be a lot worse off. And so I appreciate everything you're all doing, and keep up the good work. Try and stay
and you
sane.
as well.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you.
That's the hardest part, is trying to stay sane.
Yeah. 100%.
Thank you so much.
And thank you. And like I said, you're in the Discord. You can reach out anytime. If you have any information, don't hesitate to put the information in there. We're one big team, and I believe we adopted you tonight. You don't really have a choice. You've been adopted.
You're welcome in all of our channels. We'd all be grateful to have you in any one of our channels. So yes, thank you very much.
I appreciate that. And like I said, I told Lisa the other day, like I do plan on, posting more in there. I come across stuff all the time that I'm like, oh, this is really interesting. And then I like print it out and save it for later. but it's this past week has actually been really brutal. I've been like going on about 4 hours of sleep every day and then just working for 20 hours. So after things knock on wood calm down a little bit so I can catch my breath, I do plan on being more active in there and trying to help out a little bit more.
Lisa
Awesome.
just gave up. I don't know what she gave up on, but she just gave up.
Sanity. She gave up on sanity.
Yeah, you're not gonna find that around here.
Yeah, you won't find sanity. Lisa gave up on her sanity. Okay. I'm sorry, Lisa. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Lisa. I'm trying to keep
Trinity.
up. I
We
just
all
can't.
Trinity.
I have, and I can't say that I fell off the porch and hit my hand tonight because I didn't.
It's 2 in the
Not
morning.
use Craig's excuse tonight.
It's only 12:40. It's only 12:45 here in the great state of Tennessee.
Well, I was trying to help you, but you just ruined that. So okay then.
And I took a nap today. And I took a nap. I woke up to Mom saying, "Going live," and I'm like, "Oh crap!"
You lasted through the whole thing
Me?
too, not one Z.
Jimmy,
Nope.
we're going live. Kimber, wake up. Let's go. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll. Wake up. Wake up.
And Arctic thought he had 2 more hours. I messaged him too. Come on.
Yep.
Let's go.
I also thought I had 2 more hours. I was like, oh no.
Oh, no.
That's right, Lisa. Ain't no rest for the wicked.
It was amazing.
Still gonna
It was
talk
amazing,
shit after
Mom.
this.
Absolutely
Thank
amazing.
you guys. And hey, it was a great panel tonight. I appreciate everybody coming up and sharing all of our input. And I feel like we learned a lot, and hopefully, the people in chat were able to take something away from the live. And like I said, if you don't learn one thing every day, then you're not living. So I felt like we lived our best lives tonight, and it absolutely was a power panel.
Yes.
I appreciate
it was really good.
I was grateful to meet Ruckus too. Thank you for bringing him up. That was awesome.
Ruckus is awesome. Yeah. I love Ruckus. He's a whole mess.
He fits
and thank you for not bringing George up.
Yeah, George wasn't coming up. Sorry, George.
Sorry, George.
Stranger
Sorry
danger.
You got blasted with the stranger danger. We know all about stranger danger over here.
That was funny. What the hell was that alien taser noise? He was gone.
You guys didn't see the whole bare-chested video that was on my I'd share that with y'all since it's stuck in my head now.
Bro, the big grinder.
They really did try to do some funk, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh shit, Mom! I didn't know
the white button down all opened up and doing the little shimmy. And when I rolled down, I was like, "What the hell? Pink screen!"
Good God.
That's why she lasered him because
I thought you just suspected that. I thought you suspected it. I didn't know it actually happened. Good Lord.
Yeah, like I've got pretty good at this over the years. You get pretty good at it.
I'm glad you're good then, because I didn't want to see that.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, look, Doodle, you said bare chested, and there's Doodle with them eyes. What you talking about, Willis?
We didn't let George come up here, Doodle, because I got a feeling we would have seen a little bit more than a couple chest hair.
That camera would have dropped down below, and that would have been the end of it.
We would have seen more of George than we wanted to.
George and little George.
And then I had to screenshot it and put little puppy dog ears and stuff. Yeah. Anyway.
That's a whole nother live.
Yep.
A whole different live.
A whole different live.
All right. Waste, everybody.
Right. That's why we have the protective screen.
Yes, thank you. Again,
we need to get
Mom,
one for Kimber's window and we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Keep them bars up. Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it. I do.
Hey, thank you for coming up. It's always an honor to have everybody up here. I love it. When we feel
pleasure as always coming up, Mom. I appreciate you having me.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for coming up. I appreciate you, Arctic, and everything you do. You guys want to end it out with your words of the evening, words to the wise, Arctic?
Y'all be kind to one another out there.
Kimber?
Be good humans. Be good humans.
Dago?
Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing, folks. You are all the beautiful people.
And Viktor?
I don't have an outro. have a good night.
Have a good night, Bert. And remember, guys, if you see something, say something. We never give up. It takes a village to raise a child. And I will catch you guys on the flip side.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
I stand on this mountain, I look down and see a world I was once underneath. I stand on this mountain and I look down, my mind knows more than it once knew. Then I knew, then I knew, then I knew, then I knew. Now you're here, you're now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be than found me see. Found me see. I climb down this mountain and I look around just to see that everyone used to be me. I climb down this mountain and I look around, my mind embracing more than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth. Now you're here, you're now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing, found me sing. I once was blind, but now I see the beauty of the world before me. Now you're there, now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Now you're now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing, found me sing, found me sing.